Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
Finally come. Why don't you go in first? This self-service store is limited to 1 hour, so if you want to go in, you must go in together. The neon lights on the street shone on the faces of the F3 brothers. Some of them were standing, and some were squatting with their hands in their pockets, all looking at Xia Li, who was riding a bicycle towards them. Xia Li turned over and got out of the car and picked up Lucia, who was moving her little but behind the seat and getting out of the car. Lucia's legs landed on the ground, and before she could stand firmly, her head felt light, and the safety helmet on her head was taken off by Xia Li and thrown back into the car pocket. This two-wheeled car, powered by electricity, is really interesting, and it doesn't seem difficult to control. Thinking of this, Lucia stuck out her little butt and was about to sit back in the seat where Xia Li had just sat. But Xia Li grabbed her by the collar. "Come here, you can't control this thing with your balance," Xia Li said sternly. Lucia grumbled, thinking that she had just seen human cubs riding two-wheeled vehicles, and she would definitely be able to do it too. "It's definitely not cost-effective to bring my sister-in-law to a place like this. We need to eat more later to make up for the cost." 5 people walked in through the main gate, with Fu Yuan walking in front and shouting. Everyone who enters a self-service restaurant has this obsession, which is to make back their money. But in fact, unless you're a real big eater, it is actually very difficult for a normal person to make a profit by eating at a buffet. Restaurant owners can make money no matter what, and the better the business, the more money they make. Can't make back the money? That's impossible. Shintao had seen how much Lucia ate, so he raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying much. The lobster restaurant was crowded at this time. Everyone waited in line for a while and was only able to sit down after the people at the previous table finished eating and left. F3 reserved a row of sofa chairs for Xia Li and his wife. None of them wanted to be fed dog food, so the 3 of them pushed and shoved each other, and finally each moved a chair, forming a semi-enclosed structure to surround Xia Li and his wife. The buffet store was very lively and steamy all around. Lucia took off her blue bear coat, put on a sweet pink sweater, and sat quietly in the corner by the window. Xia Li first went to get her a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll get it for you." Lucia took a breath through her small nose and smelled the unique mutton smell. "There are lamb chops." "Wait." Xia Li turned around and went to the dining table to get a portion of lamb ribs, 2 steaks, and a handful of meat skewers. "These are just appetizers for the evil dragon." Lucia couldn't help swallowing as she stared at the food. "But now I'm outside and can't be as casual as I am at home." Lucia knew she had to be more restrained, so she leaned to the side and whispered in Xia Li's ear, "Are these all mine?" "It's all yours. Eat as much as you want." After thinking about it, Xia Li felt that it was necessary to explain to the evil dragon what a buffet was. "This restaurant doesn't charge by the amount of food, but by the number of people. I've already paid for your meal, so you can eat as much as you want." "Dragon head fee," Lucia corrected with a serious face. Xia Li smiled. "Okay, the tap fee. Anyway, here you pay once and then eat until you are full, so you don't have to be restrained. The more you eat, the more cost-effective it is for us. Do you understand?" After saying that, Xia Li waited for a while. Lucia has a small memory in her head, and she needs time to think before she can understand this new vocabulary. That is to say, she is now like a hungry dragon released into the forest. She can eat whatever things in the forest she wants without having to follow the human world's one-for-one trading method. She was so good at it. This is how Lucia lived when she had a group of mountains to herself. "Oh, then I'll get some more." Realizing what was happening, Lucia was about to leave from the corner of the sofa. Xia Li retracted her legs to make room for her. "You can only take things from the dining table, not from other people's tables," Xia Li reminded. The evil dragon walked away, and I don't know if it heard anything. Fu Yuan, who was sitting across from Xia Li, couldn't help but smile and said, "Not really, sister-in-law must know this common sense. Fu Yuan only knew that Xia Li's girlfriend came from a remote village, but he didn't know how remote it was. Xia Li has a story of suffering. Your sister-in-law has such poor common sense that she is not even a savage, but at the level of a wild dragon. After a while, Ho Zijia and Chun Tao, who were responsible for getting the dishes, also came back. They were holding a pile of plates in their arms, which were filled to the brim with all kinds of food. Didn't you go get some wine and crayfish? Fu Yuan thought about the topic of tonight, and always felt that it seemed to have gone off topic. I met Xiaolu, Chun Tao said, so I'll run a trip for her first. I think there's no need to take the lobster anymore. Ho Zijia had a fearless expression. No matter how much he eats, the amount on the table is a bit exaggerated. It's probably enough for the 5 of them. I'll go get her back. Sally slapped his thigh and stood up. He knew that putting the dragon and food together was dangerous. Boss, is my steak ready? It's almost done. I'll bring you 2 servings later. Boss, I want 3. Okay, I'll give you 3. In front of a live cooking grill, Lucia stood quietly in line with an empty plate in her hand. The steak chef saw how cute the little girl was, so he gave her 3 steaks, even though the original serving size was only 2. The freshly baked black pepper steak was fragrant. Lucia pursed her lips and happily headed straight to the next stop. Stop! Xia Li grabbed her and took the food back from the evil dragon's hand. Lucia stood still. The plate in her hand disappeared, and she looked up in confusion. Can you finish it? Xia Li said seriously. If you can't finish it, you have to stay and wash the dishes. Although Lucia has been in human form for a month, she obviously has no idea of the limits of the human stomach. Don't come complaining that you can't eat anything, because Xia Li will have to finish it in the end. Go back and sit down, and take it after you finish eating. Xia Li led the evil dragon back to its position. The evil dragon did not say a word and had no objection to this. After sitting down, she lowered her head and started eating in silence. She ate 1 plate of meat after another, and when she got tired, she would take a sip of juice, not caring at all about what the human men next to her were talking about. Xia Li drank 2 glasses of wine and reviewed the 2 games played in the afternoon with his friends. Chun Tao and Ho Zijia, the 2 blame shifters, were not convinced of each other's fate. They held their wine glasses and argued with each other from beginning to end. Seeing them making noise, Xia Li was also very happy. He clinked glasses with Fu Yuan, a man with a watermelon head and glasses, and started talking. How did you do in the civil service exam? It's in early November this year, right? I took the exam. Fu Yuan shook his head. The bitter wine went down his throat, and his heart felt bitter too. The results will be out in January next year, but I don't think I'll have a chance. Others are studying full-time in training institutions, and a self-taught candidate like me at home can't even understand the ins and outs of the subject. It's okay. If you can't pass the test, you can take it again, Xia Li consoled her. Why don't you sign up for a training class to save time? The registration fee is tens of thousands, and they're just being taken advantage of, Fu Yuan's side. Those training institutions say they will refund students if they fail within 5 years. On the surface, it seems like a good deal, but who can stick to taking the exam for 5 years? And the time cost is also a cost. Sally thought about it and agreed. Then you could take more online courses when you have nothing to do. The valuable information they cover may not be less than what is taught in training institutions. If you really feel unsure and want to give it a try, then find a reliable small class and give it a try. Anyway, considering your grades, it shouldn't be difficult if you study hard. After that, Xia Li and Fu Yuan clinked their glasses. Fu Yuan smiled and nodded. Boss, you are still reliable. Fu Yuan is the second best student in the gang in building 3 of Shandong Trian community, and is at the same level as Xia Li. As for the best one, it is the female doctoral student who is currently on the high-speed train and will probably arrive soon. Sister-in-law, I'll leave our boss to you. Fu Yuan was inspired. He didn't expect that the first person in their team to find a girlfriend was Xia Li, who never left the house like him. He raised his glass to clink with Lucia. Lucia buried her face in her food. She saw the man who called her Saozi talking to her and looked at Xia Li with confused eyes. Pick up the cup. Xia Li lowered his head and whispered in Lucia's ear. Lucia doesn't know anything about human etiquette. She only knew that it seemed that the people who drank water here liked to drink up all the water in their cups in one breath. This should be some kind of tradition, right? The face, still covered with black pepper sauce, quieted down, and his amber eyes stared at the remaining half-cup of juice for a long while. After hesitating for a moment, Lucia picked up her water cup with her hands covered in food grease and drank the water in gulps. He drank it in one gulp, put the empty glass on the table, and wiped the remaining water drops from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Drink it," Lucia said loudly. "Ha ha!" Fu Yuan burst into laughter when he saw this. Xia Li sighed helplessly, raised his beer, and clinked it with Fu Yuan, whose arm had been hanging in the air for a long time. "She doesn't understand this. It's okay, ha ha ha." Fu Yuan laughed so hard that his shoulders shook and his glasses kept falling down. It was very interesting. End of this chapter. Although there is only one word difference between lobster and crayfish, they are actually very different. When Lucia saw the plate of lobsters on the table that were not even as big as her palm, she felt very dissatisfied. She put her head close to Xia Li, and Xia Li knew that this guy wanted to whisper something to her, so she lowered her body to listen to her. "It's not a dragon. It wasn't at all," Xia Li said. "Expel him from the dragon clan." Expel him. While Xia Li was coaxing Lucia, he kept working with his hands, peeling the meat of a lobster and putting it into Lucia's mouth. Its size is not even as big as the caterpillars on the A's continent. After 2 slurps, Lucia's eyes lit up, and she was impressed by the chewy red meat. "Good times." "Well, it's just a little troublesome to peel." Xia Li moved his hands quickly and stuffed several pieces of lobster meat into Lucia's mouth. Lucia was eager to learn. She stared at Xia Li with her eyes wide open, imitating him clumsily while holding a crayfish in her hand. First this way, then that way. Finally, he lost all patience and just stuffed it into his mouth. "Don't eat the shells. They're indigestible." Xia Li settled Lucia down and turned his attention to the noisy monkey and Taozi. These 2 guys haven't been quiet for a moment since they sat down. As if they were afraid of eating too much dog food, they never looked at Xia Li for even a second, until Xia Li suddenly spoke to them. Asked a question. "You Xia Tuer asked." Ho Zijia changed the subject halfway through swearing and turned back. "I want to start a business. What do you think is the most reliable business?" After all, Ho Zijia and Chun Tao are people who have started working and officially entered society. Although they have little experience, their advantage is youth. Now, a large part of social economy is changing with the trends of young people, so it's always a good idea to listen to their ideas. "Open a store? I choose a milk tea shop." Chun Tao thought of it in a second. "It's too late to enter the milk tea market now. You can't open a store yourself, and if you join a franchise, the franchisees will make a lot of money for you. It's like working for others." Ho Zijia objected. "Screw you," Chun Tao was dissatisfied. "Then go to an internet cafe or a bar." Hee. Internet cafes and bars are the ones that burn the most money. The former takes too long to pay back, and the latter carries too much risk. Qingqing City has long been saturated with these 2 things, and it is no longer suitable to invest in them now. Ho Zijia said again. The 2 started quarreling again, and Xia Li, who started the dispute, just watched the fun from the side. "Boss, have you ever thought about what you want to do, or what your hobbies are?" Fu Yuan is more reliable. Although he is not exposed to outside affairs much due to his civil service exam, reading the news every day is one of his learning contents. He is more sensitive to the market economy than anyone else. "I don't have a general direction yet." Xia Li shook his head. "Where's my sister-in-law?" She, looking at the silly dragon eating shrimp beside him, Xia Li looked helpless. Fu Yuan understood and changed the subject again. Now that the mask era has just ended, the economy is in a serious downturn, and house prices in our city have fallen below. In fact, I don't recommend investing in any industry now. Xia Li's family is the richest among his group of brothers. Even though he still lives in his old house, Xia Li's family is the first to move out in the community. My father was a minor official, and my mother ran a small business. and their life was stable and harmonious. What is certain is that the old couple in Xia Li's family are not short of money. Otherwise, when the school district housing market was in full swing in the past few years, the old house would have been sold long ago and would not have been left until now. If he wants to do some business, his family will definitely support him. I think so too. Xia Li nodded, saying that this matter had to be dealt with step by step, and there was no need to rush. It's a pity that he is a time traveler instead of a reborn one. Otherwise, there is no problem in making a fortune by taking advantage of the information gap. Or I should do as Lucia said and get a certificate and become a coach in an archery club. If there's nothing you particularly like, you can wait and see, but I still recommend getting to know the industry first, and it's best to get a job and experience it. Fu Yuan certainly knew that Xia Li was not willing to do the kind of job that required working from 9 to 9 and often working overtime. Otherwise, he would definitely push Xia Li into the internet industry. The eldest son of their family, Xia, has been free and unrestrained since he was a child. It is precisely because of his character that is not controlled by rules that he can become the leader of building number 3. Buzz! Xia Li's cell phone on the table vibrated frequently. He glanced at the letter writer with a strange look on his face. Letterer, girlfriend. Looking back at the stinky dragon playing with his phone beside him, Xia Li wiped his hands and unlocked his phone. Girlfriend, the meal is ready. If Lucia hadn't been sitting next to him, Xia Li would have really thought that this guy was cooking for him at home. Boyfriend, are you full? Is your phone still charged? After sending the message, Xia Li stared at the evil dragon beside her. She saw that she put the mobile phone on her thigh wrapped in white socks and typed on it with her 2 small hands with great effort. Lucia didn't know how to use the 9-square grid, so she used all the keys, and she spent a long time looking for each letter. Even though the 2 of them were less than 20 centimeters apart, they still had to send messages to communicate. Xia Li's mouth corners turned up. Automatically understand this behavior as a kind of interest. Pass. I do. Secretly looking at Lucia's phone, Xia Li peeked at the content of her message in advance, as if it were a spoiler. But this stupid dragon had a very high rate of typing errors. He deleted every word he typed, and it took him half a day to finish typing out a whole row of words. Xia Li was so anxious that he felt itchy. Finally, Lucia seemed unable to bear the slow input speed. So I picked up the phone, pressed the talk button, and spoke to the screen in a very low voice. I shelled a plate of crawfish and made a meal for you. After saying that, she turned around to look at Xia Li, then pinched the claws of a lobster and knocked on her own bowl and plate. Xia Li only drank wine and didn't eat any food, which made her, the dragon, very worried. So in less than 10 minutes, Lucia peeled a large basin of lobster meat. The lobster meat was uneven in size. Some had their edges gnawed by the dragons, while others had crystal clear meat and were arranged in a very regular pattern. Xia Li was a little drunk and thought to himself, could he just eat the little dragon fish? He didn't want to eat shrimp. He pretended to take out his phone and clicked the play button. The words Lucia just said were played back through the phone. On the side, Lucia heard her own voice and felt inexplicably nervous, so she stretched out her little leather shoes and stepped lightly on Xia Li's instep. What is the hero doing? You can obviously use the receiver to listen to it secretly, but you have to play it loudly. If he does that, then there's no point in me sending him a message on my phone. It would be terrible if word got out that a pure-blooded dragon was cooking for a hero. It would be fine if they knew about this between themselves, but if others knew about it, not only would the brave Xia Li become an indecisive human, but Lucia, a dragon, would also lose face. It looks good. Xia Li pressed the speak button and spoke in a loud and casual voice. Unfortunately, I don't have any free hands right now. Can you help me put in my mouth? After saying that, he turned to look at Lucia. The evil dragon was facing away from him, silently pressing the phone against his face, and listened to what he had just said again through the receiver. Xia Li, although I don't know what Xiaolong is up to, it's still quite entertaining. Xia Li found the 3 gloomy faces of F3 on the opposite side particularly interesting. You eat it yourself. After hearing the voice, Lucia slowly turned around and said seriously with a cold face, Why? You have to send the Buddha to the west. Do you understand? Xia Li was unhappy. I can help you put it in when we get back. Why not outside? It's not good outside. What? Xia Li thought the evil dragon understood what shy was, but the silly dragon remained calm and just calmly pushed the plate full of lobster meat forward. It's just not nice out there. Lucia rarely obeyed Xia Li and insisted on her own ideas. Rounding off, is this actually kind of shyness? Xia Li thought to himself and did not choose to make things difficult for the evil dragon. He picked up the bowl of lobster meat that tasted like rice and put it into his mouth. While eating, he took out his cell phone to send voice messages. My girlfriend's cooking is so delicious. What are they doing? It's flirting, and we're part of their play. Chen Tao and Ho Zijia were so choked by this scene that they were speechless. They stopped arguing and quickly lowered their heads to pick up the food to eat. Don't look at it, Chen Tao said bitterly. If you keep looking at it, the lobster will taste like lemon. End of this chapter. When the 5 people left the lobster restaurant, they left a pile of empty shells on the table. This buffet, for 90 yuan per person, is definitely worth it. Chen Tao took out his cell phone, glanced at the message, then turned around and said to his brothers, do billiards, KTV, or bar? When boys go out to play, they mostly engage in these kinds of entertainment activities. Anything more would be considered inappropriate. Let's go to KTV. We were just busy eating and didn't drink enough. It's just right to go to KTV and sing and drink. Monkey suggested. The rest of the people did not vote against it, so the matter was settled. Okay, let's find one nearby. Anchi has already left the station and is on her way to get a taxi. Chen Tao glanced at his phone and quickly locked onto a chain KTV store. Xia Li didn't say much, just followed at the back, lowered his shoulders, and reached into the empty blue bear coat. Only then did he take out Lucia's dragon claw. The claw had just been washed with hand soap and smelled fragrant. Are you sleepy? He asked, tilting his head. Lucia shook her head, her bright eyes flickering under the streetlight. I'm not sleepy. What's that smell? Taste? You mean KTV? A place where people sing. Do we have to go somewhere to sing? Lucia raised her head and looked at Xia Li. She knew that singing was one of the ways humans express their emotions, just like how dragons would roar a few times on the top of the mountain when they were in a good mood, and would also roar a few times when they were in a bad mood. However, the dragons would not choose specific occasions to roar. Lucia did not understand their behavior of specifically finding a place to roar. Just like when you go to an internet cafe, the main thing is the atmosphere, Xia Li explained patiently. In fact, now that living standards have improved, the configuration of electronic devices outside is almost the same as that at home. But the atmosphere is very important, and friends who create this atmosphere with you are also very important. Friends are the top configuration for modern life. I don't know if the evil dragon understood it. The dragons, with their eccentric personalities, are basically unable to empathize with humans on this issue. Making friends is a science. A girl will come to the box in a while. You should treat her as a friend of the same age. Xia Li said, this is an important course for the socialization training of the evil dragon, and it is also the main purpose of Xia Li taking her out to play for so long today. Compared to this matter, feeding dog food and the like are just incidental things. Girl, is she Xia Li's friend? Lucia sorted out the complicated interpersonal relationships in her mind. The dragon claw lying in Xia Li's palm did not trigger the principle of dragon claw on top when thinking. She just let Xia Li knead and pinch it like dough. Yes, friends, just like the relationship between me and Peach Monkey. The relationship between friends can be repeated, and my friends can also be your friends. Oh, then I'll try to make friends. Making friends is a good thing for you. You really need to understand the emotions between humans from this aspect. Once you can distinguish between friendship and love, after that, we can be considered to have achieved our goal. Xia Li held back the second half of the sentence. Lucia's soft face appeared to be far and near under the streetlights. When there was no light, it was so blurry that only the outline could be seen. When the light shone on it, the soft face coated with golden light was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Unable to speak, completely indescribable. Xia Li has always wanted Lucia to understand what love between humans is. But in fact, he is just an awkward guy who is not good at expressing his emotions. He knew very well that he liked Lucia, but it was difficult for him to say the word like. If such an awkward behavior is posted online, it will be punished as tsundere. The one who restrains the tsundere is actually a natural fool like Lucia. It's bad. It seems like I have met my nemesis. Ahem. There is one thing I want to emphasize. Xia Li collected his thoughts and said, no matter how you make friends, you can't just give blindly. If you have to rely on one-sided efforts to maintain a friendship, it's not friendship, but an exploitation relationship. On the other hand, you cannot demand anything from your friends unilaterally. The word friend should be based on trust, respect, and mutual help. It's not easy to express a feeling clearly. Xia Li could only explain less than 20% of the content, and Lucia had to understand the rest herself. I say this because I'm afraid you'll be deceived. You're stupid, simple-minded, and straightforward, and you'll be easily taken advantage of. I'm not stupid. Lucia shook her head. After listening for a long time, she seemed to understand the word stupid. Xia Li sighed. Friendship is definitely not as important as being a couple. I don't know what this silly dragon was thinking about. He suddenly said something nonsensical. Xia Li nodded. Of course. No matter how many friends I make, they're just friends. They will not be as important as Xia Li. Xia Li didn't understand the evil dragon's way of thinking, but he was still happy to nod in support of this point. So, from now on, whether I teach good friends or bad friends, I just need Xia Li to help me distinguish them. Not only can I stop the loss in time, but I also don't have to learn how to identify good friends from bad ones. In a sense, the silly dragon has become smarter. Then won't you be able to leave me in the future? Xia Li said with a sidelong glance. Then you'll be tied to me for the rest of your life. After saying this, Xia Li looked at Lucia, and Lucia happened to be looking up at him. The CPU in the evil dragon's brain burned out, and she stared at Xia Li stupidly. The two of them walked slower and slower until they stopped under a streetlight. The autumn wind blew on her face, and Lucia's eyes were like deep gems in the shadows, brighter than stars. Will we ever separate? Lucia suddenly asked in a very soft voice. The two words she said made Xia Li feel his heart tremble. Lucia had never inflicted real damage on this brave warrior in a fight, and this was the first time Xia Li suffered a critical hit. No! Xia Li's tone was firm. That would be great. Lucia's eyes lit up. Sometimes I have to admire my own intelligence. If there are any emotional problems that you don't understand, why not just push them to Xia Li to handle them? Xia Li is a human being and must understand these things better than her. Anyway, she has been raised to be a dragon that can do nothing without Xia Li. So what's wrong with lying down a little more? Xia Li. Okay. Teacher Xia is teaching you about relationship issues seriously, and you want to turn the tables on Teacher Xia, right? After thinking about it, Xia Li couldn't figure it out. As expected, Dai Long is his nemesis. He stuffed the dragon claw into his pocket. Not far ahead, a huge KTV sign with colorful lights flashing came into view. Xia to the third floor, let's go up first. Shintao greeted him at the steps. Xia Li nodded and walked slowly holding Lucia's hand. The interior of the KTV was a little dim, and the two took the elevator to the third floor. Starting from the front desk, the surrounding passages were as complicated as an underground maze. After turning two corners, Lucia was already feeling dizzy and had no idea which way to go. Her ears were filled with the ups and downs of various human songs. Lucia frowned uncomfortably and hid behind Xia Li again. Xia Li followed the waiter who led the way to the door of the box, but suddenly stopped leaving. They seemed to be inside. Lucia peeked through the crack in the door and confirmed that the people inside were all Xia Li's friends. Lucia, I seem to be drunk. Xia Li stood at the door and suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Drunk? Lucia looked away. Yeah, I just feel delirious. It feels like I'm under a spell of dizziness. Xia Li's narrowed eyes were filled with a hazy light. His gaze moved around, staring intently at the person beside him. Lucia frowned, bent her fingers, and poked Xia Li's shoulder hard. Untie. Of course it's useless. Lucia doesn't have any magic power. How can she help Xia Li remove the dizziness magic? Well, Do we want to go back? She said in a panic. Xia Li couldn't guarantee the evil dragon's other feelings, but the anxiety and worry she showed at this moment were definitely from the heart. Hey, with a sigh, Xia Li placed the evil dragon's fragrant and soft hand on his face. Lucia suddenly discovered that Xia Li's cheeks were very warm. This is indeed the sign of being hit by a dizziness spell. Forget about going back. It would be a real bummer to leave now, but my body is already unstable. Please support me for a while. As he spoke, Xia Li's shoulders began to shift uncontrollably towards Lucia. Seeing this, Lucia hurriedly reached out to support him. Unfortunately, Xia Li was too tall for her, so she had to lean Xia Li's entire chest against her back to barely hold onto his arm. Is it heavy? Xia Li pried open one eye and asked. For fear of crushing the dwarf dragon, he stood on tiptoe, trying to make his feet bear more weight. The two of them were supporting each other in a strange posture. Xia Li said that he was drunk, but in fact his steps were steadier than anyone else. Not too heavy, not too heavy. The evil dragon, who was completely unaware of the hero's plan, shook his head foolishly, and his long hair with a faint fragrance brushed against Xia Li's nose. We can't play for too long. We'll go back after playing for a while. Okay, just play for a while. Lying on that thin shoulder, Xia Li closed his eyes and smiled. This really makes me dizzy. I was stunned by the silly dragon. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. What happened to Xia to Ho Zijia, who was ordering songs in front of the screen, stopped and watched Xiao Lu carry Xiaotura in. Too drunk. Xia Li shook his head, and because of dizziness, his body couldn't stop falling towards Lucia. Bah, you're just pretending. Chun Tao spat on the sofa. The year of the college entrance examination, the four of them got drunk in a bar, and in the end it was Xia Li who was responsible for sending them back home. He just had a few drinks while eating crayfish. He looks drunk. It's obvious that he's fake. Only a naive and gullible girl like Xiao Lu would be deceived by him. Chun Tao stared at Xiao Lu as she quietly placed Xia Li in the corner of the sofa and then used his forehead to test Xia Li's temperature. Generally, girls who are a little bit scheming will know that their boyfriends are pretending to be drunk, and then they will both do shy things in the corner. After all, as long as your boyfriend says he is drunk, then all his subsequent actions that cross the line can be tolerated. But Xiao Lu is obviously different from those girls. She really thought Xia Li was drunk. Instead of showing the kind of shyness that a young girl should have, she was taking good care of Xia Li. He served tea and water, then took a piece of watermelon from the fruit plate and stuffed it into Xia Li's mouth. After testing the temperature of his forehead several times, he helped Xia Li lie down, and when he put his legs on him, he did not forget to help him take off his shoes. Dry. The more Chin Tao thought about it, the more envious he became. The desire to fall in love was stronger than ever. Chin Tao took out his cell phone and looked left and right, only to find that he didn't even have a single person of the opposite sex with whom he could have an ambiguous relationship. Monkey, order me 2 love songs and sing them tonight. Chin Tao yelled at the top of his voice. Are you still dizzy? Lucia placed her little hand on Xia Li's temple and rubbed it. This is a method mentioned on the internet to relieve dizziness. Xia Li lay on the sofa like a corpse with a peaceful expression. Gosh, then what should we do? Lucia said seriously. It is said on the internet that honey and milk can help sober you up. Honey, not bees. Oh yeah, honey. Xia Li opened his eyelids with some difficulty. Lucia was sitting next to his head. The lights in the KTV were dim, and the color downlights above her head cast a few spots of light onto her worried face. Xia Li sighed and forced his lips into a straight line. Hey, the back of my head feels a bit empty. It would be nice if I had something to lie on. Wait. Since he had no idea about human ways, the honest dragon began to think carefully about the solution. She came in front of Chun Tao, who was holding the microphone and preparing to start speaking. He turned around and saw Xiao Lu standing next to him. He was startled. Do you want a pillow behind your back? Oh no, give it to you. Chun Tao pulled out the pillow from under his butt and quickly handed it to Lucia. Lucia got the props and went back. Xia Li, what I want to lie on is your legs, not the pillow that Chun Tao sat on. Look up. The evil dragon lifted Xia Li's shoulders, but found that he couldn't lift them. Xia Li pretended to be dead and refused to raise his head. Then, he turned over as if he was dizzy, stretched out his arms, and held Lucia in his arms. "Your clothes seem quite soft," Xia Li said meaningfully. Lucia immediately took off the blue bear coat. "I'll give it to you now. Your legs should be pretty weak, too. But you said that we can't just take off our pants outside." Lucia felt embarrassed. The Xia Li people were numb. Lucia was very strong. She lifted Xia Li's head up like a vat, and then stuffed the pillow under his head. This way it won't be so uncomfortable. The evil dragon clapped his hands, and it was done. As expected of me, Xia Li, lying on the sofa, was exceptionally quiet. This time it really seemed like that. In the fairly spacious medium-sized box, F3 grabbed the microphone and howled. Most of the people here are not good at singing, but they just love to sing. They are both novice and playful. Xia Li's ears felt itchy from listening, and he secretly raised his eyes to take a look at the surroundings. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lucia squatting beside him, staring at him. I thought of another way to remove the dizziness spell. "What method?" "Fight poison with poison," Lucia said cleverly. "When two kinds of magic with negative effects are superimposed on each other, the magic ripples will overlap, and there's a chance that the two will cancel each other out." Lucia grabbed 2 bottles of wine in her hands and pressed the cold bottoms of the bottles against Xia Li's face. "Give you." Xia Li fainted from anger and simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Just then, the door of the box was pushed open, and a ray of soft light shone in from the corridor. A tall girl looked inside at the door and said in surprise, after confirming that they were all acquaintances, "Yeah, I'm singing. I'm coming. You finally came." Ho Zijia, who was holding the microphone, laughed, and his voice came from the speakers. Zhou Anqi entered the room and placed her bag and coat on the sofa. Her black slim-fit sweater blended in with the background. "Isn't this the high-speed train delayed? It's quite rare for a high-speed train to be delayed these days." Zhou Anqi threw away the bags in her hands and was about to grab a piece of watermelon from the fruit plate to quench her thirst, but she was startled when she saw 2 figures out of the corner of her eye. Brother Xia, why are you just lying down?" Halfway through her words, Zhou Anqi saw the little girl squatting next to Xia Li. His eyes paused for a moment, and then his face showed surprise and surprise. "Are you Xia Ji's girlfriend? Did you mention in the group before?" Lucia squatted beside the sofa and squeezed close to Xia Li's head. If Xia Li was standing, she would definitely hide behind Xia Li, but Xia Li was lying down now, so she could only pull Xia Li's arm over to use as a shield. Xia Li opened his eyes and clearly felt that Lucia, who was hugging his arms, was in a tense state. Is this a kind of tension? Or hostility? It was obvious that when this guy saw a human male, he was at most just not interested in him, or he thought the other person had a virus, so he deliberately avoided him. But when he met a woman, he behaved even more strongly. Xia Li felt confused and stopped pretending to be dizzy and quickly sat up. "Your name is Xiaolu, right?" Hello. Zhou Anqi came over and greeted me with a smile. She was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, her chestnut curly hair was loose, and she smelled of skincare products. Lucia tensed her body and moved backwards, and as her back straightened, her little but was already sitting on the sofa. Facing the hand extended by the same sex, Lucia of course knew that it was a friendly gesture, but she didn't like such scenes. Lucia didn't know what kind of attitude this was, but if she used the Dragon Clan's understanding, it was probably a kind of female competition. 2 female dragons met the same male dragon they liked, and then a competitive and hostile relationship developed between them. And Xia Li half-hugged Lucia in front of him with his legs apart, and Lucia curled up between his legs. Seeing that Lucia had been in a daze for a long time, he put his lips close to Lucia's little ear and reminded her in a gentle voice. Lucia turned around and glanced at Xia Li gently. Xia Li was stunned. Okay, why did it feel like the way Lucia was looking at me just now was very strange? It felt like I was suddenly glared at by a dragon. It was the first time he saw a dragon being so vicious to him. "Hello, my full name is Zhou Anqi. You can call me Anchi or Chi. In terms of age, I should be older than you. You can also call me Sister Chi, haha. Zhou Anchi didn't feel awkward either. She took Lucia's little hand and squeezed it up and down. After the introduction, she turned around without stopping and started to devour the fruit plate and popcorn. I'm so hungry. The lunchboxes on the high-speed train are so disgusting. Tauzi, can we order takeout from this KTV? It should be possible. If not, I will go down and smuggle you up with clothes later. Zhou Anchi is a typical person with a cold exterior but warm interior. Before they got to know each other, she was a cool and aloof female academic master. But after they got to know each other, she became like Chun Tao, noisy and loud. What are you doing? Why are you so stupid? The evil dragon in Xia Li's arms had been stunned for a long time. He reached out and pinched the evil dragon's face. Lucia sniffed the palm of her hand. It has the smell of a human female just now, and it's very strong. While rubbing her palms on the sweater, Lucia turned back and breathed in Xia Li's body. Xia Li didn't have that smell on her body, which made her feel much more at ease. What are you doing? Xia Li said with a smile. Isn't this evil dragon too vigilant? Is he patrolling his territory? We're just friends. My relationship with her is the same as with Tauzi and the others. There is no difference, Xia Li explained. In order to help Lucia understand this relationship more accurately, he added, just like the female fire dragon you knew when you were a child, if you hadn't separated in the middle and kept in touch occasionally, it would be like the relationship between me and Zhou Anchi. But we are the same sex. Lucia's little face flickered in the changing lights. Friends have nothing to do with gender, so don't worry about gender. Then we can sleep together. Stop. Xia Li covered her little mouth. We lived very close to each other. Except for not sleeping together, we did all kinds of things such as rolling in mud pits, fighting for food, and frying fish. Oh, Lucia seemed to understand a little. Friends have nothing to do with gender. They're just playmates, which is very different from a relationship with Xia Li. Therefore, there is no such thing as female competition. I've already told you, you're my only girlfriend. Xia Li whispered in her ear. His breath was hot and had a faint scent of malt. Lucia's ears felt itchy, and she couldn't help scratching them. Her earlobes immediately turned red. Go say hello and get to know each other. Making friends is your mission today. As he spoke, Xia Li patted her waist gently, urging her. Lucia swallowed nervously. Finally, I prepared myself mentally and took the first step bravely. She stretched out her tender little white hand and waved it in front of Zhou Anchi. Zhou Anchi nearly choked when she took a mouthful of watermelon in her mouth. The girl stood in front of him somewhat embarrassedly, trying to stretch out one hand, but retreating out of fear. She was wearing a furry blue bear coat, which was larger than she was, making her look petite and delicate. Girls all like cute things, and Zhou Anchi is no exception. A girl like Lucia is a critical hit in her eyes. Hello, Sister Anchi. Lucia's face was rosy, and her voice sounded awkward because of shyness. Puff! Zhou Anchi almost vomited blood. What cute girl. No wonder old Xia, the iron tree, is so fascinated that he wants to bloom. End of this chapter. Are you not dizzy? Yeah, I'm not dizzy anymore. Lucia successfully mixed with Zhou Anchi, and Xia Li naturally joined the boys' team. Chen Tao threw the microphone to Xia Li, clicked his tongue twice, and felt sorry for Xia Li. The knee pillow didn't fool you? Ha ha ha. This guy's just gloating. Xia Li stared at him and said to Lucia, who was chatting on the other side of the box, Is the cantaloupe sweet today? Lucia held the fork and the fruit plate in her little hand, and on the fork was a piece of cantaloupe that she had not had time to eat. Hearing Xia Li ask her this, she paused, then walked over with a small fork and handed it to Xia Li. She felt embarrassed to feed Xia Li in front of so many people, and was about to pull her hand back when Xia Li grabbed her wrist and pushed the cantaloupe into his own mouth. Lucia's face froze, and she ran away. Well, it's so sweet. Xia Li looked back at his good brother beside him with some pride. Shintao, stop smiling. Why don't you smile? Don't you like to smile? Xia Li chewed the cantaloupe, and a smile shifted to his face. Chen Tao held a microphone and sang wildly. It rained all night, and my love overflowed like rainwater. Xia Li was extremely happy listening to this song, which was completely out of tune due to anger. He grabbed the microphone and howled a few times. Xia Li pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation of the girls over there. Lucia sat obediently on the sofa with her legs together. She nodded embarrassedly from time to time because of Zhou Anqi's questions. Her face was shy. Her feet were rubbing against each other. Her little mouth was moving as she spoke, but no one knew what she said. Xia Li stared at her rare expression and took a big sip of the wine. Your name is Lucia? It's a rare name. Are you a Westerner? I'm not from here. No wonder his face doesn't look like someone from Shu province. Is he mixed race? I'm a pure blood. No, I'm a mixed blood. Under Zhou Anqi's continuous questions, Lucia nodded weakly. Xia Li had taught her some of these questions about her identity before. Xia Li also said that when you don't know how to answer a human's question, just nod your head and obey her. This will satisfy the other person's curiosity and avoid the trouble of explaining. The question is, yes. Are you guys from the same university? We've known each other for quite a while, but I haven't heard Brother Xia mention you before. Hey, just a quick question. How far has it progressed? Have you kissed? Wow, so fast. Lao Xia doesn't look like the proactive type. And then, since you're living together, do you sleep together? No way. Sleeping together at night? That one. Well, then, doesn't that mean I will be a godmother next year? Okay. After all, Zhou Anqi is a modern girl, and there are only a few types of gossip between girls. But when she heard that Lucia did not deny the relationship between her and Xia Li at all, she still covered her mouth in surprise. Xia Gu is 22 years old, so this and that are normal, but hey, when are you going to get married? Do you plan to have children first? Lucia was confused and didn't understand any of the words. Which one is this or that? Is Angie saying some riddle word? What does it mean to have a child? She's different from those mixed-scale dragons and never eats children. Let's add WeChat first. You can contact me if you have any questions. By the way, I'd like to reserve a godmother position. Is that okay? Zhou Anqi didn't find this kind of thing strange. After all, I met a girl who went to school with a big belly in college, and the school even gave her extra credits. Today's society is no longer as conservative as it was 20 years ago. For young people, as long as they are adults, there's no big problem. What surprised Zhou Anqi was that Xia Li, the one least likely to fall in love and who was totally uninterested in the pretty girls around him, would actually be the first to enter the marriage hall. It is good. Lucia understood the word WeChat and quickly took out the mobile phone from her pocket. Are you sweeping me, or am I sweeping you? Zhou Anqi asked again. Lucia paused. Sweep? Sweep with the tail or the paws. Following Zhou Anqi's opening of the WeChat interface on her phone, Lucia was in a dilemma. Which one to order? If Anqi clicked on Xia Li's avatar frame and sent him a message at this time, it would definitely make her feel strange. Click this. Just when she was at a loss, a figure jumped out in front of her. The figure smelled faintly of alcohol. He bent down and helped Lucia click on the screen. Then Xia Li guided Lucia's little hand and tilted the phone to scan Zhou Anqi's QR code. Friend added successfully. Oh, it turns out it's so simple. Just drop it. Lucia stared at the interface on her phone, and ripples appeared in her heart. Her second WeChat friend. Unlike Xia Li, the hero, the other party is a genuine earthling. Does this mean I have made friends? Brother Xia, you are dating Lu Mei. Why do you always take her to such messy places? What do you mean by a messy place? Xia Li sat over with a cup in his hand. The rough guys over there were not fun to watch, so he was happy to join in the conversation with the girls. The places you took Lucia on dates, besides buying groceries and eating, were internet cafes and KTVs. Is that reasonable? Isn't this unreasonable? Xia Li felt surprised. Shopping for groceries and eating out are for living, while internet cafes and KTVs are for entertainment. These places are very reasonable, combining work and rest. These are the places you should go on a date? Zhou Anqi asked back with a strange look on her face. She wished she could wake up this flowering iron tree with a few slaps. Other people go to the movies, amusement parks, ocean parks, mountain climbing, hot springs, etc. on dates, but you take Xia Li to buy groceries? As a girl, Zhou stood up for Lucia. Hiss. Xia Li took a breath. If you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. No matter how little you have come into contact with the outside world, you can't be so perfunctory. Maybe going out to play isn't that fun, but the process is important. Isn't it the attitude of boys that girls care about? Only Lu Mei is willing to accept this about you, living with you right away, and not even trying to be romantic with you. If it were any other girl, you would have been punished like hell. Zhou lowered her voice and said this to Xia Li. Xia Li nodded in silence. 2. According to the way human girls fall in love, what Zhou said is hard currency. Since he already treats Lucia as a human girl, shouldn't he also follow these steps of dating? Looking at the evil dragon bent over the table eating popcorn, Xia Li turned his head and asked in a low voice. Angie, I have a question. You said, how do you chase a girl? Don't you already have a girlfriend? If I were to chase Lucia again now, how would I do it? What? Nothing special. I just want to understand. In order to prevent the other party from misunderstanding that he was a scumbag who was greedy for more, Xia Li explained. She and I progressed so fast together that we skipped steps. We didn't go through a lot of processes, so I want to catch up. So that's it. Zhou suddenly realized that this was exactly what she was thinking. As the saying goes, younger sisters look at frequency and older sisters look at needs. Lu Mei is obviously a younger sister type. When you are with her, do what she wants to do, buy her things she likes, and provide her with enough fun. Why does this sound so much like a bootlicker? Chun Tao dropped the microphone at some point and joined the conversation. Zhou glanced at him and said, it depends on what you think. If it's a normal show of affection, it's called chasing a girlfriend. If you continue to show affection after being rejected by a girl, it's called a dog licker. Then how can I be sure whether she likes me or not? Xia Li asked thoughtfully. He can make up his mind about other things, but he really needs to humbly seek advice from others on this matter. As a girl, what Zhou said was much more reliable than what Xia Li figured out on his own. You haven't confessed yet? No. Xia Li shook his head. He just naturally got together with Lucia. It can even be said that their current relationship is not yet that of a real couple. If you like something like this, do you need to confirm in person? Girls' minds are easy to guess. Don't you think she doesn't like you enough? Zhou looked at Xia Li with more and more surprise. Xia Li didn't say anything else, thinking that it was strange that he could see that. A month ago, he and Lucia were old enemies who would fight whenever they met. Xia Li, come here. Lucia, who was standing next to the table eating popcorn, suddenly waved at Xia Li. At this time, the loud singing in the KTV had stopped. Monkey was playing dice with Yuanzi, and the only one left, Peach, was sitting on the side collecting the spoils for the mobile game. Xia Li just stood up when he heard Zhou say in a clear tone behind him, I can't guarantee anything else, but when you get close enough to a girl and she doesn't choose to avoid you, then she definitely likes you. But she may not understand this. Xia Li said, looking back. Zhou looked up at him, the lenses under her eyelashes reflecting colorful light in the box. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. There is no formula for feelings. Love and liking are words that take a lifetime to interpret. If you think it exists, then it can't appear out of thin air. People have to trust their intuition. What? Xia Li came to Lucia, who was holding a popcorn bucket and rummaging around in it with her little hands. Then she took out a golden little bean and placed it in Xia Li's palm. There's gold in this. This is unpopped corn. Popcorn is made from popcorn. Xia Li put the corn in his mouth. It was very hard and broke his teeth. Is it so magical? Comparing corn and popcorn, two things that look completely different, Lucia is once again shocked by human cooking skills. A craft comparable to alchemy. Want to learn? Lucia. Xia Li was thinking about things in his mind, and Zhou words benefited him a lot. Come closer. In order to do some kind of experiment, Xia Li hooked his finger at Lucia. Oh, silly dragon put his head closer. The two of them had their backs to the sofa, their heads gradually moving closer. Come closer, and I'll tell you something. Oh, Lucia looked serious. She tilted her head slightly and tried to get her ear close to Xia Li's mouth. Is he going to reveal some important secret? There was a lot of loud singing outside, a warm breeze whistled overhead, and colorful lights fell in my eyes, occasionally blurring my vision. Lucia didn't know if she was close enough. She waited quietly for a long time, but Xia Li didn't say anything. Thinking that I had missed something, I was about to turn around to ask, but my face just rubbed against a pair of wet, hot lips. Hey! Lucia covered her little face, and Longyan was shocked. Why did you kiss my mouth with your face? Xia Li said in a surprised tone. I didn't mean it. Lucia explained hurriedly. You must have done this on purpose. I'm not. Then why are you blushing? No, I'm not blushing. Lucia covered half of her face and looked panicked. She was not panicking at first, but when Xia Li questioned her, she suddenly became anxious. She moved too quickly just now, but she was sure that she didn't put her face on Xia Li's lips. There must be something wrong. Xia Li's comment on the kiss on the dragon's cheek is, It was great, I want to do it again. The face, which was as cold as a small piece of ice cream, was very soft. After the kiss, it quickly warmed up and became red like a peach. Is this also a kind of shyness? Although a big part of the reason was that Xia Li had turned the tables on her and questioned her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. However, even if it is excusable, this matter also has strategic significance for Xia Li. Well, it won't be long before the evil dragon shyly nestles in his arms and says that he loves him. When we came out of the KTV box, it was already midnight, meaning it was not yet midnight. Xia Li's biological clock started to feel sleepy again, and this might be partly due to the alcohol. I thought that the time was almost up and today's weekend gathering was about to end. Xia Li stopped 2 taxis outside the KTV. Neither F3 nor Zhou and She wanted to ride in the same car with them, so the 4 of them got into the same car. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it today. If I eat 2 more bites of dog food in the car, I will definitely throw up. Chen Tao raised the white flag to surrender. Ho Zijia and Fu Yuan each held one of his arms and carried him to the car. He was still muttering that he would find a girlfriend in the future to show off in front of Xia Li. Let's go quickly, before he throws up in the car. Xia Li waved his hand and asked them to retreat quickly. After pulling Lucia into another taxi, Along sat quietly beside Xia Li without saying a word. Perhaps because she knew Xia Li had been drinking, she did not show any claustrophobic discomfort in the car today. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on Xia Li, fearing that Xia Li would trigger the dizziness magic and fall down. After returning home, Xia Li walked into the house, lay down on the sofa, looked at the evil dragon who turned on the light at the door and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Lucia was changing her shoes when a magic light turned on with a light touch. The warm yellow light quickly dispelled the darkness and shone on the still, slightly red face. "Do you want some water?" Dimming the lights in the living room, Lucia cleverly changed the subject. Xia Li lay on the sofa, trying to hold back her laughter. This silly dragon. He probably hasn't figured out why he just put his face against his mouth. Of course, she couldn't figure it out. After all, it was Xia Li who took the initiative to kiss her. "Drink." Xia Li nodded. He had to drink it, even if he didn't want to. He drank all the water that Lucia poured. "Here you go, I'll go wash up." Lucia put the cup of water on the coffee table and prepared to leave. She had checked on her phone about the dizziness after drinking alcohol. This effect would not last too long. According to the human body's functions, it would basically go away after a good night's sleep, but she had to remember to replenish water during the process. It might rain tonight. Sally didn't even check the weather forecast and was talking nonsense. The wind should be quite strong in the middle of the night. "Oh," Lucia nodded, not quite understanding. Sally gulped down the water, turned over and got off the sofa, and started moving. "I'll put your pillow in my room. When you finish washing, come directly to my place." "Oh," because he said it so matter-of-factly, as smoothly as saying, "The meal is ready. Come and eat later." Lucia was unable to react and agreed without thinking. Xiaoli went into the room, took away the evil dragon's quilt, and carried it back to his own little dark room to make the bed. I shouldn't have bought this bed in the first place. Buying 2 beds and then tricking Lucia into sleeping in the small dark room together. Isn't that a complete waste? Otherwise, one bed is for a nap and the other is for sleeping in the evening. Xia Li lay on the bed, listening to the intermittent sound of water in the bathroom, and her mind couldn't help but imagine the scene in the bathroom. The thin mist dispersed, and the girl's jade-white body was moisturized by the hot water. Just thinking about it for a while, Xia Li felt his blood boiling. He grabbed the pillow and pressed it against his head, trying to get rid of the mess. The feeling of liking is definitely not as pure as what is said on the internet. This is an emotion with a strong purpose. When I see her little face under the streetlight, I want to kiss her. When I see her little hand in her pocket, I want to take it out and hold it. When I see her being nice to me, I want to hold her in my arms. Having physical interaction with the person you like is the greatest reward for this relationship. Although Xia Li is Lucia's only emotional support in this world, Xia Li feels that this is far from enough. I always feel like something is missing. In the final analysis, I was just entertaining myself by unilaterally teasing a stupid dragon who is inexperienced in the world. There's a saying that is very true. Happiness is the joy of two people. The happiness of one person is called unrequited love. So, is this silly dragon happy or not? Matters like love are really complicated. Because there is no formula or standard answer, it always makes people confused. The night light on the bedside table flickered. Xia Li looked at the ceiling, thinking about a lot of things in his mind. The alcohol from the last bottle of wine went straight to his head, and the earth seemed to be spinning in his mind. Xia Li exhaled a breath. Bad. I drank quite a lot today. Bang, bang, bang. There was a gentle knock on the door, and since the door was not closed at all, it opened automatically after 2 knocks. We've been together for so many days. Why are you being so polite? Xia Li turned around to look. The evil dragon was wrapped in a little yellow duck bath towel, holding the oversized sheep that Xia Li had missed in his arms, and climbed onto the bed quietly. It doesn't seem to be raining outside. A fragrant little dragon crawled over to my side, and its cold little feet crawled into the quilt. Maybe it will rain soon. Xia Li swallowed his words halfway through. These kinds of things that are fooled are just for self-entertainment. Occasionally teasing the stupid dragon can indeed be a spice of life, but doing so will do nothing to promote the relationship between the two of them. Xia Li's goal now is very clear. If she just attacks unilaterally, the evil dragon will never realize her feelings. Xia Li has to let her take the initiative. If she doesn't take the initiative, I'll just have to beg her for it later. I saw it wrong, Xia Li said. It shouldn't rain. Do you want to go back to your room or sleep here? It's not going to rain today. Lucia hooked her cold little feet, turned over in the quilt, and blinked at Xia Li. Do you want to go back to the opposite room? Xia Li asked again. Don't want. Lucia smelled the alcohol and wrapped herself tighter in the quilt. You are under the spell of dizziness, which means you are in a drunken state. If you had gone back to your room, I wouldn't have known you were attacked by alcohol in the middle of the night, Lucia explained. Xia Li felt a warm current flowing in his heart. He reached out and pulled the evil dragon's soft face out of the quilt. What will you do if the alcohol magic activates in my body and drives me into a violent state? Use the Great Awakening technique on you. Give me a slap? No. I'm trying to induce vomiting. The internet says this can help you wake up quickly. Lucia spoke very seriously, and it seemed that she had done some special research for this matter. It's a pity that the two people's topics are not on the same track. Xia Li secretly placed his palm against the bed sheet and groped forward, like a hunter lurking in the dark. He searched for a long time, but couldn't touch the dragon's claw. The evil dragon pulled back the quilt and caught him red-handed. She didn't know what the meaning of Xia Li's hand being stretched out was, but she was worried that her hand would catch a cold if exposed to the outside, so she silently pushed his hand back. Xia Li gave up in disappointment, having failed to succeed, with a gloomy and resentful expression on his face. Although it is important to let Lucia take the initiative, there is no need for Xia Li to be reserved. Why be so reserved? The girl he likes is right there at his doorstep, but he doesn't even hug her. Isn't this pure, cowardly behavior? Xia Li simply moved his body over and hugged the clean, soft and fragrant little dragon. Do you know what reciprocity is? What are you doing? It's Li, not an I. As expected of a Sichuan dragon, he can't even distinguish between lateral and nasal sounds. It's an idiom. It roughly means that if you do something to me, I should do something to you. This is called reciprocity. Oh, you rubbed your face against my mouth today, so I'm going to rub my face against your mouth. This is a common way of interacting between boyfriends and girlfriends. Oh, there is such a saying. This was the first time Lucia had heard of these things, and they were not taught on the internet. But I really didn't mean it today, she explained. I know, it's okay, so I'll just rub it back now. It is good. Lucia didn't refuse. She just rubbed it. It wasn't anything else. So she pouted her lips and waited for Xia Li to come closer. However, Xia Li remained shameless and did not move. He pointed to his right cheek, meaning to tell Lucia to print your lips here. Lucia was confused. Who is taking advantage of whom? Reciprocity is reciprocated. Xia Li lay on the bed with his eyes closed, emphasizing repeatedly. Lucia had no choice but to sit up. In the dim little room, the shadow of the person under the night light swayed as she stood up. The shadow of the evil dragon loomed over Xia Li. She leaned down, held Xia Li's face, and gave her a wet kiss. We have started a readers group in response to everyone's requests. Please vote for me at the beginning of the month. Exactly 1 month has passed since Lucia came to Earth. Now the date has come to the end of November. In a few days, until December begins, it will be the 2 coldest months in Shu province. Although the climate here rarely drops below 0 degrees, winter is particularly painful because the air is cold and humid, and the average humidity is even stable at 80%. Xia Li took out all the thick clothes at the bottom of the closet and put them on. The autumn johns that he used to dislike became an indispensable item in winter after he became an adult. He poured himself a cup of hot water. Lucia was sitting on a small stool in the living room writing. Xia Li returned to his room quietly. After a long month of adaptation, Xia Li's life of raising a dragon at home has gotten on track. This kind of ordinary daily life is the lifestyle that Xia Li should have. The days of surviving desperate situations in the other world are abnormal. During the day, Lucia spends her time studying and cooking, while Xia Li sits in front of the computer typing on the keyboard every day and occasionally goes to the kitchen to help. At night, Xia Li began to persuade Lucia to sleep in his room. If the trick is successful, you'll get a sweet and soft little dragon. You can hold it and sleep with it all night and feel full of energy the next day. After his trick failed, he was left alone in the empty room and could only comfort himself by stroking the dragon's hand twice as hard the next day. Recently, although Lucia didn't know what was initiative and counterattack, she at least had some reaction under Xia Li's increasingly aggressive teasing. Her cheeks would occasionally turn red, as if she was shy, but her expression remained as serious as usual. Crackling. In the room, the crisp sound of typing on the keyboard echoed all around. The data of Xia Li's travelogue serialized online is gradually increasing. Although there are many exotic beast novels on the internet with dragon protagonists, the protagonists of those novels are basically time travelers, and there are very few exotic beast novels with local protagonists. Unlike those dragon novels that incorporate modern ideas, Xia Li's story is written purely based on the thinking of the indigenous dragons in another world. This is actually eye-opening, coupled with a rigorous setting and complex worldview. As long as you accept this peculiar unit drama narrative technique, the subsequent progressive stories will become more and more fascinating. Xia Li plans to save some more manuscripts in the next 2 days, and then start trying to find a job. Xia Li took Fu Yuan's words to heart that night. If you really want to start a business, you must first enter the industry and understand the actual situation. The information obtained through indirect inquiries or from the internet is time-sensitive and may not necessarily be applicable to the market environment of Qingqing City. You have to practice it yourself. Instead of hesitating at home, it is better to take action directly, even if it is working as a waiter in a coffee shop, which is worse than being trapped in an information cocoon. 3 years of living in a different world on the A's continent has made Xia Li a man of action. After typing the last line of words and looking at the soaring data in the background, Xia Li swayed from side to side in his gaming chair, his mind in a mess. By the way, the Sichuan restaurant downstairs is hiring. It would be nice to work as a waiter in a restaurant. This kind of small restaurant is only busy for a few hours a day, and the location is so close to his home. When Lucia needs him, he can go upstairs and go home at any time. The key to working for others is to read more and learn more. Once you have figured out all these tricks, you could try to break in. Why has Xiaoxia been so quiet recently? His wandering thoughts returned to the old couple, and Xia Li suddenly remembered that he had never told them his thoughts. After all, the first startup capital still has to rely on the family, so it is better to discuss these things with the old couple. Taking out his cell phone, Xia Li searched for the chat window with Ms. Fong. You won't know if you don't read it, but you will be shocked if you read it. I haven't contacted Ms. Fong for nearly a month. As a modern woman who is always worrying and has endless thoughts every day, it is unusual for Ms. Fong to be quiet for so many days. It is abnormal, too abnormal. Summer dawn. Mom, the weather has been getting colder recently. Please wear more clothes and don't catch a cold. First say hello, then show your respect. Summer dawn. Have you eaten? I glanced at the time on the computer. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, neither early nor late. It was hard to tell whether I was asking the other person about breakfast or lunch. Thinking that Ms. Fong was probably busy in the store at the moment, Xia Li waited for 2 minutes but received no message, so he prepared to pick up the keyboard and start typing again. As soon as I touched the mouse, my cell phone rang. Ms. Fong, who are you? Ms. Fong. Oh, isn't this my son? Ms. Fong. We haven't been in touch for a month, and we've become strangers. Summer dawn. A set of attacking moves unique to Shu women. Weird and strange. Ms. Fong. If you hadn't come to see me, I would have forgotten that I had a son. Look at my poor memory. Summer dawn. You are busy. I will come to see you later. Ms. Fong. It's okay. You can come back to see me next year. Ms. Fong. Smiles. Maybe in the eyes of the older generation, the smiling expression is really a smile. But in Ms. Fong's eyes, a smile is more than just a smile. The people of Shu province had an extraordinary understanding of sarcasm, and her expression was a wake-up call to Xia Li. Summer dawn. Oh, by the way, Mom, let me teach you something. Ms. Fong's final warning did have some effect. Xia Li did not dare to really slip away, but instead diverted the conflict as if nothing had happened. Ms. Fong, yes. Summer dawn. Teach me how to run a business. When it comes to entrepreneurship, Fong Xia may not be able to keep up with the changing times, but she definitely knows how to run a business. Since she got married to Lao Xia, Fong Xia has been running a grocery store. At that time, the grocery business was pretty good. Fong Xia also rented the house upstairs and opened a hotel. Later, Mr. Xia was transferred to another job, and the old couple wanted to send Xia Li to a better place to go to school, so they moved out of the old house. The family's small business was packed up, and someone was found to take over. After the new house was settled, Fong Xia used the money from the sale of the previous shop to start some small business. Fong Xia is now running a tea house. There are tea houses everywhere in Shu province. Although you can't make much money from it, it saves time and effort. Ms. Fong, why are you asking this out of the blue? Ms. Fong, I see that all your college classmates have become teachers. Do you have any idea in this regard? Summer dawn. No, the profession of teacher is good, but it is not suitable for me. Ms. Fong, so what do you want to do? Summer dawn. Find something to do. Start with the basics. Fong Xia was very thoughtful and could clearly see what Xia Li was thinking. However, Fong Xia generally would not reject her son's ideas as long as they were not too unreliable. Pouring cold water is not the usual educational method used in this family. Fong Xia's usual style is to let Xia Li try good or bad things on his own and let him judge right or wrong by himself. Because of this, Xia Li has always been a person with his own opinions, and the group of children in building number 3 all love to play with him. Ms. Fong, if you have any ideas, just tell me. What is the purpose of sending messages on the phone? Can you explain it clearly? Summer dawn. Then I will come back tomorrow. Xia Li has always had a strong ability to execute what he says. He exited the backstage directly and opened the ticket purchasing software. It is a 120-kilometer drive from Xia Li's hometown in Qingqing City to Miang City, where Fang Xia lives. It takes less than 2 hours by car and about minutes by high-speed rail. Every time Xia Li goes home, he has to buy tickets in advance. Miss Fang, you came back by yourself? Fang Xia's implication was very clear. Xia Li has a girlfriend now, and they have been living together for so long. It would be fine if he didn't say anything at other times, but it would be unreasonable not to bring her back when she comes home so rarely. Xia Li stared at the message and was troubled for a moment. He would now be very willing to take Lucia home. After all, even the neighbors have seen it, so there's no need to hide it anymore. It would be better to let the old couple see it. But a 2-hour drive? It's impossible to buy Lucia's ticket on the high-speed rail. Unless I can drive a spacious car, it would be difficult to take her back. But there is a paradox here. Xia Li returned home to pave the way for his business plan. The purpose of starting a business was to earn money to buy Lucia a convertible, and the purpose of buying a car was to take her on a long trip. Xia Li can't even afford half a wheel now. So how can he drive Lucia back? After hesitating for 2 minutes, Fang Xia sent another message. Ms. Fang, don't come back by yourself. Summer Dawn? What is this mother talking about? Summer Dawn? Mom, let me go ask Xiaolu if she is willing to come back with me. In short, retreat first in order to advance. Lucia's wishes mattered. She was a girl who had come to seek refuge, and from Fang Xia's perspective, she was very pitiful. If Lucia didn't go home with Xia Li because she was embarrassed or had other concerns, Fang Xia would not make it difficult for Lucia. After making a battle plan, Xia Li went to the living room with his cell phone. In the living room, Lucia was still sitting on a small stool writing. She leaned her upper body over the coffee table, holding a pencil in her hand. Because she had just learned the standard pen-holding posture, Lucia held the pencil very tightly, and the handwriting on the paper was very heavy. One word could even leave traces on 3 sheets of paper. What are you writing about? Why are you so focused? Xia Li had seen her writing a long time ago. I've been writing for half the morning. Why haven't I finished it yet? However, Xia Li just leaned forward to ask, but the evil dragon was guarding against Xia Li as if he was guarding against an intruder. It stretched out its little hand and covered the notebook with it to prevent Xia Li from seeing it. Diary. Xia Li. Who hasn't written a diary when they were a child? Even if you don't, the class teacher will assign this kind of homework. No. Lucia shook her head. She raised her eyes, her expression extremely serious. Those usually gentle almond-shaped eyes were red, as if she had just experienced something that made her sad. Okay. Xia Li felt strange. Xia Li lowered his head and looked at the 2-word title at the top of the notebook and was stunned for a moment. A suicide note? What the hell? Ask for monthly ticket. Xia Li, I can't hold on any longer. What? Lucia closed the notebook and her expression became more serious. Xia Li was a little confused. What is this silly dragon doing again? Isn't this good? Everything you eat tastes delicious and you feel healthy. I'm going to fall down. Lucia closed her eyes, looking extremely sad. This expression doesn't look fake, and at Shalong's level, he doesn't know how to disguise himself. Xia Li's heart tightened, and he quickly squatted beside her. What happened to you? If I fall, will you find another girlfriend? I won't. Xia Li answered this absurd question seriously. The dragon race is much stronger than humans. Even without magic to arm themselves, Xia Li has seen Lucia's physical fitness. Minor illnesses and pains are no problem for her. Not to mention, she looks fine now. Please help me find a place with water to bury it. I like playing in the water. Lucia took a breath, and it was obvious that she was trying hard to calm herself down. What? Explain it to me clearly. At this time, Xia Li was already a little panicked. He pulled Lucia's little hand over, lifted up her sleeve, and checked if there was anything wrong with her arm. There's nothing wrong with the head and the white neck. Could it be an internal injury? Follow me. Lucia put the pen down, and the soft sound was like a continuous sigh. Xia Li followed behind her, and the two of them walked around the sofa for a while and finally went to the big room. Lucia stood in front of the bed, and after a 2-second pause, she pushed her quilt forward, revealing what was underneath. On the smooth, dark blue bed sheet, a A streak of red blood was particularly eye-catching. I'm bleeding and dying. Lucia wanted to cry, but as a dragon, the emotion was too strong for her, and she took 2 breaths but still couldn't cry. But when she looked at Xia Li, she burst into tears and cried very loudly when she thought that after she died, Xia Li would bring other females home, sleep at her bed, and hug her big sheep. Xia Li's brain was controlled for a full 10 seconds before he slowly recovered. Without saying a word, he turned around and took out a pair of thick home pants from the closet, and then took out a pair of pure white panties from the small box where Lucia stored her underwear. Come here. Holding Lucia's wrist, he took Lucia to the bathroom and pressed her on the toilet. Sit still, don't move. Xia Li put the pants in Lucia's arms, and then went to the locker outside to look for them. Lucia sat on the toilet, her pair of wet eyes looking as aggrieved as a cat, secretly looking at Xia Li. Xia Li, please don't bring other females back to sleep in my bed, or your bed. Can you let her sleep in the corridor outside? Lucia said aggrievedly. She didn't know why, but she felt her emotions were very unstable. I am particularly sensitive to the slightest fluctuation in my emotions. I wanted to cry and make a fuss, and I also wanted to roar at the sky like an angry dragon. When I'm gone, you should bury the big sheep with me. I'm not used to living alone as a dragon. Xia Li turned around and walked back. I will be out in a while. You change your pants. And this thing, to be honest, I don't know how to use it. Wait for me to find a tutorial for you, and you can learn from the tutorial. Lucia kept muttering to herself, and Xia Li wanted to laugh when he heard what she said, but he also felt uncomfortable. She saw with her own eyes that her body was bleeding for no apparent reason, so she really thought something was wrong. Before transforming into a human form, Lucia was a pure-blooded dragon, and dragons on the continent of Azer are oviparous animals. So, she doesn't understand these menstrual phenomena of mammals. It has been exactly 1 month since Lucia transformed into a human form. The body structure of dragons in human form is exactly the same as that of humans, so the reproductive structure is also completely consistent. Lucia also has the same menstrual cycles as girls. Xia Li had noticed this matter before, but it had been a month since Lucia came to Earth, and it hadn't happened yet. He thought Lucia would not experience this kind of thing. Now it seems that he was wrong. This is a very common thing for human girls. It's not a disease, nor is it that they are dying. This state only lasts for 3 to 5 days. Anyway, you learned first. Xia Li couldn't understand how to use this kind of sanitary product. When she was taking a physiology class, when she talked about the physiological conditions of girls, the teacher called all the boys out of the classroom. Therefore, Xia Li's knowledge in this area is not much better than Lucia's, and they are both completely in the dark. Watch these videos first, and call me when you're done. Xia Li searched for the corresponding tutorial on Lucia's mobile phone and left the bathroom first. Back in the living room, Xia Li held his mobile phone and began to study madly. I have to make up for the physiological knowledge about girls that I didn't learn before. The evil dragon at home is so weak that he thinks he is going to die when he has his period. As a human being, Xia Li cannot be weaker than the evil dragon. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Xia Li began to wonder if Lucia had fainted in the bathroom. He walked to the door nervously and asked the person inside. Done yet? It's pasted upside down. Lucia said weakly. I pasted it upside down and pasted it again. I still have some at home. Xia Li said with his neck stiffened. The main reason was that his knowledge in this area was too weak, and it was also the first time he encountered it. He went to the bedroom to change Lucia's sheets and quilt covers. When passing by the bathroom, Xia Li happened to meet Lucia, who came out. Lucia's little face was as red as if she had put on blush. Her head was lowered sullenly, and she didn't dare to look at Xia Li. Xia Li suddenly felt embarrassed to say anything. He went to the balcony to soak the sheets in water, then came back and asked the evil dragon who was sitting obediently on the sofa. Does your stomach hurt? It doesn't hurt. Do you feel anything special? I don't feel anything. Okay, don't eat cold food these 2 days and drink more hot water, Xia Li said as he went to pour water for Lucia. He suddenly thought of a meme on the internet. When his girlfriend was having her period, the boy told her to drink more hot water. In order to respond, the girl would say, "Then you should drink more magma." Obviously, Lucia would not argue with Xia Li just because Xia Li asked her to drink hot water. And this evil dragon might really be able to drink magma. Xia Li, is this something that humans have to go through every month? Lucia put her legs together and placed her hands on her knees in a perfect position. In response to her question, Xia Li explained, "To be precise, it's something that human girls would experience. Why don't boys have it?" Lucia raised her curious baby face. The little common sense she learned in the bathroom was far from enough, and she still didn't understand many things. It is said that this kind of thing is related to reproduction, but as we all know, bleeding will make the body weak. The human body has evolved for so many years, and this function should have been improved long ago. It's not like there aren't any boys, Xia Li said tactfully. He himself was a half-baked person, so it was difficult for him to explain this confusion to Lucia. Is there any way to avoid this happening every month? Lucia asked again. There's a way to avoid it. Xia Li's tone of voice became much more restrained, and he whispered, the effect can last for 10 months. Lucia became interested. What method? 10 months is definitely not a short time for humans. If there was a way to avoid it for 10 months at a time, then she could avoid it again after 10 months and continue this cycle. Then she wouldn't have to weaken her body every month. Lucia thinks she is a genius. Drink some hot water first. Xia Li put the cup filled with hot water against Lucia's face. He stopped trying to be clever here. Lucia could learn much more on the internet than here. I'll help you remember the date. Next time we'll prepare in advance so that it won't be all over the place. By the way, if you have any questions about this, you can ask She. She's also a girl, so she must know more than me. End of this chapter. That night in the KTV, Lucia and Zhou Anqi added each other as WeChat friends and have kept in touch ever since. After all, this is a friend that the evil dragon made on Earth. The evil dragon cherishes it very much. Every day, he holds his mobile phone and replies to Zhou Anqi's messages with a smile on his face. Xia Li often saw her with this expression and felt mixed emotions. The evil dragon that once only had eyes for him, now has a friend. The possessive desire was quietly working in his heart. Xia Li wished that the evil dragon would revolve around him every day, but such desire for control was obviously wrong. It was too empty to care about the relationship between girls, so Xia Li just rubbed the evil dragon into her arms every time to vent her dissatisfaction. Have you replied to the message? Yeah, I'm back. Lucia held her cell phone, waiting for Zhou Anqi's reply. When the phone lit up, her beautiful eyes would also light up. How to say? Xia Li leaned forward to look, but Lucia turned her body slightly to prevent Xia Li from seeing. Xia Li pursed his lips, thinking that the evil dragon was about to start hiding from him. They said it was cold and I could drink some brown sugar ginger water. Change my sanitary napkin every 3 hours. Okay. Xia Li silently wrote down these elements. What else did she say? Lucia was still holding her phone and grinning. She typed each word carefully, checked it for errors, and clicked send. Then it was another round of quiet waiting. Xia Li felt increasingly dissatisfied. Your boyfriend is still by your side? Why are you focusing on someone else and chatting with someone else? He stretched his head over again, and this time Lucia simply covered Xia Li's pig head's eyes with her little hands. Show me. I'm telling you, you can't watch it. Why? Xia Li frowned. Because Anqi said that conversations between girls are little secrets and cannot be shown to boys. TSK. Xia Li was annoyed. Zhou Anqi didn't know what idea she had instilled in Lucia. Why was this stupid dragon, who never was on guard, wary of her? Or is it that all girls are like this among their best friends? Xia Li picked up Lucia and placed her on his lap. The evil dragon's body was light and soft. Xia Li put his warm, big hands in her thick pajamas and rubbed her belly through a thin autumn shirt. Angie said, You should be careful on the 10th day after your period. Lucia stared at her phone. She was so focused on it that she didn't care at all about Xia Li's dirty hands. Xia Li rotated his palms clockwise twice and counterclockwise twice. It was said on the internet that this could relieve the pain caused by menstruation. Although Lucia had a strong physique and didn't feel any pain at all, as a qualified boyfriend, she still had to learn this technique. What should I pay attention to? Xia Li thought about it for a while, but couldn't think of anything she should pay attention to 10 days after her period ended. The bleeding should have stopped by then. What egg stage? There is a complicated word that Lucia didn't recognize, but there are always more solutions than problems. She copied the word and pasted it into the browser and searched it, and she understood it instantly. Ovulation. What is ovulation? Do humans also lay eggs? Xia Li stopped rubbing the dragon's belly. There is absolutely no need for Xia to specifically tell you this unpopular knowledge. Silently noting down this important point of knowledge, Xia Li packed up the evil dragon and went back to the house. Just lie down, and I'll make you some brown sugar water. Call me if you need anything. Xia Li did not choose to answer Lucia's question. She sat in bed and thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure it out. The scene of humans laying eggs is really hard to imagine. She has always had a strong desire to explore her own body, especially after knowing that she would be a human for the rest of her life. Lucia has never stopped learning about the structure of the human body. Holding her mobile phone, Lucia began to use Baidu flexibly and learn humbly. What does ovulation mean in humans? Will the unfertilized egg be expelled from the body or absorbed by itself? How does reproduction take place? Lucia discovered that she was the one who always told Xia Li the information about the dragon clan's reproduction, but Xia Li never mentioned the situation of humans to her. The pair of dragon eyes stared at the phone, and the more she looked back, the redder Lucia's fair face became. It really shocked Long. Human beings are in a state of development for 365 days a year. In the kitchen, Xia Li was making soup following the tutorial in the video on her cell phone. There was a small casserole at home. He took it out, washed it, cut a few slices of ginger, and added a large piece of brown sugar into it, and simmered it slowly. This thing might not be as mysterious as what is said on the internet. At most, it can only dispel cold. Lucia's body does not need it, but Xia Li always feels that he should do something. OM. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Xia Li thought it was a message from Feng Xia, urging him to leave. He was about to reply to her to tell her not to worry and that he was taking care of his daughter-in-law. But when he saw the sender, Xia Li was stunned. Angie, She, what's going on with you? Xia Li wiped his hands and typed very quickly. Summer Dawn, what's going on? Chi, tell me the truth. Is Lu Mei an adult? Summer Dawn, you must be an adult now. Chi, how old is she? Looking at this questionable news, Xia Li was thinking. The version Xia Li heard from his friend was different from that from his elders. The elders all thought that Xia Li and Lucia were college classmates. But Qintao knew from the beginning that Xia Li and Lucia were an online romance, and they were not college classmates at all. This big mouth must have spread the news a long time ago. The reason why everyone assumed that they were classmates was to help them act in front of their elders. Now, Xia Li can tell the truth to Zhou. Summer Dawn, just 18. Chi, cat thinking.jpg. Chi, no wonder. Chi, I didn't have my first menstruation until I was 18, so I'm indeed a little developmentally delayed, probably due to malnutrition. Xia Li thought. It turns out that this is what Zhou cares about. However, her theory of malnutrition was easily explained. After all, Lucia looks so thin, short, and small, and with her weak understanding of society, she really looks like a poor girl from the mountains. Chi, let her eat more. Chi, and as I told you last time, take her out to play more often and see the scenery of big cities. Chi, she has an introverted personality, but she is indeed a kind and lovely girl. As her boyfriend, you have to take good care of her. It can be seen between the lines that Zhou is indeed concerned about Lucia's situation, and every word she says hits the point. Xia Li stirred the bubbling brown sugar water and typed on his phone. Summer Dawn, I know that. She has just lived in the city for a short time. Isn't this letting her get familiar with the atmosphere here first? Summer Dawn, when she is familiar with the world, I will take her to experience the outside world. Chi, okay, just do whatever you want. Contact me if you have any problems. Summer Dawn, you should talk to her more often. She doesn't have many friends, and this is a time when she needs to socialize. Summer dawn, but don't teach her random things. Chi, what are you talking about? We're just talking normally like sisters. Summer dawn, what are you guys talking about? She's been wary of me lately and won't show me the messages. Chi, they said it was a conversation between the sisters. Do you still want to know the content? Chi, cat question mark dot .jpg. Have to. The two sisters even kept it a secret from each other. Xia Li sneered. Lucia was so easy to fool Elong. So wasn't it easy for Xia Li to trick her into showing her phone? After turning off the fire on the stove, Xia Li scooped a bowl of brown sugar ginger water. The bottom of the bowl was very hot, so he blew on it twice while walking quickly. The door of the room was not closed. Sally came in with a bowl. Lucia had just buried her head in the quilt, covering herself tightly. Drink hot water. Xia Li reached into the quilt to take out the dragon's head, but the dragon was very stubborn and refused to come out. After groping for a while, Xia Li felt a sudden pain at the base of his hand. When he pulled his hand out, there was a wet bite mark on the back of his hand. Hiss, why are you biting me? End of this chapter. Xia Li thought it was over. How come this evil dragon has learned to bite people? It is said that girls have bad tempers and are easily irritable and angry during those few days of each month. Xia Li has now experienced it personally. Coming to the bedside, Xia Li whispered softly beside her head, "Come out and drink some hot water." After saying that and waiting for a while, the evil dragon in the quilt still did not respond. Walking silently to the end of the bed, Xia Li lifted the evil dragon's quilt and crawled directly in. The dragon was hard to guard against. She didn't expect the hero to change the direction of attack and rush directly into her nest from under her feet. In the dark bed, I can still hear the sound of the neighbor cooking from the distant window and smell the warm scent of sunshine on the brand new sheets. Xia Li opened his eyes and met the pair of amber eyes that were slowly blinking in the darkness. His arms moved along the sheets, making a subtle, ear-tickling sound. Raising his hand and pinching Lucia's soft face, Xia Li asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Lucia stared at him blankly, then retracted her feet and curled herself up. Her ink-black long hair was spread out on the bed. When she moved, something pulled it. Lucia covered her head and cried out in shock, "You're pressing on my hair." "Oh, sorry." Xia Li quickly raised his shoulders, and the evil dragon then grabbed his hair and pulled it to the back of his head with heartache. The man and the dragon just huddled in the dark bed, staring at each other in silence for a long time. Xia Li was now certain that this evil dragon would become very manic during its menstrual period. It's like he has turned into a dragon. Xia Li moved his hand forward stealthily, trying to hug Lucia's waist and rub her belly. Doing this not only relieves the physical discomfort, but also allows Lucia to distract herself. There was a click sound. Xia Li's hand was hit by the evil dragon. Now, not only can I get the achievement of being bitten by a dragon in a short period of time, but I can also unlock the achievement of being beaten by a dragon. Where did his kind and gentle little dragon go? Xia Li looked surprised. But based on the principle that if you can't afford to offend someone, you can at least avoid them, he withdrew his hand and kept it on his trouser leg. Lucia silently moved half a meter to the side. Xia Li watched her gradually move away, feeling very depressed. He was still waiting for the evil dragon to take the initiative to attack, but now not only did he not wait for it, but started to distance itself from him. Don't want this kind of thing. Xia Li, you are an adult male. Lucia opened her round eyes and looked up and down at Xia Li with those lively eyes in the darkness. The light leaking from the gap in the quilt fell on her smooth face, and Xia Li seemed to see a blush. Yes, I am an adult male. Oh, what happened to the grown men? Nothing. The evil dragon's words silenced Xia Ligan. You only tell half the story, and I don't know who you learned this from. By the way, I have to go home tomorrow. Xia Li suddenly remembered that he still had to report this matter to Feng Xia, so a decision had to be made immediately. When are we leaving? Lucia asked. Probably go in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Are you going to meet the great human? Yes, that's my parents, Xia Li said, but this round trip will take 4 hours. It'll be very difficult for you to get through these 4 hours. The online car-hailing service smells a lot of smoke and odors. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Under normal circumstances, Xia Li would have hesitated if he asked Lucia to sit in the car for more than 10 minutes. He knew how uncomfortable it would be to sit in a car if he suffered from claustrophobia and motion sickness. The round-trip distance is 4 hours. He was very reluctant to take Lucia with him. Besides, Lucia is in a special physiological period now, so she should avoid such things. The purpose of going back this time is to show up, and I also have something to discuss with my mother, Xia Li said again. Lucia was wrapped in a small quilt, her eyes still fixed on Xia Li, without nodding or shaking her head. Silly talk. Xia Li looked up and pinched the evil dragon's face again. The dragon tilted its head slightly, and Xia Li's hand was bitten again. Hiss! Why are you biting me again? The evil dragon during menstruation is not to be trifled with. If you wanted to go back with you, I will go back. If not, I won't go back. Lucia smacked her lips as if savoring the taste of the hero. She didn't understand the things that humans were worried about. Dragons have their own things to worry about, so this kind of judgment was left to Xia Li. Then let's do it next time, Xia Li said decisively without hesitation. Of course, he hoped that Lucia could meet her parents. After all, after meeting her parents, she, Xiao Long, would never be able to escape. But considering Lucia's current physical condition, the time is not yet ripe. If you want the old couple to meet Lucia, the best option is to let them come in person. Then it's settled. I'll go there in the morning and be back in the afternoon. Without further ado, Xia Li took out his mobile phone. The fluorescent light from the screen illuminated his face. He tapped on the phone quickly and hurriedly placed an order for tickets online. The high-speed rail only takes 40 minutes one way, which is much faster than taking a car. Xia Li bought the tickets at 8:30 in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Time is a bit tight, so I will have to ask Lao Xia to drive me there when the time comes. I will take good care of our territory, Lucia said seriously. Don't worry, I'll be back soon and take you out for dinner then. Xia Li bought the ticket and turned off his phone. Just as I was about to reach out and pull the faucet again, I suddenly felt a little scared. Reach out, and you'll get bit again. There were already 2 rows of the evil dragon's tooth marks on the back of his hand, and Xia Li didn't want to get another row. When Miss Fong sees him when he gets home and asks him what happened, Xia Li can't say that he was bitten by someone. This is too much fun. Seeing the hero retreat, Lucia swung her dragon tail unhappily. Even though there was no tail at all now, her phantom limb would still subconsciously swing with her emotions. Obviously, nibbling is an intimate behavior among dragons, but humans don't seem to understand it that way. Xia Li, you are an adult male. Lucia changed the subject again, wondering what important issue was going on in her mind. Xia Li nodded helplessly. Yes, I'm an adult male and have been an adult for 4 years. 4 years, Lucia muttered. 4 years is a very long time for human beings. Assuming that what is said on the internet about the human reproduction cycle is true, then Xia Li's situation is not optimistic. Have you ever had a partner? She asked again. Companion. Xia Li was stunned by this word. Nothing now. Lucia seemed very satisfied with this answer, and her expression relaxed a lot. So what do you do when that time comes? When is that time? It's that kind of time when humans are. If you don't explain it in more detail, it will be hard for me to understand. Xia Li found it strange. When the evil dragon asked questions, not only was her eyes sincere, she was also very straightforward. She asked whatever she thought of and never beat around the bush. Why are you being so vague today? Could this also be caused by menstruation? Lucia was still very embarrassed. With a red face, she took out her cell phone and showed it to Xia Li. Xia Li was very curious about the evil dragon's shy curiosity today, but when he saw the search bar on his phone, he was stunned for more than half a minute. Xia Li said sternly, bringing the almost cooled brown sugar water beside the bed to Lucia's lips. Drink, but Gulyalu. The moment the mouth spoke, a warm current with a slightly spicy and sweet taste flowed into the mouth. Lucia swallowed subconsciously and drank the whole bowl of ginger water. Xia Li kept a straight face and skipped the question without changing his expression. Do you want more? There's more in the pot, he asked, raising the empty bowl. I don't want to drink it anymore. This water is spicy. Lucia shook her head, still unable to get over the question in her heart. After Xia Li turned around and went back to the kitchen, she lay down again, holding her cell phone, and continued to explore the mysteries of the human body. End of this chapter. The next morning, Xia Li sealed the demon exorcist's sword in a box at Lucia's request. It was wrapped with transparent tape several times to ensure that Lucia would not see any blue light at home. Only then did Xia Li pat the cardboard box and sighed inwardly. My good brother, I'm sorry to have wronged you. Your girlfriend is definitely more important now. This guy is Xia Li's partner who has been through life and death countless times. Even though it has no self-awareness, Xia Li still has some feelings for it. After locking the balcony door, Xia Li drew the curtains in the living room. Don't go to the balcony, don't open the door if a stranger knocks, and don't touch electrical sockets casually. Xia Li muttered to himself as he went to close the windows in every room. He felt like he had a cat at home that could fall off the building at any time, and he had to personally check for any safety hazards. After placing the steaming buns he had just bought on the dining table, Xia Li went to the kitchen cabinet and took out several boxes of instant noodles and snacks of various flavors. This was Lucia's own food at home for the next 8 hours. Go lie down and sleep after eating. Don't do any strenuous exercise for the next 2 days. Xia Li turned around, and the evil dragon that was following him bumped into him. He looked down and saw Lucia's feet sticking out from her green, fish-mouth slippers. Didn't I tell you to wear socks? Xia Li discovered another place that he had missed during his inspection. He pulled Lucia to lie down on the sofa, then took out a pair of thick cotton socks from a drawer and put them on Lucia's feet. Hey. The dragon Lucia's ticklish spots are similar to those of humans. As long as Xia Li gently tickles the soles of her feet, she will start rolling left and right like a piglet falling to the ground. Bleeding. Suddenly, Lucia's face turned pale, and she covered her belly. I told you not to move. Xia Li put the thick blue socks into the pair of white and tender feet. The surface of the socks is embroidered with shark patterns, which looks like a Q-version cartoon shark eating the dragon's ice cream. It's really enviable. Stay home and message me if you have any questions. After finishing these, Xia Li went to the door to change his shoes. Of course, if you want me, you can send me a message, or you can send me a voice message. I will reply to you as soon as I see it. Oh, Lucia wrapped herself in a small blanket and stared at Xia Li at the door. Xia Li felt that this guy was so pitiful. Every time he left her alone at home, she was like a left-behind child without anyone to take care of her. However, Xia Li had his own social lives and relationships that he needed to maintain, and he was planning to go out to work anyway. So there would be many more such moments of separation from Lucia in the future. Both he and Lucia would have to get used to this. And Lucia, she should also build her own social circle. Give her another reason to stay on Earth, or let her integrate into society more truly. The human world is rich and dragons are free. Her dragon life cannot be limited here, and her world cannot revolve around only one person. I'm going out. Xia Li put his keys and ID card in his pocket and checked them again and again. Xia Li, okay. From a distance of more than 5 meters, Lucia's beautiful eyes like gems stared at him intently, without blinking. Where are you going? Who are you with? Will you still like me when you come back? The girl asked in a sweet voice. Xia Li hesitated for a moment, but he quickly realized that this should be the joke that Lucia saw on the internet. I went to Myong City alone. When I came back, when you come back? Lucia repeated his words, looking forward to his answer. Of course I still like you when I come back. Ooh. The evil dragon was satisfied and lay back down on the sofa. Then go quickly. Xia Li ran down the stairs in a hurry and rushed toward a taxi parked on the side of the road. The cold wind of early winter blew on my face like a blade, cooling my heated head a lot. Hateful. Come to think of it, he never told Lucia, I like you. For someone who is not good at expressing his emotions, this is the first time that Xia Li has said such words to Lucia. Although to a large extent, it was due to Lucia's coercion and inducement. Lose-lose. It was a pity to say this unintentionally in such an occasion. His love for Lucia was an impulse and possession, a love that wanted to make her his wife. And Lucia's love for Xia Li. Just because Xia Li is a good person, right? Does Xiaolong understand the value of this sentence? Xia Li took the high-speed train from Qingcheng City East Station to Miang Station. This time, no one came to pick him up, so he took a taxi home by himself. An hour has passed since I left the house, and there has been no news from Lucia. Doesn't silly dragon want his own? When Xia Li was on the train, his mind was full of the evil dragon. I wondered what she was doing, whether she was bored, every detail of her past, and recalled the few times they had interacted on the A's continent. By the way, Silver Dragon's mouth is wide open enough to crush a building. Her teeth are very white, and the inside of her mouth is dark pink. Not right. Xia Li was in a daze for a moment, then took out his cell phone to send a message to Alon. Summer Dawn, what are you doing? Girlfriend, doing bad things. Summer Dawn. Xia Li, who was in the taxi, wished that the driver would turn the car around immediately so that he could go back and see what the evil dragon at home was doing. Girlfriend, I am studying. Summer Dawn. So, studying is a bad thing? Summer Dawn, what are you learning? Girlfriend, secrets of the human body. Summer Dawn, I don't remember buying a book of this type. Girlfriend, catlickingpaw.jpg. When Xia Li saw this emoticon, his eyebrows twitched. It was obvious at first glance that it was stolen from Zhou Anqi. Summer Dawn, did you watch the movie I asked you to watch last time? Girlfriend, what movie? Xia Li's brows twitched again. Silly dragon even knows how to use emoticons. After coming into contact with the internet, her progress became increasingly obvious. Could it be that the fastest way to let her integrate into this modern society is not to take her out, but to let her go online? Summer Dawn, I'll let you watch He is a Dragon in the internet cafe last time. Girlfriend, oh, I saw a little bit. I'm going to watch it now. Summer Dawn, go ahead. It's only 2 hours. After watching the movie and taking a nap, I'll be almost home. Girlfriend, by Slash. The taxi arrived at the gate of the community, and Xia Li paid and got off. The weather in Miang City is pretty good, with a clear blue sky overhead and the sun making people feel warm. Fingerprint verification successful. Coming to the door that had become somewhat unfamiliar in his mind, Xia Li took a deep breath. In the eyes of the old couple, Xia Li had not been home for nearly 2 months. But in Xia Li's opinion, he had been waiting for this moment for 3 years. Pushing open the door, Xia Li gradually became excited when he saw the light and luxurious interior decoration, the yellowed floral wallpaper, and the furniture layout that had hardly changed in the house. The memories here are the will that supports him to survive in the other world for 3 years. Mom, dropping a shoulder bag, Xia Li stepped in. There was no one in the kitchen, only a man sitting on the 3-seater fabric sofa. Old Xia shook the newspaper in his hand, and the reading glasses on his nose slipped to the tip of his nose. He lowered his head and looked out of the frame. He had been staring at Xia Li when Xia Li came back. As a result, this kid seemed to have never seen him after returning home. He walked around the living room, the kitchen, and the bedroom. He didn't even change his shoes, making the house dirty, and he had to mop the floor later. Mom! Xia Li walked around but didn't see Fong Xia, so he went back to the living room and changed his shoes. Cough. In the living room, old Xia coughed. Not calling anyone, old Xia raised his eyelids, expressing his dissatisfaction with the boy's impolite behavior. Only then did Xia Li turn around and look at old Xia, and quickly greeted him. Dad, where's my mother? Old Xia, who was about to smile like a kind father, suppressed his smile. Tea house, go find her yourself. Oh, I'll go first then. Roll, roll, roll. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. The tea house opened by Fong Xia is right next to the residential area. The stores here face the street. Although the location is a little off from the main street, the biggest advantage of this small street is that it has designated parking spaces. Tea houses and restaurants, which are shops that require long-term parking, have a great demand for parking spaces. Whether or not there is a place to park can often determine whether a store's business is good or bad. Xia Li looked around outside the tea house before going inside. The tea house was bustling with activity, and it seemed that all the seats were occupied. Because the air conditioning inside was turned on at a high temperature, all the tea drinkers took off their coats. Their faces flushed as they spoke, and they looked very excited. This tea house is quite large, occupying a total of 4 shops and divided into 2 floors. In Sichuan province, tea houses are the favorite form of entertainment for the older generation. Drinking tea is secondary, and what is important here is to practice card skills. In simple terms, it is a chess and card room, a place to play mahjong. As young people enter the consumer market, places like tea houses are becoming younger and younger, and Xia is constantly making changes to adapt to the market. When Xia Li came last time, he even saw 2 free game consoles at the door. Xia said that this was a form of entertainment provided to the guests' children. This method not only prevented the situation of naughty children running around, but some naughty children even begged their parents to come here to play cards, just to play a few games of King of Fighters in the tea house. Xia Li's comment on this was, "Awesome. Directly turn enemies into friends." Now, 2 months later, Xia Li not only saw the game console, but also saw the shelves next to the game console, which were full of snacks and drinks for sale. This is like moving the canteen into the tea house. Xia Li couldn't help but sigh. Until he saw the transparent glass window next to the shelf, he realized that there was a kitchen behind the window. A catering business license was hung above the kitchen, and a chef wearing a tall hat was flipping a wok. Walk slowly. Now even catering is included. Sometimes you have to accept your old age. The main feature of today's entertainment venues is convenience and speed, and it is best if they can provide a one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun. As a result, internet cafes frequented by young people have gradually been upgraded to cyber cafes. Unexpectedly, the older generation of tea houses are also being updated and iterated. With Xiaoxia's business acumen, Xia Li felt that he would definitely succeed if he learned from her. How many of you are there? Do you want a poker room or a mahjong room? Just as Xia Li was standing at the door looking around, a familiar voice came from behind his head. He turned around and said politely, "I'm looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" The man stood next to Xia Li, wearing a camel-colored woolen coat. He was a head shorter than Xia Li, but his deep black eyes were exactly the same as Xia Li's. "I'm looking for Xiaoxia." Xia Li nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia grabbed his arm. "You little bastard, you've become so brave. Come here." The woman in front of me was dressed very fashionably, with her long curly hair held back with a butterfly clip. Maybe because she was smiling, she looked much younger, even though she was already in her 40s. Xia patted her son's arms, as if she was afraid that he was missing some limbs. She patted both his arms and then snorted coldly. "Have you been working out recently? How come you've changed so much? I haven't seen you for 2 months, but it feels like we haven't seen each other for years." Xia muttered. Xia Li smiled bitterly and felt a little sour in his nose. Xia is still as sharp as ever. His mother was the only person who felt as if several years had passed since she saw him. "I've been training for 2 months. How is it? Do you look a lot stronger than before?" Xia Li said with a smile. "That's right. You were so small before, like a duck, and only this tall." Xia said, using her palm to indicate the position of her ribs. Xia Li was helpless. "This is your height when you were in elementary school. It's too exaggerated." "It's no exaggeration. You will always be a tiny thing to me." Xia pulled Xia Li's arm and glanced behind Xia Li. Although Xia Li wrote back last night, saying that his girlfriend would not come back with him this time, Xia still held on to a glimmer of hope. But when he saw that there was no one there, that happy smile cooled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Li, as expected of a woman from Shu province, she is really good at changing her face. "Mom, it's almost noon. Let's go back and eat." Xia Li glanced at his cell phone and remembered that there was a dragon waiting for him at home, so he hurriedly urged. Xia rolled her eyes at him, and the warm scene between mother and son just now disappeared. "Why would I go back to cook for you alone? I could just deal with it outside. We can go out to a restaurant." Xia Li had no choice. The original purpose of coming back was to visit the old couple and to taste my mother's cooking after a long time. Now that's good. Fang Xia had no intention of making lunch at all. When are you going to bring it back? Definitely next time, Xia Li replied. It was rare for her son to come back, so it was rare. But in Fang Xia's eyes, there was something even rarer that she hadn't seen, and she was always thinking about him. Fang Xia took Xia Li to the Sichuan restaurant next to the tea house. The owner of the restaurant was an old acquaintance of hers. As they walked in, people came to greet them one after another, as if they were stars entering the restaurant. Xia Li followed Fang Xia's footsteps into the small private room, only to find that all the dishes had been served. There were 10 dishes in total, including sweet and sour fish, pickled pepper rabbit, and spicy chicken, all of which were Xia Li's favorites. Fang Xia probably didn't have time to cook so many dishes for lunch, and she wanted to let Xia Li try them all, so she brought him to the restaurant. She even calculated the time Xia Li would arrive so that the restaurant could serve the food in advance. These are all my mother's delicate thoughts. This woman is a typical example of a woman with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. How's the food over there? Are you worried about your next meal? Fang Xia had just sat down and was quiet for half a minute before her mouth started chattering again. She stared at Xia Li from head to toe, as if she was looking at a beggar. Poor college students who graduate and are unemployed are, if you round it off, beggars. Fang Xia glanced at Xia Li, and Xia Li felt a little uncomfortable. Xia, who are you looking down on? I have my own money, and Xiaolu will cook for me. Xiaolu is cooking? Fang Xia keenly noticed something. No, that's not it. She cooks for me occasionally, and I am responsible for washing the dishes when she cooks. Of course, I am also responsible for other hygiene matters. Xia Li explained quickly. In Fang Xia's mind, he was the culprit who exploited the little girl. Talking about this topic now would easily deepen the misunderstanding. How do you usually eat? She is from another province and cannot eat spicy food. We usually eat very light meals. Xia Li was too embarrassed to give a menu. The dishes Lucia cooked for him were either cabbage, radish, eggplant, potato, and cauliflower, and he ate grass at every meal. You should do your housework more diligently, and don't be lazy all day long. I know. Do you have any money left? And more. Sally thought that there were small ones, but no big ones. Before she could finish her conversation, her phone vibrated twice. When I picked it up, I saw that Ms. Fong had transferred 5,000 yuan. Mom, you're my real mother. Sally looked up with some emotion, and Fong Xia snorted and said, This is for Xiaolu. Oh. A few minutes after the two of them sat down, after Fong Xia made a phone call, old Xia came running and panting. The dishes on the table are almost all here now. There is no particular preference for the family of 3 when eating. They just start eating after the rice is served. And many more. Sally suddenly reached out and stopped the old couple. The old couple looked at him strangely. Sally calmly raised a cell phone and took a photo of the square table that was filled with delicious food. Show it to Xiaolu, he said cheerfully. Fong Xia said, You are just greedy for her. She has nothing to eat at home, and you show this to a little girl. Fong Xia's tone was full of disdain, but she didn't mind the way young people acted when they were in the honeymoon period. She paused and asked, What does Xiaolu eat at home at noon? Bubble. Xiaoli subconsciously wanted to say instant noodles, but felt that these 2 words would definitely be a minefield for Fong Xia. I made some brown sugar water for her. She has been feeling unwell these past 2 days. After a brief explanation, the phone in his hand vibrated again. Xiaoli said no more and replied to the message immediately. Fong Xia chuckled and called on old Xia, who had no say at all, to start eating. Let's eat first, without waiting for this kid. Girlfriend, what is this? Summer dawn, my lunch today. Girlfriend, color. Among the default emojis on WeChat is an emoji with love eyes and drooling. Perhaps in Lucia's view, this is a kind of greed. Xiaoli remembered that he had never taken Lucia to this kind of Chinese restaurant. Their meals basically consisted of no more than 3 dishes, and the 10 dishes on the table were probably the most luxurious scale Lucia had ever seen. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Fong Xia is right. It's so hateful to leave your girlfriend at home and go out for a big meal by yourself. Girlfriend, what is this? Lucia took a screenshot. The picture was a photo of food that Xia Li had just taken. In the center of the photo was a plate of pickled peppers and small pieces of meat. The meat pieces were very small, and the few bones didn't look like they came from either pork or chicken. Summer dawn, rabbit, little white rabbit. Xia Li found a picture of a rabbit on the internet and sent it over. In order to create a stronger contrast, he also found a photo of a cute pet rabbit. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have said in a coquettish voice, "Rabbit is so cute. How can I eat it?" However, Lucia's style of painting is definitely different. Girlfriend, color, color, color. Summer dawn. Please change your expression for me. Summer dawn. If you want to eat, I'll pack some and bring it back. After sending the message, Xia Li paused for a moment, then thought that would be too cruel to pack up the leftovers and feed them to his girlfriend. So he withdrew the message and sent it again. Summer dawn. If you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you. Girlfriend, I don't want to eat Xia Li. Summer dawn. If you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you. Girlfriend. Oh, then I want to. Girlfriend. Color. End of this chapter. Xia Li finished the meal while holding his cell phone. He was eating while sending messages to Lucia. They were more than 100 kilometers apart and had only been apart for 2 hours, but he was sending messages so frequently that he wanted to hug her and talk to her immediately. However, messaging Lucia wasn't as passionate as it was with regular couples. This guy types as slowly as a turtle and can't say any cheesy or sweet words. He just says whatever comes to mind, and his chat is as rigid as a robot. But Xia Li likes this kind of dull writing. He would stare at every message Lucia sent for a long time, feeling very happy. Feng Xia wanted to ask him questions several times, but stopped every time when she saw the smile on Xia Li's face. After the meal, Xia Li felt his ears were particularly quiet. Even after returning home, Xia hasn't triggered her combo yet. Just as he was wondering, Xia Li put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes, and saw Feng Xia looking like she was about to activate a skill. After finally meeting Xia Li's eyes, Feng Xia seized the momentum and started to attack. What business did you want to teach you? If you want to start a business, start by opening a store. Xia Li remembered the ultimate purpose of this action. He did not beat around the bush when dealing with his family members, and spoke directly and frankly. Starting a business right after graduation? Feng Xia thought for a while and did not object. What do you want to do? We are still investigating and have no direction, said Xia Li. Feng Xia exchanged glances with Xia Yuanjun, who was picking eels to eat nearby. Xia Yuanjun had no objection and lowered his head to eat the eel shreds. It's not a bad thing for you young people to have such thoughts, but you have to have goals, stage-by-stage goals. Feng Xia said, first, you need to think about what you want to do, what you can do, and whether you can do it, and then take action. You can't just do whatever you want. Young people nowadays are very impetuous and impatient. They want to do what others do to make money, but in fact they often step into the trap that others have carefully set up. Mom, I understand what you said. Xia Li nodded. That's why he was so cautious and didn't rush into taking this step. However, what Xia Li wants to do depends largely on what Lucia wants to do. It's best to do a job that 2 people can do together so that you can spend more time together. First, find something you're interested in doing, Feng Xia added, where you can take over the tea house and I can retire early. My mother's tone was casual, as if she was saying this unintentionally. However, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it seriously. Xia Li put down the bowl and didn't eat the last bite of rice. Okay, when? Feng Xia. No, she was just telling her about her son's fighting spirit and great dreams. How come he suddenly looked like a dead, salted fish lying down? Bah, you actually agreed to it. What am I going to do every day if I let you run the tea house? Unless you give me all my grandchildren to take care of. Feng Xia glared at him and said. This time, it was Xia Li's turn to remain silent. Silently scooping himself a bowl of tomato egg drop soup, Xia Li blew away the hot air and took a sip quietly. Let's not talk about whether the baby is a grandson or a granddaughter. First of all, it's not certain whether it's a human or a dragon. Secondly, he is still trying hard to pursue his girlfriend, and they haven't even started yet. Fast-forwarding to having a baby, that's not a good idea, although Xia Li didn't mind at all. Okay, at this time, the head of the family, Fake, finally finished his meal. Xia Yuanjun took a sip of tea and concluded, if you have this idea, we as parents will support you. When you have a plan, you can communicate with us in time. When I was your age, I didn't have a direction in life either. Don't worry. Xia Jun has always been a casual person. In his words, life is about taking things as they come. What belongs to you will come to you no matter what, and what does not belong to you will never be able to be caught by you. Feng Xia, who was sitting opposite Xia Li, stared at Xia Jun and said, I've done everything for you. After complaining, Feng Xia turned her gaze to Xia Li again. Xia Li was holding his phone and replying to messages. As he lowered his head to type, the corners of his mouth were raised like the black carp that Xia Jun had caught. This kid, I'm afraid he has already fallen into it. Young is so good. With plenty of time and energy, you can love someone unscrupulously. In Feng Xiao's opinion, her son should be allowed to do whatever he wants to do, as it is time for him to venture out into the world at this age. Compared to this kind of thing, Feng Xia is more concerned about Xia Li's emotional issues. Do you like it very much? She asked Xia Li with a sidelong glance. Xia Li suddenly felt a little embarrassed. My love for Lucia is like a little secret hidden deep in my heart. No matter who I reveal this little secret to, it will cause ripples in my heart. As long as you like it. Feng Xia sighed. Since their son likes her, as parents, they will accept her no matter what kind of person she is. Besides, the little girl has a very good personality, and she has received unanimous praise from all the neighbors, including Feng Xia's old girlfriend Zhao Qin, who talked about Xia Li's girlfriend last time with all sorts of praise, which made Feng Xia feel embarrassed, and she couldn't wait to meet her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, her son hid himself so well that she was not allowed to see him. Have you confessed? No. You didn't even confess your feelings? Feng Xia knew that her son had low emotional intelligence. A blockhead. He was like this. When he was a child, he played with girls like brothers and was very unyielding. When he grew up, he had no interest in girls at all. For a girl to be pursued by Xia Li, there is absolutely no chance unless she really likes Xia Li, and there is just a thin layer of window paper between them that can be broken with a slight poke. Where are the gifts? You haven't given any before, right? Feng Xia asked again. Xia Li lowered his head to drink tea and didn't dare to speak. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Feng Xia was speechless. Although according to the neighbors, Xiaolu should be a rural child who has not seen much of the world and only went to college for 4 years. She didn't have high demands on Xia Li and was willing to be with Xia Li like this. But Feng Xia has high requirements. After a long silence, she spoke. Some feelings are hard to convey unless you say them in person. In the small private room of the restaurant, the spotlight shone on Feng Xia's increasingly serious face. There are deep nasolabial folds at the corners of her mouth, which are the marks left by the years on her face. Even though she is now pale, one can still tell from her facial features that Feng Xia was once a beautiful girl who was just beginning to fall in love when she was young. As someone who has been through it, Feng Xia also has her own views on such love matters. She sighed and said, In fact, you are very lucky to be born in this era. In our earlier era, the carriages were slow, the letters were far away, and there was only enough time to love one person in a lifetime. But you are different. You were born in the information age. Even if you are far away, the words, I love you, could be conveyed instantly. Feng Xia poured herself a cup of tea and moistened her lips. Seeing that Xia Li was still sitting there like a wooden stick for a long time, she felt very disappointed with him. You are already very lucky. The information age allows you to express your feelings at any time. Playing dumb in this situation is not waiting for the right opportunity, but losing it while waiting. Just then, Xia Li's cell phone on the table rang again. He peeked at his phone and saw a message from Lucia. Girlfriend, ding ding. Girlfriend, delicious instant noodles, I ate 2 buckets. Girlfriend, color. Girlfriend, I made it myself. There were 4 messages. Each one was nearly a minute apart. Xia Li waited quietly. After reading all 4 messages, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I stole a glance at Ms. Fong across the table. Ms. Fong seemed a little angry, staring at Xia Li with her deep black eyes, as if she wanted to knock his stupid head open. Their family is just like a traditional Chinese family, where they never say, I love you, to each other in their entire lives. Even when Feng Xia and Xia Yuanjun were dating, Xia Yuanjun was a dullard and was never good at expressing his feelings. But because of this, Feng Xia felt the preciousness of that sentence even more, especially when you are young. Youth only lasts a few years, and once it's gone, it will never come back, leaving behind regrets that will last a lifetime. Have you finished eating? Feng Xia put on her coat and kicked Xia Li's stool with her foot, as if urging him to do something. Xia Li had already eaten his fill, but he didn't dare to move because his mother was scolding him. Although I don't know how I got taught a lesson, the tone just now did have the meaning of a lesson. I'm done. Leave after you finish eating. Take something and go back to your Qingqing city. Don't stand here. I don't like you. Mom, didn't you ask me to come back? It's different now. Feng Xia said angrily. Don't come back alone next time. End of this chapter. A few minutes before Xia Li returned home, he was Feng Xia's beloved son. The baby son trial card is only effective for 1 hour, and after 1 hour, Xia Li becomes a thorn in Feng Xia's side. Now she is so annoyed with him that she wants to chase him away. Xia Li wanted to pack 2 portions of rabbit meat for Lucia, but Feng Xia urged him too much, so he had to give up. After returning home with Feng Xia pressed Xia Li against the door and told him not to move. Then he turned around and went back into the house, rummaging through the drawers, and took out a lot of things. A box of apples, a box of pears, and a box of yogurt. In addition to these regular foods, Xia Li was surprised to see Feng Xia stuff bacon, sausages, smoked duck, and even eggs into the bag, and then threw them all at Xia Li. Xia Li quickly reached out to take it and couldn't help but say, "There's so many. How can I take them all?" This is the heavy love from a mother. But it's too heavy. You've been working out recently, so what's wrong with lifting some heavy objects? I'm not asking you to stand all the time. Oh, and take the black sesame pills your aunt brought. They're good for replenishing your blood. Give them to Xiaolu. Xia Li, the heavy object in his hand sank a little, and Xia Li was a little amused and helpless for a moment. Forget about the other things. Apples, pears, and milk can be bought everywhere. Is it necessary to buy them specifically for him to bring back? Moreover, he always came back empty-handed. Take it with you. I've already advised you. At this time, Xia Yuanjun, who was standing at the door, walked around and came back, looking at the situation inside the house. His reaction was almost the same as Xia Li's. So Xia Li had no choice but to nod. I'll take you to the high-speed train. Xia Yuanjun still felt a little sorry for his son. He wanted to reach out to help Xia Li carry a box, but after weighing it, he found that his waist probably couldn't bear it, so he took his hand back halfway through. Young people should exercise more. Let him suffer on his own. Mom, I'm leaving. Xia Li stood at the door of her house and spoke loudly into the kitchen. No one knew what Feng Xia was doing in there, and Xia Li was afraid that she would bring out another big box of things later. Just as he was about to run away, Feng Xia's voice came again. It's getting cold. Take 2 sets of clothes back with you. Xia Li turned around again and helplessly watched Feng Xia carry out 2 bags of thick clothes. Looking around, Feng Xia found that there was indeed no space in Xia Li's hands, so she had to stuff all the things into the hands of Xia Yuanjun, who was watching the show on the side. Xia Yuanjun sank his hands. Go slowly. I'll send you a message when I get home. It is good. Xia Li looked back every few steps, looking at the familiar security door. The couplet on it was pasted by himself last year. This pair of Spring Festival couplets looks a little old and curly, but everything here is still the same as when Xia Li left. It was exactly the same place he had been thinking about day and night, and always dreaming about at night in the continent of A's. Mom, Xiaolu really wants to see you guys. Xia Li looked at Feng Xia, who was standing at the door with reluctance in her eyes, but was trying hard to get him to leave, and suddenly spoke. Why don't you go back to Qingqing City when you are free, and we can have a meal together? Okay. Feng Xia's gloomy face brightened up again. When she heard this, she was no longer sleepy. Xia Li's words immediately made her feel clear-headed. She didn't go back to her hometown without permission before, because she was afraid of disturbing the 2 young people. Now that Xia Li has taken the initiative to invite her, how could she not go? It's almost the end of the year, and your dad has a lot to do, but he will have a day off next month, so we will definitely go then. Okay. Xia Li smiled at her. Please take care of yourself. You should go to tea houses less often. The smoke there is strong, and it's not good for your health. I know. Feng Xia became impatient after hearing these two words and pushed Xia Li to let him go. Go back and be with your girlfriend. We are not old enough for you to worry about us. Feng Xia urged him to go downstairs, and Xia Li took the elevator to the underground garage. Old Xia moved the car away. Xia Li put his things at his feet and took out his cell phone to check messages. The evil dragon did not reply to his message, and no one knew what he was doing. How about giving him a call? Forget it. If I have to fight, I'd better do it secretly. It would be so embarrassing if old Xia saw it. Putting the phone back into his pocket, Xia Li glanced at the time inadvertently. 1 p.m. Think carefully. This isn't right. He was kicked out of the house by Ms. Fong and left 2 hours earlier. But the high-speed rail won't. If he goes to the high-speed rail station now, Xia Li still has to wait until 4 o'clock in the afternoon to take the high-speed train to Qingxing City. This is so lonely. Juju. Just then, a black SUV came into Xia Li's sight. The big square butt of the car was right in front of Xia Li, and the red brake lights made it impossible for Xia Li to open his eyes. He glanced around and saw Lao Xia getting out of the car. Is this my car? Xia Li was surprised. His family has 2 cars in total, both white. This is the first time Xia Li has seen a black car. Upon further inspection, I found that the car was actually newly purchased. There are still 2 red ropes hanging on the ears of the car. It means that the car has been owned for less than a month at most. Put the stuff in the trunk. Receiving Xia Li's surprised look, Xia Yuanjun shook the car keys in his hand with great energy. He walked around and pressed the switch at the rear of the car, and the trunk slowly opened. As the electric door opened completely, Xia Li smelled the unique leather smell of a new car. The trunk was very spacious, and it was no problem to put 5 suitcases vertically. If you can fold down the back seats, you can even use it as a bed. Xia Li waited and felt that there should be enough space for 3 Lucias to lie in here. Really high-end, Xia Li exclaimed. When did you buy it? Just bought. Your mother's previous car was scrapped. Xiaoxia doesn't usually drive, so the car must be scrapped. How do you call your mother? Xia Yuanjun tapped him with the car keys. Xia Li put the things on and walked around the car. This is a high-end Hamlin University. Putting aside other things, this panoramic sunroof is simply Xia Li's dream car. Dad, didn't I drink at noon? Xia Li's words did not sound like a question to Xia Yuanjun, but rather an emphasis. Xia Yuanjun was about to get into the cab, but Xia Li grabbed the door handle first. What are you doing? I have a driver's license, and I carry my ID with me. Xia Li took out his ID card and showed it to Xia Yuanjun. Xia Yuanjun. What does this kid mean? I bought the ticket for 4 p.m., and it's too early now. I'd better refund the ticket and drive back directly. Xia Li said. Xia Yuanjun glanced at him and still felt that he was unreliable. Can you drive? There are highways. It's normal to have a highway. The highway is much easier to drive than the provincial road. I just need to drive slower. We have to face this day, right? Xia Li spoke in an orderly manner, and Xia Yuanjun looked at him with a strange expression. A month ago, when Xia Yuanjun drove to see Xia Li, he planned to leave the car to this kid to practice with. The kid refused at that time, but today he suddenly became interested in the car again. It's different when you have a girlfriend. Can the skylight be opened? Seeing that Lao Xia did not refuse, Xia Li opened the car door and got in. After graduating from driving school, Xia Li has hardly ever touched a car. The last time her car had an accident was during the Chinese New Year. Old Xia was drunk at the time, and Xiaoxia was not at home, so Xia Li had to drive the car back alone. As a result, the car broke down just after getting on the road, and in the end they had to hail a designated driver. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xia Li's legs were longer than Lao Xia's. He adjusted the height of the chair in a very professional manner and fastened his seatbelt. Of course, our skylight is not just for decoration. Xia Yuanjun got into the co-pilot seat and taught Xia Li to press 2 buttons. As the panoramic sunroof opened, the interior of the car became brighter and brighter. The air began to circulate, and Xia Li's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he wants. Wouldn't Zilong Longxiang be confused if I drive home like this? I simply learned the basic operating methods of this car. In fact, all automatic transmission cars are almost the same, and you will be able to operate it after a few tries. I got it. Xia Li waved his hand, indicating that old Xia didn't need to teach him anymore. Dad, go back and tell Mom for me. Question mark. Old Xia, who was fastening his seatbelt, turned his head and glanced at him. Getting down from the passenger seat, Xia Yuanjun smelled the exhaust fumes from the car, his thoughts a little confused. No, the new car I just bought was taken away by this guy. He himself hasn't even been fresh for 2 days. Hey, wife, your car was taken away by your son. I taught him how to operate it. This kid has a strong learning ability and learned it in minutes. It's okay. I think it's driving quite steadily. After successfully driving the car out of the underground garage, Xia Li parked the car on the side of the road. Wiping the sweat from his palms, it was impossible for him to say that he was not nervous at this moment. After all, this was his first time to have a serious car accident. The difficulty is at the 100-kilometer level from the beginning. It is impossible to run without the power of pure love. After connecting his phone to Bluetooth, Xia Li called his girlfriend. What are you doing? Eat some bread. On the other end of the phone, Lucia's soft voice, coupled with the sticky chewing sound, made Xia Li salivate. Where do you see me? Turning on a video button, Xia Li saw the evil dragon in the phone lying on the bed with one hand supporting her head and the other hand holding a piece of bread to her mouth and chewing it. The phone was placed upright on the pillow half a meter away from her. She just lay there, and it seemed like she had been lying there for quite a while. This evil dragon is becoming more and more like a human. Lucia moved her face closer, and Xia Li saw that her enlarged fair little face was almost sticking to the camera. Her brown gold eyes blinked at the camera, and her long eyelashes were slightly curled. She looked at Xia Li with wide eyes and curiosity, then summed up, "In the belly of the steel monster. I'm driving." Xia Li would always laugh at Lucia's description. "I'll drive the car back and take you wherever you want to go," said Xia Li. Lucia, for her part, seemed to be thinking seriously about where she wanted to go. She had not been on Earth for long, and had never planned or had a destination for her dragon life. After holding in for a while, Xia Li felt that this evil dragon couldn't even name a few places on Earth, so it was too difficult for her to choose a place. "I have to drive for 2 hours now. I'm afraid I'll get sleepy. Please tell me a little story." "A short story? Isn't it said that short stories are used to help you sleep before going to bed? If I tell you a short story, you will definitely fall asleep." Lucia smacked her bread. "It depends on the person." Xia Li put his hand on the gear lever and added, "I'll be more excited if you tell me a story." "Why? I'm really excited to see you." Lucia's face froze for a moment, and the half-bitten piece of bread in her mouth almost fell onto the bed. "Hurry up and tell me," Xia Li urged, having already released his foot from the brake. Once upon a time, there was an extremely powerful silver dragon, Lucia said slowly, and then a hero broke into her territory. The hero was a big bad guy, and he attacked the silver dragon's nest with a sword. The silver dragon didn't bother with him and had to abandon the nest and leave. Xia Li pursed his lips, thinking that this evil dragon was just making up their story. And later, the hero couldn't catch up with the silver dragon because the silver dragon had 4 legs and the hero only had 2. Nonsense. The smart hero must have caught up with the silver dragon. Xia Li was not convinced, and Lucia was also not convinced. Their voices came out of the microphone, one louder than the other. "I didn't catch up. Caught up." It took Xia Li 2.5 hours to drive the nearly 30 kilometers of city streets, plus the 100 kilometers of highway. If it were an ordinary experienced driver, this distance could be completed in more than an hour, but for a novice like Xia Li, it was a miracle not to have any scratches along the way. When he arrived outside the residential building, Xia Li was torn by the crowded alleys and damaged road surface. It took him a long time to find the right place to go in. If the SUV model itself did not have a certain off-road capability, with Xia Li's driving skills, he might not be able to drive in without driving over the curb. Ding-dee. Even though he had already seen Lucia coming towards him, Xia Li still honked the horn twice. His arrogant look was exactly the same as the way old Xia showed off his new car to him. The two father and son were indeed cut from the same mold. Iron Monster. Lucia was wearing a white cotton jacket, and her whole body was wrapped up like a big white sheep. She ran over excitedly and walked around the car. "Come on, get in my car. I'll take you to eat rabbit meat." Xia Li waved his hand and said. Lucia stood in front of the passenger seat and tried to open the door, but found that it was impassable. Xia Li fumbled for a long time before he realized that he had not pressed an unlock button. The car door was unlocked, and Lucia opened the door and exclaimed, "Wow." She raised her head high, and after seeing the skylight on the roof fully opened, she felt extremely at ease. You can actually see blue sky and white clouds inside the steel monster's belly. Excited, Lucia tried to climb into the car. However, she soon discovered that the height of this car was different from the online hailing cars she usually took, and it was obviously much more difficult to get on. Xia Li stared at her helplessly. "Just these short legs. There's a row of pedals next to the basket. You can get on by stepping on them. Do you want me to carry you up?" "Need not." Lucia sat down on the car, and the first thing she did after getting on the car was to turn around and kneel on the chair to look back. Wow! She couldn't help but sigh that this spaciousness was completely different from the small car she had ridden in before. "How's it going? Do you like it?" Sally felt satisfied and asked proudly. Do you like the car or me?" "Like it all." Lucia's answer was still without hesitation, and Xia Li spread out his hands for her to see. "Look, smelly." Lucia put her nose close to it and smelled it. "It doesn't stink, it's sweat. It was not easy for me to drive the car back here." "Oh, you've worked hard." Meeting that pair of extremely sincere eyes, Xia Li was speechless. It will be very difficult to take credit and show off my achievements in front of this guy in the future. Totally restrained. "Okay. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat rabbit." Sally put the car in forward gear and slowly turned it around in the neighborhood. Lucia exclaimed wow again, her mouth wide open in surprise. The way Sally drives is also quite good-looking. "I'm not hungry," she shook her head. "I've been eating all day today. Then we'll go eat rabbit tonight. I'll take you for a walk first." Seeing Lucia's shocked and admiring look, Xia Li felt itchy. I wish I could step on the accelerator and make this guy scream. I can now understand the mentality of men who drive sports cars to pick up girls. But if you want to make this dragon scream because of its speed, even if a plane comes, it may not be enough. Ding, ding. The car had not driven far when some kind of prompt sound came from inside the car. Xia Li looked left and right, and then he found a red icon on the monitor. "There's an assassin in the car." Lucia also leaned over to look. What's outrageous is that Xia Li actually thought about whether there was an assassin in the car. After thinking about it, I realized something was wrong. This is a reminder for not wearing seatbelts. Xia Li had passed a driving test, so he had this common sense to react to. He looked at Lucia, then leaned over and helped her buckle the passenger seatbelt. The two bodies moved closer together, and the distance between their faces gradually shortened. Looking at this clean and rosy face that made people want to take a bite, Xia Li suddenly thought of something. Correct. He just leaned his body in front of Lucia with no intention of retreating. "The story you told me in the car just now." "Okay." Lucia leaned back and cooperated with Xia Li to help her. But when Xia Li put his face close to her, Lucia felt a little nervous again. She just finished watching the movie about the love between a man and a dragon. In addition to using rough methods to interbreed and reproduce the next generation, humans and dragons can actually have pure emotions. That more complicated, even somewhat forbidden love relationship seemed like déjà vu to Lucia. Isn't it just the current situation between her and Xia Li? There's a bit of a likeness. Did the brave man catch up with the silver dragon in the end? Sally asked. Did you catch up? Xia Li kept leaning over, his deep black pupils staring straight at Lucia, as if he was staring at his prey. "I didn't catch up." Lucia's heart tightened, and she had a strange feeling. "Did you catch up?" "No." "Catch up?" "No, I didn't catch up." Sally kept asking about this issue, but Lucia had her own ideas. She said stubbornly, The flying speed of a silver dragon is 100 times faster than that of a human. Humans are too slow to move on their own two legs. Even if they are riding flying mounts, those animals cannot be as fast as dragons. The evil dragon's argument made sense, but Xia Li didn't want to listen to her theory. He is in love now and doesn't care about these reasons. But humans have their own wisdom and methods. The silver dragon is so stupid. Shouldn't it be easy to catch up with it? What can we do? There were gusts of cool breeze blowing in from the open window above my head. The sun is very strong today, as if the winter wind has been given a hint of warmth by it. The bright sunshine shone on the two cheeks that were close together. Perhaps because it was a little hot in the car, the faces of both the man and the dragon were covered with a layer of soft red. Looking at those two pink lips so close to him, Xia Li's Adam's apple rolled, and he finally couldn't help it anymore. The evil dragon doesn't even hide from him. If he doesn't refuse, he will be taking it as an indication of his agreement. Tilting his head slightly, Xia Li stared into the pair of panicked, beautiful eyes and closed his eyes. The gentle breeze blew in with the warm winter sun, and it seemed to bring a soft touch when it blew on the mouth. The dragon's lips were like a piece of moist pudding, and they tasted sweet when bitten. Thump, thump, thump. After succeeding, Xia Li sat up straight and returned to his original position. The evil dragon in the passenger seat instantly became obedient. She no longer muttered, "I didn't catch up." She put her legs together, put her hands on her knees, hunched her shoulders, and didn't move. At first glance, the face seemed to be a little red. Xia Li wanted to ask her how she felt. Before I even opened my mouth, I realized my face was burning. The last time we kissed in a rental car, 80% of it was just coincidence. But this time, he was definitely the one who took the initiative to kiss her. "Did you catch up?" Xia Li asked again. Lucia said nothing, but just turned her head to the side and pretended to be busy looking at the scenery outside. She left Xia Li with the back of the head, but the pair of red ears could not be hidden. "Haha, fight with me." Xia Li was secretly happy and was already declaring victory in his heart. He rubbed his face, which was the same color as Lucia's, hard. Xia Li stepped on the accelerator. The car slowly stopped. Xia Li found a right angle and parked the car in a parking space on the side of the road at a very slow reverse speed. He let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his palms with a piece of paper. The traffic situation in Qingqing City is much more complicated than on the highway. If you're not careful, a ghost will pop up, which always makes Xia Li unable to guard against and slam on the brakes. Xiaolong, who was sitting next to him, was almost thrown out several times. Fortunately, Xiaolong was wearing a seat belt, otherwise he would have grown dragon horns on his head, referring to the big lump on his forehead. After pulling the handbrake and turning off the engine, and confirming that the whole process had been completed, Xia Li first took out his mobile phone to report safety to Ms. Fong, and casually attached a handsome photo of himself with his hands on the steering wheel. Ms. Fong immediately responded with, "You are so conceited." Putting the phone back into his pocket, Xia Li turned and looked at Xiao Longlong, who was sitting silently in the passenger seat. Half an hour had passed since the kiss, just now. Xia Li felt a little thirsty and licked his lips frequently. What does it mean to have a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth? The soft and chewy pudding you just took a bite of will leave a lingering taste in your mouth. Since Lucia didn't reject him, does that mean it's okay to kiss him a few more times? Xia Li unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to lean over. Lucia quickly turned her head to the side and looked out the window with her watery eyes, as if she was looking at the scenery. Xia Li suppressed his smile and said seriously, "Don't move. We've arrived at the station. I'll unbuckle your seatbelt for you." Oh. Lucia then realized that she had misunderstood. As soon as she turned her head back, Xia Li's big face began to approach quickly. Lucia grabbed the seatbelt with both hands and squeezed it tightly, then turned her head away again in a panic. "Why are you holding your seatbelt so tight?" Xia Li could no longer suppress the smile on his face, and the expression on his face made him look like a villain. It was very dangerous just now. Lucia stared out the window and said without turning back, My, Xia Li confessed. It was my first time driving today, and I couldn't keep a good distance between cars, so I kept stepping on the emergency brakes. Once you become proficient in it, you won't do it again. Xia Li promised. Lucia didn't know whether she heard him or not. She silently loosened the seat belt in her hand and prepared to get out of the car. After trying the door handle twice and finding it unmovable, Lucia frowned and wanted to turn around and ask Xia Li how to open the door. However, the moment she turned around, she found that this guy's big face was still next to her head, so she quickly turned her head back. Very risky. We almost ran into each other just now. Lucia was very nervous as she touched her dragon heart. Xia Li failed and sighed silently. By the way, why did this little dragon suddenly become shy? This series of performances should be a kind of shyness, right? But it shouldn't be. Isn't this guy fearless? He relies on the fact that he has no understanding of human emotions and is completely unaware that Xia Li is taking advantage of him. Xia Li felt strange. Did he suddenly get it? Let's go down and take a walk. He got out of the car first, then walked around the car half a circle, came to the passenger door, and opened the door for Lucia. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Xia Li stretched out his hand, trying to help Lucia out of the car in a very gentlemanly manner, but the stinky dragon did not respond to his outstretched hand. Instead, a small foot in white socks stretched out, and then the nimble body jumped. Bang! And it landed smoothly. After locking the car door, Xia Li followed closely behind Lucia. There was a long river across the road ahead, and the park was built around the river. The two had a clear goal. They both wanted to avoid the noisy streets and go to a quiet place. Looking at Lucia walking in front, Xia Li felt emotional. It's just a kiss, is it that serious? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Obviously, he didn't react when I kissed him last time. Now, Stinky Dragon won't even let me hold your hand. Staring at the white and tender little hand that was naturally hanging down and sticking to the side of his leg, Xia Li was unwilling to back down and was determined to win today. The road here is quite dangerous, Xia Li said faintly. If I get hit by a car, I should be able to fly very far away. As expected, Lucia in front stopped immediately. She turned around, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at her, with some vigilance in them. It seemed as if he was judging the truthfulness of what Xia Li said. Broken. The stinky dragon actually started to guard against him. Boom! Cars sped past him, and for the first time, Xia Li felt that those will-o'-the-wisp boys who always blew up the streets were not that noisy. Come over. Lucia frowned, but still stretched out her little hand. Xia Li quickened his pace and grabbed the dragon claw he had been longing for. However, following the principle of one dragon claw above all, he was finally held in Lucia's hand. There's a park in front. Want to go for a walk? Lucia's hands were still too small. She couldn't even hold Xia Li's wrist. After trying for a long time, she could only hook 3 of Xia Li's fingers. It is good. Wangjiang Park. Most of the area here is covered by plants. Winter in southern cities is never bleak. The green bamboo forests rustle in the wind. If passers-by were not wearing dark cotton coats, it would be hard to imagine that this lush green scene would appear in winter. Speaking of which, the seasons in the A's continent are not obvious. Apart from the time difference between day and night, which causes the growth cycle of plants, it is usually difficult to distinguish between spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Xia Li was trying to make small talk. There were only a few topics that he and Lucia could talk about. Putting aside the daily trivialities, all that remains is the affairs of the continent of A's. Lucia brought her thoughts back to where they had drifted. She did not turn her head to look at Xia Li, but walked with her head down, staring at her shoes and answering Xia Li's questions as she walked. The seasons there are mainly related to the location. The northern continent is frozen all year round, and the eastern continent has too much sunlight and is basically a wasteland. Have you ever been so far away? Most of them are inherited memories. I have experienced too little. After all, I have just become an adult, Lucia said with a depressed look, and she is a home dragon. Moreover, in the first half of my life, I was either moving or on the way to move, and I would be frequently visited by brave men with swords in hand. Thinking of this, Lucia stared at Xia Li with resentment. When she saw Xia Li was also looking at her, she looked away again and pretended to look at the bamboo forest behind Xia Li's head. Why are you so defensive against me? I don't eat dragons. The dragon was still the honest dragon. She nodded subconsciously and said, I don't eat humans either. Xia Li was obviously dissatisfied with the evil dragon's look. It's just one kiss, and that's it. If you kiss twice, won't I have to bury my head in the ground? Xia Li has always wanted a delicate dragon to lie in his arms and be shy. Now that the dragon is really shy, he feels that this is not good. The car just now was borrowed from my dad. I want to take you to more places. Is there any place you want to go? Xia Li asked. In the park with wide paths, an old man who was exercising was whipping a spinning top with a long whip. An old lady in festive red clothes was dancing with a flower sword in the pavilion, and young men and women were sitting on the benches, acting coy and twisted into two knots. Looking at this harmonious scene, and then looking down at the 3 fingers of his that were held by the evil dragon, Xia Li always felt a little restless in his heart. Can we go anywhere? Yeah. Xia Li nodded. The two of them walked around the bamboo forest and finally found a bench to rest, but Lucia did not intend to sit on it. Instead, she held Xia Li's hand and stood there. After thinking for a long time, she finally spoke. He's continent. When Xia Li heard this answer, his heart skipped a beat. He has been making efforts since he realized that he liked Lucia. The direction of efforts changed from let Lucia find her own preferences on Earth to let Lucia find her own reasons to stay on Earth. I did all this just to make Lucia miss the Earth and let her stay. As a result, after going around in a circle, we ended up back at her place. Why? Xia Li's eyes became serious. He stood in front of Lucia, blocking the warm winter sun that was shining down. The shadow blocked Lucia's sight. The green leaves of the bamboo forest above her head were blown into thousands of waves by the wind. She looked at the brave man in front of her with a look of loss in his eyes and lowered her head slightly. Don't you like it here? Xia Li asked softly. Like? Then why do you want to leave? I am too weak on Earth. Lucia's answer surprised Xia Li a little. Here, I don't have the power to protect you, nor do I have the power to protect myself, which makes me uneasy, Lucia said. Xia Li looked at her quietly. She paused and continued. I don't have the ability to snatch Xia Li away right now. Xia Li was silent. He suddenly remembered the movie he had asked Lucia to see. This is Lucia's first time watching a movie about dragons, and she must have felt very involved in it. The ending of the movie is that in a wedding full of flowers and blessings, the dragon snatched away his beloved princess in front of everyone. The princess got her wish and lived with the dragon and gave birth to a lovely daughter for him. Lucia's train of thought is always very interesting. Xia Li scratched his hair, feeling like he was about to grow a brain. So, the reason she brought the dragon in and wanted to return to A's was to snatch him away? That's not right either. Xia Li is innocent and has never had any relationship with any woman. Lucia should not have this sense of crisis. Xia Li was stunned by Lucia's 2 words and wanted to say something but stopped himself several times. Lucia spoke to herself. The relationship between humans and dragons is based on the premise that dragons are dragons. If dragons are humans... Wait a minute, don't talk, I'm thinking. Lucia was about to start talking about her theory when Xia Li raised his hand to stop her. After thinking for a long time, Lucia realized that it was normal for her to feel uneasy. For the Dragon Clan, controlling power and dominance is very important. But the movie that Xia Li let Lucia watch was intended to make her understand the love between a human and a dragon, not to make her face the reality. This is Earth. The rules are different from the magical world. Lucia, weren't you very dependent on me before? Xia Li said, Rely. It's just, when you can't sleep, you send me a message when it's time for dinner, you come to me on time, and when the home appliances break down, you tell me the first time. These are all dependents. These are dependencies. Lucia thought seriously. As a solitary dragon, she had never thought about this before. The word dependence was unfamiliar to her. Just like fish cannot live without water, sheep cannot live without grass, and we cannot live without air. These are all forms of dependence. In this world, there is no need for that kind of power that can destroy the heavens and the earth. If you have any worries, just let me handle them like before. I hope you can rely on me in this way. Xia Li said this, and took a step forward. His entire shadow completely enveloped Lucia. If Lucia wants to go back because she misses her hometown, Xia Li will find a way to take her home. But if she went back because of the theory in Shalong's mind, there was no need to do so. She was just overthinking. I rely on Xia Li. Lucia looked up in thought and muttered. Then when can Xia Li rely on me? I have always relied on you. How do you show your dependence? Shalong looked up in surprise. I can't do it without you. Xia Li said bluntly. Is this so exaggerated? Well, without you I would just lie down and die. Xia Li nodded seriously. Lucia's little face was stunned, and she didn't avoid Xia Li's sight. Her amber-clear eyes reflected Xia Li's face. Looking at the face that was gradually approaching, Lucia didn't have time to dodge. My vision went dark and my head felt dizzy. The dragon nearly fainted. The mouth and lips were touched again. Dragon pupil earthquake. Lucia licked her still wet lips and stood there in a daze. At the end of the movie, the man and the dragon kissed each other. After watching the movie, Lucia searched on her phone for why do people want to touch their lips together. The result is not rumination at all. Xia Li cheated her on the bus. Brave liar. This is clearly the way humans express their emotions. Depending on the region, kissing the cheek can express friendliness or be a greeting, but kissing the lips is definitely something that only two people who are attracted to each other would do. In short, it is a partner. Lucia also looked up that partner means lovers. She and Xia Li are now actually a couple. Demoted. What? After Xia Li kissed him secretly, he immediately stood up straight. There were many people walking around, and although young couples who came to the park all had some intention of doing these little tricks, it was in broad daylight after all, and their movements were not skillful enough, so people felt uneasy. We were relegated. Lucia touched her pink little mouth and said in surprise, What stupid things are you talking about? Because touching mouths means you're a couple. That's what they say on the internet. Yeah, that's what happened to couples. But we are just friends. Pure friendship has long since disappeared. No. Lucia shook her head like a little fan. You said that pure friendship is more advanced than being a couple. You know how to surf the internet. Search for the difference between these two words. As he said that, Xia Li took out his cell phone and gave it to Along. Lucia typed slowly and began to use the browser to search for keywords. Xia Li pulled her to sit on the bench. The sunshine today is exceptionally bright, and the river in the distance is as still as a mirror, reflecting the water and the sky into the same color. Rubbing his cold palms, Xia Li leaned over to look at Lucia, who was busy beside him. What does it say above? It hasn't been mentioned yet. Then keep watching. Xia Li blew a breath into his palm, and the mottled light from the bamboo forest fell on his face. The evil dragon holding a mobile phone next to him was extremely focused, typing one word at a time, but in the end he chose the wrong one. Xia Li suddenly felt like laughing. If today Lucia said she wanted to go back, and Xia Li chose to believe her, and the two of them turned a blind eye and did not communicate, would they really send Lucia back? Xia is right. Many things can't be said once you miss them, and the regret left behind will become a lifelong regret. Some feelings are difficult to convey unless you say them in person. Not to mention, Lucia herself is a dragon who has no emotional understanding at all. Xia Li wanted Lucia to understand what love was, but he never said the word love out loud. Even he hadn't set a good example. Yet he expected a dragon to treat him like this. There is no such thing as pure friendship in this world. After a series of complex operations, including searching, pinyin, and dictionary, Lucia finally came to a conclusion. Yeah, Xia Li said with emotion. I believed it at first, but then I stopped believing it. Why? Lucia turned around. Because of you. I was planning to treat you as pure friendship at first. Xia Li is ready to show his hand. I had kept what I wanted to say for so long, and when I finally decided to say it, I actually felt a little anxious. Then our pure friendship quietly turned sour. I don't know when it started. It's changed because I'm a dragon? What is that? Because I'm in love with you. Like me? Do you have to emphasize the word up so much? Lucia supported herself with her small hands at her sides, her two short legs dangling in the air on the stone bench, swaying. After hearing what Xia Li said, she felt a little happy and a sweet smile appeared from the corners of her lips. That is to say, Xia Li likes me. Yeah, I just like you. Oh, I like Xia Li too. No, no, no. The liking you said is not the liking I have for you. Our two kinds of liking are different. Are there many kinds of likes? Lucia's swinging legs stopped, and Xia Li moved his eyes away from her white socks and returned to her soft face. The chubby cheek was illuminated by the warm light, and a light layer of fine velvet could be seen on the surface of the skin, making people want to take a bite. But I like it. Lucia didn't understand why there should be different types of the same feeling. My love for you is the love that I want to be with you. You like me because I'm a good person. Now I'm just a small gold coin in your eyes. No, you're the big gold coin, Lucia retorted seriously. Xia Li was helpless. That's the same. My love for you is possessive. Possessiveness? I have it too. Our relationship is different. I said I would teach you slowly, so from now on, it's obviously the same. Lucia interrupted what Xia Li was about to say, and she rarely insisted on her own opinion. In her opinion, there is no high or low level in such matters. If I like it, she emphasized. Okay, then I like you and I want to kiss you. Would you like to kiss me? I want to bite you. See, I knew it was different. But the way humans and dragons express their love is different. You can't say that. Then I don't care. Xia Li seems to be unreasonable, but in fact he is setting a trap for the dragon. Unless you kiss me, I will believe that you like me. In order to match the height difference with the evil dragon, Xia Li deliberately bent his body. The warm sun shone on the two people's heads, making their faces red and their heads almost smoking. The dragon's cheeks were puffed up, and it was unclear if it was because of the anger from the brave man. Looking at the shameless hero approaching, Lucia opened her huge dragon mouth and took a bite. I knew it. Xia Li covered his face that was stained by ambergris, with an expression that I had expected. You see, I know that our likes are different. But don't worry, I will teach you. Hisno, why are you biting me? The evil dragon took another bite on the back of Xia Li's hand, which caught Xia Li off guard. How could such a well-behaved dragon learn to bite people? If you still want to keep going, I'll have to bite you again to be fair. Lucia wiped her mouth, revealing a pair of pointed little canine teeth. Xia Li felt that this tooth was not good and that something would happen to it sooner or later. It's Li, not an I. Go back and learn Pinyin again. The dragon tried to run away after biting the man, so Xia Li chased after it and caught it. Lucia's face was filled with horror, wondering how she was caught in just 2 seconds. It is obvious that the dragon's speed is hundreds of times faster than that of a human. Is it because of my short legs? What a big mistake. Xia Li held the evil dragon in his arms. The dragon struggled a few times in vain. Finding that it couldn't be defeated, it just accepted its fate softly. The two of them twisted together like those young couples under the green grass in the park, twisted into a knot. No more playing, let's go home. I'll teach you how humans express their love when we get back. The transition chapter is so hard to write. I can finally start writing the main text. The car slowly drove into the community downstairs. Xia Li used his poor driving skills to reverse the car into the parking space 3 times, but failed. Lucia stood outside and imitated the traffic police gesture she had seen and demonstrated them to Xia Li. This way. Coming a little further. I see the reversing camera is about to hit the flower bed. It's okay, it's still that long. Lucia walked around to the front of the car and used 2 fingers to give Xia Li some distance. This time it's not some fingertip universe. It's really only less than 3 centimeters away from hitting it. Xia Li thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had played it safe. In the dragon's view, as long as the car can continue to move, bumps and collisions are not a big deal. She greatly underestimated how much humans cherish their driving tools. If Xia Li scratched her a few times, not to mention whether Ms. Fong would scold her, given Xia's temper, she would be heartbroken. Uncle, this car has been parked in our community for a while. It's our own car. The old man in the guard booth was wearing a large army green, cotton-padded jacket. He was holding a cell phone and watching some unknown video. His two big yellow teeth were exposed in his smile. Xia Li, okay, it's okay, I saw you. This car was bought by Xia. I saw her on WeChat Moments. Yeah, damn, lend it to me for 2 days. Xia Li nodded to the old man. The community here generally does not allow outside vehicles to enter, so this greeting is also for convenience. Turning around, Xia Li found that the evil dragon that had been sticking to him like a piece of taffy had disappeared. Every time Lucia goes out for a walk, she acts like a husky. As long as she is out of Xia Li's sight, she will let go. This made Xia Li feel at ease only when she held Silly Dragon's hand every time. What's its name? It's called Pork Belly. Pork Belly, what a delicious name. Next to the flower bed downstairs in the community, an Annie who was walking her dog, carrying a basket of vegetables, chatted casually with the little girl next to her. She has often seen this girl in the community recently. It is said that she is the girlfriend of the boy from the Xia family in Unit 2. The girl was pretty and cute, but a little timid and seldom greeted her neighbors. Today, when she saw the little girl approaching her, she thought she wanted to say hello to her. So she smiled and prepared to greet her, but she didn't expect that the little girl was only interested in the dog in her hand. Auntie, I'm going home to buy groceries. Xia Li walked over, grabbed the tender little white hand that was pinching the dog's mouth, and held it. Xia Li couldn't remember the specific name of the aunt in front of him, but it was always right to call her Annie at this time. Yeah, I went out shopping today, and on the way back I saw discounted vegetables in the supermarket. So I bought some extra. The aunt weighed the basket of vegetables in her hand and gave a friendly look to the little girl behind Xia Li. When are you planning to get married? Xia Li couldn't handle this kind of question, so he could only repeat politely. It's coming soon. Please treat us to your wedding banquet. I watched you grow up. Yes, Auntie. Wong, wong, wong. The corgi that was previously controlled by Lucia was finally freed. It hid behind its owner and instinctively grinned at Xia Li, who was approaching. Seeing this, Lucia glanced down at it. Woofa! The corgi was halfway through barking when it was frightened by these eyes. The auntie's hand holding the rope almost slipped away, and she couldn't help but smile at Xia Li. The little girl likes dogs very much, haha. Yes, the aunt pulled the dog, and Xia Li pulled the dragon. It took a lot of effort for them to separate the two species. Holding Lucia's little hand and going upstairs, Xia Li took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight to illuminate Lucia. Lucia walked behind with her head down and didn't say anything, just kept rubbing the dog hair on her hands onto her clothes. Is the dog fun? Xia Li turned around and asked along. It's a bit fun. More fun than me? Not as fun as Xia Li. Xia Li was in a good mood after winning against Go Z. He grabbed the tender little white hand and put it against his face. The evil dragon seemed unwilling to put its hand on his face, and Xia Li clearly felt the hand shrinking back. If you like playing with animals so much, let's get one. I don't want to raise one. Lucia shook her head. What? Xia Li took out the key and opened the door. Because I'm the only one who eats white rice at home. Lucia sat on a small bench at the door and changed her shoes. She tore off the magic tape on the side of her little leather shoes and was about to stretch out her feet when Xia Li suddenly squatted down and grabbed her ankle. Pets are different. They provide emotional value and companionship. And we keep smaller ones, like cats. Cats have very small appetites, except for the orange ones. Lucia didn't hear what Xia Li was saying at all. She watched Xia Li take off her own shoe and then took off the other one. Xia Li took out the ugly pair of fish-mouth slippers, and when he was about to help Lucia take off her white socks, Lucia hooked up her toes and seemed reluctant to take off her socks. Take it off and change into a pair of warm cashmere socks. You are still on your period. No, Lucia said in a twisted tone. She quickly stuffed her feet into her slippers and ran away. Hey, I'm concerned about you. Why don't you appreciate it all? Xia Li followed, and the two of them snuggled on the love sofa. Lucia silently picked up the big sheep, then reached out to take the remote control and turn on the TV. There was a lot of chatter coming from the TV. Both of them looked at the TV screen, but their attention was on each other. This is one of the ways humans express, only when you like someone, you're willing to do this and care about them. After Xia Li finished speaking, he reached out and pinched Lucia's little face. Do you understand? He asked again. Lucia said nothing and pretended to be watching TV seriously. The TV was playing the sports channel, and Xia Li knew without thinking that Xiaolong would definitely not be able to watch it. This guy is acting stupid here. Think you can get away with it? Impossible. They were sitting together like this. Could Xia Li let her run away? I kissed you in the car before because I like you. I wanted to change your socks just now because I like you, and now I want to hug you because I like you. Xia Li repeated the word like 3 times in one breath. He said everything he wanted to say in his life. For someone who is not good at expressing his feelings, this would not happen to him at all unless he really likes the person. If you don't explain to me a little more, silly dragon won't understand. Xia Li is now Lucia's life mentor. As a mentor, he must first learn to solve the problems himself before he can teach Lucia. After saying this, Xia Li let his arm that was resting on the sofa fall naturally onto a long, small shoulder. While hugging her, the evil dragon twisted like a pigworm in Xia Li's arms. In the end, because the sofa was too crowded, Xia Li had to shamelessly hold her in his arms. Look, just like you always like to hug this doll, you hug it because you like it. Now I hug you because I like you. Can you understand this? Lucia looked at the doll in her arms, then at the hero's stinky paw on her waist. Oh, don't mention it. At least their movements of holding the things in their arms are quite similar. Lucia thought about it carefully. She really liked the doll in her arms, but that was because the doll was in the shape of a sheep, and dragons all liked sheep. Moreover, this sheep was given to her by a brave man. She thought it was very precious, so she couldn't let it go. He raised his face and stole a glance at the brave man beside him. Lucia wondered why she liked him. Xia Li looks nothing like a gold coin, but in his heart he feels very similar to a gold coin. Dragons like gold coins because they are beautiful and sparkly, and they look comfortable. Xia Li also makes Lucia feel comfortable looking at them. She wanted to take a look at it every day and then lie on it to sleep. She felt the same way about Xia Li. Do you understand? Xia Li saw that the evil dragon had been thinking for a while and could not wait any longer. Lucia looked away. She still felt that human hearts were much more complicated than dragon hearts. The feelings I understand are the same as Xia Li's, but they also seem to be different. Don't know. Come on. If you don't understand, I'll continue to tell you. Put your ear close to me. Xia Li was very patient. He threw away the big sheep that was in the way, held Xiaolong's head close to him, and let her ears rest against his chest. Lucia grabbed the sheep's horns and made a fuss in Xia Li's arms for a while. But when she heard the strong heartbeat coming from Xia Li's chest, she instantly calmed down. The heart of a brave man. No matter how many times she heard it, it gave her a strange, fluttering feeling. Do you hear the beating? That's love. Xia Li's voice came through his chest. But if a person's heart stops beating, he will die. Wow, what unlucky words. I told you to listen to the frequency. The frequency. Xia Li pinched Lucia's face hard, making her little face red. A normal person's heart rate is under 100. But if you're with someone you like, your heart rate will exceed 100 and your body temperature will rise. You can't fool a dragon about this, you know? Xia Li is still unable to calmly say sweet words in front of Lucia. Every word he says now is hurtful to the enemy and himself. The rising body temperature and the palpable accelerated heartbeat are all real manifestations. Unfortunately, Lucia didn't understand what heart rate was. She just thought the hero's heartbeat was pleasant to the ears, and it made Long feel inexplicably at ease. I'll listen to you two. Xia Li bent his head down. A man and a dragon were entangled in a strange posture on the sofa, putting his head close to the chest of the evil dragon Xiangxiang. Xia Li felt his ear pressing against a piece of soft fat. Although the target was offset, the result was correct. It's soft here, softer than a dragon's face. Thump, thump. In the end, Xia Li heard nothing, but instead heard the sound of his heartbeat like a drum. Oh, speed up. Lucia's eyes sparkled. She heard with her own ears that the hero's heart rate was rising rapidly, and it seemed that even his body temperature was rising. Xia Li, your heart is about to jump out. Into this chapter, after breaking through that layer of window paper, Xia Li felt a lot more relaxed. There's a feeling of giving everything away and waiting for it to bear fruit. In the past, I liked him secretly and used trickery to make the evil dragon interact with me. But it's different now. Now I like it openly. There is no need to even lie. Just by robbing. You've already said openly that I like you. Do you still expect me to be honest with you? That's impossible. This is probably what Xia Li is thinking now. Sitting in front of the computer, Xia Li browsed through several pages of recent business news. He pricked up his ears and listened to the noises coming from the bathroom. He didn't stick his head out and called out until he heard the bathroom door open. Lucia. The little dragon, who had just come out of the bath, was already steaming with moisture. His face was red from the heat, and his misty eyes looked over, full of confusion. Let me help you blow dry your hair, Xia Li said. You can't blow it dry by yourself, so you need to be more careful these 2 days. I blow it myself. Lucia, with a little yellow duck scarf wrapped around her head, was about to turn away when she heard a buzzing sound coming from Xia Li's room. Turning around, Lucia looked at Xia Li, who was holding a hairdryer, and said with a smile, "The hairdryer is here. Where do you want to go?" Lucia came over with a silent look on her face, trying to snatch the hairdryer from Xia Li's hand. But Xia Li raised his hands high, not giving the dwarf a chance. "Sit up," he said shamelessly, slapping his thigh. Lucia looked at him angrily, and finally crawled over to the bed and sat on it alone. Her eyes seemed to be telling Xia Li that she would not go over, and if he wanted to come, he could come over. Keeping a distance of 2 meters between them was Lucia's last act of stubbornness. She instinctively thought that from now on, she should not be too accommodating to Xia Li. The human heart is sinister. Otherwise, you will really be led by Xia Li and become a dragon under Xia Li. Didn't you always like to sit on my lap and watch me play games? Why are you not happy about it now? Xia Li didn't mind Lucia's sense of distance and took the hairdryer to his bedside to plug it in. The hot wind was blowing, and Xia Li unskillfully separated the girl's long black hair again and then blew it dry bit by bit. "Xia Li, you have changed." Mixed with the noisy sound of the wind, Xia Li heard the evil dragons scolding of him. "My actions have changed, but my feelings have not changed." Xia Li paused and said, "I am devoted to Lucia Savannah." Looking down at the evil dragon's fleshy cheeks, which were becoming rosy, Xia Li added, "Besides, it's not just me who has changed. Look, you've changed too. No matter what I did to you before, you didn't react much. Now you try to avoid me at every turn and even start to go against my wishes." Because Xia Li's words were so logical, Lucia began to seriously reflect on herself. "That's because of you. Lucia kept asking for you for a long time, but you didn't come out," and her voice became lower and lower. "Ever since Xia Li suddenly kissed her in the car today, her mood has become a mess. Human kisses express a more sacred and incomprehensible emotion. Lucia could only see the tip of the iceberg in the short 2-hour movie. She didn't learn much, but even so, she felt itchy inside, as if something was touching her. But this is actually a good thing for me," Xia Li continued. "You've reacted, which proves that you have feelings for these things. You used to be stupid, and no matter how I flirted with you, you were like a dead duck that was not afraid of boiling water. Now it proves that you have feelings for me, too." "Of course I do. I have always liked Xia Li," Lucia said with her head held high. Looking at the evil dragon's crystal pink earlobe, Xia Li wanted to take a bite of it to make its redder even more translucent. Now Lucia has begun to understand what shyness is, and she is gradually understanding the emotions between humans. "Okay, then tell me what you like about me," Xia Li said shamelessly. "I'll analyze the differences between our likes." Lucia was thinking hard. Dragons don't beat around the bush as much as humans do, so Lucia spoke her mind. "You look pretty when you're repairing electrical appliances." "That's called handsome," Xia Li corrected. "What else?" "You look cool when you control the computer character to slay a dragon, and you look cool when you knock the bad guy Cuckoo to the ground with one move in the subway. Sometimes you look like a gold coin, shining brightly." The more Xia Li listened, the harder it was to suppress the smile. "Anything else?" "Anything else. Also, I want to treasure you, and it would be best if I could see you every day when I open my eyes. It would be best to sleep on gold coins every day, and you could hear the crisp sound of gold coins when you roll over." However, Lucia did not say the second half of the sentence. After all, they really do sleep together. There's nothing wrong with dragons and gold coins sleeping together. But problems arise when dragons and humans sleep together. Treasure it. Well, it's possessiveness, and I am the same in this respect. Xia Li thought about it carefully. Maybe Lucia was right. If you like someone, you like him or her. This kind of feeling is not divided into different levels, and there is no such complicated division. The feelings between humans and dragons can be mutual, no matter if she likes herself, likes gold coins, or likes sheep, as long as it is not the same likeness to all humans. Realizing that he was the special one and had always occupied a dominant position in the evil dragon's heart, Xia Li felt extremely satisfied. I feel satisfied mentally, but my body is restless. We are different races. Although you are a human now, your previous lifestyle and thinking habits are those of a dragon. There is a big generation gap between us. So many times we can't understand each other right away. Xia Li slowly stopped shaking the hairdryer. Lucia didn't dare to look back, but just listened silently. Xia Li said a lot to her today, but her mind was confused and she couldn't react. But there was one thing she agreed with. Humans and dragons express their feelings differently, and they cannot understand each other's behavior. But it doesn't matter, Lucia is usually the one who gives in. A brave man is bad. He only attacks and never retreats. Thinking of this, Lucia took the hairdryer by surprise and started to blow her hair. Do you know what humans should do when they express their emotions? Xia Li finished painting a big picture and finally revealed his true face. The honest dragon head said without reply, "How to do it? Take a bite. You are expressing yourself in a dragon's way. I am talking about a human's way of expressing yourself. Do not know." Lucia used the hairdryer to curl her long hair into a braid. What does it play out in the movie? In the movie, the dragon took people away. And then the princess touched the dragon's mouth on its nose. When I become a dragon, I will touch your mouth too. No, you have to touch my mouth now. I won't touch it. Lucia finally realized that the hero was setting a trap for her by saying so many things. After going around in circles, I ended up wanting to do this kind of thing. Human hearts are indeed very sinister. Sinister and greedy. Xia Li has expressed his thoughts to her twice in a human way today, so now it's time to use the dragon way. Thinking of this, Lucia put down the hot hair dryer in her hand, turned her head, and looked at Xia Li with a pair of gem-like eyes. Xia Li saw from the dragon's eyes, aggressiveness? The evil dragon suddenly pounced, this time aiming at the left thigh. Ow! The pain came along with the fresh scent of shampoo, and Xia Li cried out in pain. Successfully launched a precision strike on the target. Lucia stuffed her snow-white feet into her slippers and ran away. Tactical retreat. End of this chapter. Early next morning, the warm winter sun slowly climbed up the mountain, and the lazy orange light shone into the living room. Xia Li rubbed his hair, which was a mess from sleeping, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the bathroom to flush the toilet. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the little dragon pushing open the door opposite me. "Morning. You just woke up." As is the dragon's usual style, this guy usually gets up earlier than the chicken, just to have a hot breakfast on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's almost 10 o'clock today, and this hungry dragon who is supposed to eat on time didn't come over to rub his belly and say, "I'm hungry, are you? You just woke up too?" Lucia was wearing a pair of green plush pajamas, which were in the style of Godzilla, with a giant tooth hat hanging behind her head, a triangular piece of cloth on her back, and a fat tail filled with cotton behind her. Lucia picked out this set of pajamas herself online and said it was very cool. "You didn't sleep with me last night, so I didn't sleep well." Xia Li rubbed his hair and yawned. Oh, the evil dragon muttered something to himself and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Xia Li stared at the cotton tail swinging back and forth as it walked away, then turned around and went to the bathroom to take care of the most important thing in his life. The reason why he didn't force the evil dragon to sleep in his arms last night was not because he wanted to give the two of them a chance to relax. Xia Li wanted to give his body a chance to buffer. After confessing my feelings, not only did my mentality change, but I also experienced a big physical transformation. It would be hard on your body to cuddle with Lucia all day, Maybe this is also one of the ways humans should behave towards someone they like, trying hard to show themselves, wanting to be nice to her unconsciously, and then developing all kinds of desires for her. It's such a complicated feeling. Don't say the dragons are confused. Sometimes people are confused too. Xia Li stood in front of the sink and washed his face, admiring his handsome photo in the mirror. In nature, males have their own way of courtship. The most typical examples are the red-bottomed baboons and the peacocks with spread tails. Should I dress up a little bit? Lucia said she likes to see males breathing fire. This is a bit difficult, but it is still possible if you dye your hair red. Xia Li was wondering whether he should make some changes to his appearance, when Lucia, who was wearing Godzilla pajamas, suddenly appeared beside him. She didn't say anything, just turned on the faucet silently, took out her small toothbrush, and squeezed toothpaste into it. He brushed the neatly shaped dragon teeth with the soft plastic bristles of the toothbrush twice, then took a sip of tap water from the cup. Gurgle, gurgle, but spitting out the foam from her mouth, Lucia rubbed her face with the back of her hand and prepared to run away. And many more. Come back here. Xia Li stretched out his arm and grabbed Godzilla's fat tail. Godzilla was deformed in his hands, but he pulled him back forcibly. You brush your teeth so perfunctorily. I didn't eat anything at night. Why are you brushing so hard? Lucia doesn't understand why humans need to clean their teeth twice a day. Human teeth are so small, and it is too troublesome to brush them every day. She opened her mouth to show Xia Li, my teeth are not dirty. Xia Li didn't believe it and kept muttering, with the way you brush your teeth, there must be black spots inside, and maybe even cavities. Kerosene, then let me see. Xia Li bent down and put his head forward. But before he could give her a kiss on the mouth, Lucia suddenly reacted and stepped back vigilantly. The dragon not only has maximum defense, but now its dodge value is also maxed out. Before Xia Li could launch a surprise attack, the evil dragon in front of him disappeared on the spot. Don't run. I haven't seen it yet. I want to show it to you. I want to check the pot. The buns in the pot are smoking. I finished eating the big meat buns made by Lucia in the morning. At noon, Xia Li stopped the young cook who was going to the kitchen to cook. This dragon is busy all day long and is extremely stupid. After finishing breakfast, she was clamoring to make lunch for Xia Li, making Xia Li look like a glutton. Xia Li discovered that the ideas he had instilled in Lucia at the beginning were wrong. When he first started raising dragons, he was always trying to change Lucia's dragon thinking. He taught Lucia that she should not steal what she wants, but earn it with her own hands. She should not just ask for food if she wants it, but should show her value in this family in order to have food. Now Lucia has accepted this idea and made changes. The dragon became more diligent and self-reliant. She can cook and earn money from Xia Li through her own labor. However, Xia Li's ideas changed again. Lucia is his girlfriend, and in his heart, Lucia doesn't need to exchange her labor value for food. He wished that Lucia would eat white rice at home every day, sleep after eating, and spend half a year to make her plump and white. It would be best if I were to degenerate into a useless dragon muttering, I can't do anything without Xia Li. This would make Xia Li feel more accomplished. However, Xia Li has his own set of ideas, and Lucia may not be able to accept them so quickly. Stop it. I'm going to do it. Take off your apron. Let's go out to eat today. Didn't you say you wanted to eat rabbit? I'll take you to eat Sichuan's specialty hot pot rabbit. I don't want to eat it. When the evil dragon gets stubborn, he is really stubborn. He fights with Xia Li for 300 rounds in the kitchen. Xia Li wanted to take off her apron, but she refused. She got angry and opened her mouth to bite Xia Li, making her cry out. Why? Rabbit meat tastes delicious. You will know once you try it. Xia Li grabbed the thin apron strap around Lucia's waist tightly, and Lucia grabbed her shoulder straps to prevent Xia Li from pulling them away. After a pause, she turned back viciously and squeezed out a word. Expensive. It's not expensive at all. Rabbit meat is not as expensive as beef. We can afford it. I can prepare multiple meals by eating one meal outside. Lucia argued with reason and refused to let go. Xia Li had no choice but to open the balance in his mobile wallet and show it to Lucia. See? This is Xia. My mother gave it to me. She asked me to take better care of you. I'm taking you out for a delicious meal now. I'm just completing the task assigned by my superiors. Task. The dragon grasped the straps of his apron and thought seriously. This is the first time I heard that the hero's mission is not to slay the dragon, but to feed the dragon. After taking a look at the balance on Jinglong's phone, Lucia decided to take the pot to the sink to get some water and then put it on the stove to boil. Don't eat. The evil dragon was not tempted by Xia Li's delicious food, and the expression on his face showed that he was not interested. Xia Li didn't believe that the evil dragon, who was so eager to eat anything, would not be greedy. It is hard to change the nature of a dragon, especially when it comes to eating. He opened his phone again and found a photo of hot pot rabbit. The hot red oil and tender rabbit meat were intertwined. The bright colors stimulated people's appetite. Not to mention long. Even Xia Li felt greedy when he saw it. This chili oil is not spicy, I promise. Xia Li said confidently. Lucia didn't even look at it, but just by listening to Xia Li's narration, she felt saliva spreading on the tip of her tongue. Lucia swallowed her saliva secretly and put it into the pot. I don't like rabbit meat. Then I'll take you to whatever you want to eat, Xia Li said in a slow voice. There are many places he wants to take Lucia to, as long as Lucia is willing to go. But the evil dragon didn't seem to think so. Not going anywhere now. The evil dragon stirred the noodles with chopsticks, then turned around and went to wash the vegetable leaves in the sink. Xia Li was like a mosquito that could not be driven away, buzzing nonstop in her ears. What about the tasks issued by the higher-ups? We just pretend we've eaten and secretly save the money. What are you saving it for? Save it for later. Lucia washed 2 cabbage leaves and threw them into the pot, then covered it with a lid. Xia Li was amused by the dragon clan's unique hoarding habit. In the past, whenever he spent money on expensive things, Lucia would feel heartbroken at the loss of money. Now, even small amounts of money are not allowed to be spent. Maybe this dragon is actually very frugal. Money is just a string of numbers if you don't spend it. It only has value if you spend it on yourself. Don't cover the pot when cooking noodles, otherwise it will become a watery paste. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the pot that had already started to emit bubbles. The hot steam instantly filled the kitchen, and the 2 people's eyes became misty. Xia Li turned on the range hood, turned around, and saw Lucia preparing to throw the chopped green onions into the pot, so he quickly grabbed her little hand. You don't need to cook the chopped green onions. Just put them directly into the bowl with the noodles. Do you know how to make the base sauce? I'll make you the soy sauce version. Oh, okay. This time, the evil dragon did not disobey Xia Li, but obediently brought 2 large bowls. Xia Li grabbed the handle of the pot with one hand, and Lucia picked up the noodles with chopsticks. When the noodles were almost gone, Xia Li tilted the pot over, and Lucia used chopsticks to scoop up the leaves to ensure that nothing was wasted. The 2 of them cooperated well, and it didn't even need eye contact. Xia Li looked quietly at the dwarf dragon in front of him. He only needed to lower his head slightly to smell the sweet and soft scent of the dwarf dragon. It's not to go out to eat. Just live your life. That's how life is. I never thought that I would bring a virtuous dragon home. Xia Li, do you want your spicy? Mine. Every failure makes one wiser. Xia Li did not choose to answer the question, but instead said, I put sugar in mine. Put sugar in it. It was the first time for Lucia to see sugar added to noodles, and she wondered what a new way of eating it was. She stretched out her arm to get sugar from the spice rack, and just as she stood on tiptoe, something hit her face. The evil dragon covered his face in surprise. Unexpectedly, despite all the defenses, I still couldn't prevent the brave man's attack. All right, let it go. Xia Li put the sugar box back to its place, with a smile on his face brighter than the sun outside. He looked at the stunned expression of the evil dragon who had not yet reacted, and tried to probe in another direction. How about the other side as well? End of this chapter. In the past 2 days, Xia Li clearly felt that his mentality had changed a lot. In the past, Xia Li would feel it was a pleasure to lie on the sofa, watch Lucia's busy little figure, and listen to the clinking of the dishes in the kitchen. At that time, Xia Li felt a sense of pride in having personally trained the evil dragon into a good hand at housework, watching her improve little by little and master the process of human life little by little. But now, Xia Li was sitting on the sofa, and the sound of running water in the kitchen made him feel a little restless. When Xia Li heard the sound of the stainless steel bowl sliding into the sink and then being picked up by a pair of small hands to continue washing, he stood up immediately. Go, I'll wash it. Xia Li pushed the evil dragon beside the sink away with his butt. The evil dragon's hands were covered with detergent bubbles. She shook her dragon claws and looked at Xia Li strangely. I'll pay for you. You could just lie down on the sofa. After saying this, he did not forget to take the dragon's foamy claws under the faucet to wash them. Lucia was very obedient and left the kitchen silently. Xia Li washed the dishes and the pots. After finishing here, she saw the dragon in the living room mopping the floor diligently with a mop. This guy can't stay idle for even a second. She had not yet untied her apron, and her hair was tied into a neat bun. The thin apron straps swayed left and right behind her as she twisted her waist. Who told you to do this? Seeing this, Xia Li tried to grab the mop again. Lucia frowned slightly, her tone sounding a little aggrieved. You let me. You won't be allowed to do that now. You're still bleeding. Lie down, Xia Li said, pointing at the sofa. It's almost clean. Lucia spoke in a low voice, but still obediently curled up on the sofa. Xia Li cleaned the place and went to the balcony to hang clothes. It's not tiring to do these chores, but they are quite troublesome as they are all piecemeal. Does the evil dragon usually do so many things? In recent days, she has even been doing these things while her body is weak due to menstruation. Turning around, Xia Li looked at the neatly arranged furniture in the living room and the empty vase on the TV cabinet that Lucia had wiped clean. He couldn't help but sigh that these were the details he had always ignored. Xiaolong is actually quite capable. It feels like a good wife and mother. Glancing at the sofa, Lucia was holding an elementary school math textbook on her knees, counting on her fingers. It seemed that some high-level problem was encountered. Lucia looked at the little face and inadvertently looked up and glanced at Xia Li. What are you looking at? Xia Li walked over to look, but Lucia didn't let him see it. She suddenly closed her legs and clamped the math book together. Xia Li found it funny. It's okay that you don't let me see your phone, but why don't you even let me see your math book? I will definitely do this question. Lucia had a cold face and answered irrelevantly. Well, it turned out that he was stuck on the elementary school questions, but he didn't want Xia Li to see his rookie level, so he didn't show it to him. Zhuelong is stubborn in his own way, and he is also quite tough in his words. It's okay. Just learn some math. Most of the knowledge in it is actually useless. It's basically enough to know addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Xia Li comforted her and then asked her, What is 3 times 5? Lucia kept silent with a small face. Then she began to use all the knowledge reserves of the Dragon Clan to calculate this problem. Before coming to Earth, Lucia only knew addition and subtraction within 20, and she couldn't even count 2. If Xia Li hadn't bought her so many math notebooks, she still wouldn't have known that there are more convenient ways of calculation in the world, such as multiplication and division. 3 times 5 is equal to 3 times 5 added together. This is not a problem for her. Lucia began to count on her fingers. A person's hand has 5 fingers, which means 3 hands are needed. But Lucia soon discovered that she only had 2 hands, which were not enough. Come here for a moment. Lucia waved to the brave man. When Xia Li came to the sofa, Lucia grabbed one of his big hands, and now there were exactly 3 hands. After counting her own fingers carefully, Lucia then broke off Xia Li's thumb and continued counting. After counting, she gave the final answer. It's 15. You are so smart. Xia Li was a little amused. Call her stupid, but she can think of a solution. You say she is smart. She has studied for more than half a month, but she still can't recite the multiplication table. What would you do if it's 3 times 8? Xia Li said again. You have 5 toes too. Then what? My hands and feet plus your hands and feet. Just count them once. Xia Li had nothing to say, but he wasn't in a hurry. Who hasn't had a runny nose and tears from the multiplication table as a child? Lucia has only been on Earth for a little over a month, and it's great that she can now do some addition and subtraction. However, Lucia's Chinese language skills have improved rapidly. This is probably because she likes to use her mobile phone to browse small broken websites every day. Now she's very good at recognizing subtitles. Even if Xia Li wants to deceive her occasionally, she will not be fooled. I'll be your boss's wife and collect the bills. We may even lose our pants without even knowing it, Xia Li said with a smile. Boss's wife? Boss's mother. Lucia had never heard of this term. The boss lady is the boss's wife. Xiaolong understood seriously and nodded. Oh, it's the boss's mother-in-law. Lucia's terms for interpersonal relationships between humans are also a mess. Xiao Li didn't dwell on this and pulled Xiaolong back to the room. After simply making the doghouse on his bed and turning it into a dragon's nest, Xia Li let Lucia lie down on the bed while he went back to the computer to start working. If this thing is placed in the living room, Xia Li will always be thinking about her, so it is better to put her directly behind him, so that even the efficiency of typing can be greatly improved. Lucia chose to go with the flow and started reading as she laid down on the bed, but the hero sitting on the gaming chair kept looking back at her, which made her a little wary. No, I was thinking, I seem to have become very clingy to you, Xia Li suddenly said. After hearing this, Lucia grabbed her chest and smelled her own scent. I don't have any glue on me. Hey, Xia Li let out a long sigh. Sometimes it is difficult to play the piano to a dragon. He was speaking sweet words seriously here, while this guy was analyzing it for him even more seriously. There is no romance at all. I have finished writing down the stories you told me last time. Please tell me some more. As Xia Li spoke, he opened the back end of the novel website and patrolled the comment section. Little dragon, my little dragon is grown up and will fight against those bad guys. How come you only destroyed one main city? Isn't this going to invade all the neighboring countries? Here's a suggestion. When launching an attack, it's best to burn down all the granaries first. This way, the troops behind will be automatically weakened. You could just set fire to the mountains and wear them down. Bah, there are paradox war criminals everywhere. Do you think the plot you were talking about matches the tone of the story in the book? Why doesn't it match? The protagonist here is a pure-blooded dragon. Isn't it natural for a dragon to conquer the world? The actual situation cannot be like this. Doing these things will deepen the hatred. Humans will unite to encircle and suppress the protagonist. No matter how pure-blooded a dragon is, it will fall to the ground in a matter of minutes. It's still the actual situation. It's just a novel, not real. The author wrote the setting and worldview in such detail that I think it is quite realistic. It's getting real. I think you're possessed. The comment section below the record is still full of arguments and praises. This kind of subject matter with non-human protagonists is inherently special. Those who like it can get into it, but those who can't can either treat the protagonist as a development or directly find fault from human perspective. Xia Li looked around and felt that there was no problem. Under normal circumstances, he would choose to ignore it. For him, it was basically freedom of speech. The rest of the story. Lucia appeared from beside Xia Li at some point, and Xia Li was so scared that he immediately closed the comment section. Xiaolong's heart is quite fragile, so it's better not to let her see these things. Humans won't like what's coming next. Why? Lucia rubbed the sheep's ears in her arms and recalled. Because the rest of the story is about me robbing humans of their gold coins. As a dragon, and a pure-blooded dragon with absolute power, Lucia, like most dragons, has such a glorious record. Dragons love gold coins as much as humans love gold coins. It's just that they're not bound by human rules and can only grab what they want by stealing. These contents are very important to the complete story. Please tell it. Xia Li created a new chapter document and prepared to start writing. He has already written a story about a dragon. So, does he have to create a righteous dragon? There's nothing interesting here, just robbing the Duke's gold coins. Lucia was reluctant to talk about her evil deeds. Especially after understanding the human laws of this world, Lucia realized that her previous actions were wrong. Moreover, Xia Li is a brave man, and telling these things to a brave man is equivalent to confessing his criminal record. Xia Li might even punish her. How to do it specifically? Tell me in detail. I need to write it down. Xia Li wrote the title of this part, and he wrote down whatever Lucia said. After she finished speaking, Xia Li polished and processed the content. Lucia had no choice but to speak weakly. If I encounter a lord with stronger guards, I will choose to find an opportunity to attack at night. If it is weaker, I will directly occupy the Duke's house, blow it up, and then open the warehouse and sleep in it myself. During her adolescence, Lucia's attitude towards humans took a sharp turn for the worse after she was besieged by humans several times and her desire to destroy was awakened. The main city of the human kingdom was difficult to capture, so she focused on attacking places like noble manors and dukedoms. The Silver Dragon Queen's reputation was established as early as the first battle. After that, Lucia was invincible. Often, before a battle even began, she would roar like a dragon, and the human adventurers would be scared and flee in all directions. Until I met Xia Li, this brave warrior with a cheat code holding a demon-killing sword. The Dragon Clan's magical defense was as brittle as a piece of paper in front of him, and the hard dragon scales shattered at the slightest touch. Apart from throwing rocks at the hero to cause him some damage, any other magic is futile. What happens next? We're robbing the Duke's mansion. What should we do if we encounter towns and villages along the way? Xia Li typed out the outline while digging deeper into the matter. Ordinary towns and villages? I don't give a shit about that, Lucia replied. What is there for the poor to rob? They can't even afford to eat. I didn't expect that you were so principled as a dragon. You only rob the rich and not the poor. Xia Li was surprised. Lucia snorted twice. They don't have any gold coins. And I robbed those nobles mostly out of revenge. Revenge for them bullying me when I was a child. But there's one thing that is quite interesting. Lucia fell into reminiscence and unconsciously let down her guard against Xia Li. Xia Li patted his thigh, and she sat on him naturally, moving her but inward, finding a comfortable position and half leaning on Xia Li. The faint scent of shower gel and milk wafted from the evil dragon, and Xia Li's desire to write a book was fading. Looking at the evil dragon who was telling about his great achievements with great enthusiasm, Xia Li felt that the thoughts in his head were as tangled as tofu dregs. The pair of lips that were speaking were as tender as newly blossoming peach blossoms, and Xia Li wanted to bite her to see if she could still mumble out any words. Oops, this isn't a scent. It's the smell of hormones. Every time I opened the door of the noble's warehouse and took away the gold coins and gems inside, the common people would rush in after me and divide up the remaining things inside. They even called me the Savior's Silver Dragon. Lucia spoke with pride, becoming more and more immersed in the situation, completely unaware that the hero's sinful hand was already on her waist. The Savior's Silver Dragon. Is it so powerful? Xia Li was very supportive. Yeah, that's what the poor humans who don't have any gold coins call me. Many places even welcome my arrival. The evil dragon was still speaking in a serious tone when Xia Li stole the sheep that was in the way in her arms and threw it away. Lucia's hands were empty, and the whole dragon had turned half a circle with its legs slightly apart and sat in Xia Li's arms face to face. That's amazing. Xia Li sighed from the bottom of his heart and then said solemnly, "Then I will reward you." Lucia realized what Xia Li was trying to do and pressed down his face with her dragon claw. However, humans in some places still hate me. After I launched an attack on human nobles, those nobles and dukes would find ways to increase taxes to make up for their losses. Humans in such places would drive me away. Lucia was still talking nonstop, but Xia Li's mind was filled with nothing but garbage. Unfortunately, his sneak attack did not succeed this time. Lucia covered his eyes with one of her small hands and directly pinched his weapon of crime, referring to his lips with the other hand. "You're not allowed to kiss me." Lucia snorted and said ruthlessly. "Why?" Xia Li was unhappy and managed to squeeze out a shout from the gap in his mouth that was pinched into a duck's mouth. "Just a moment. Not even for a moment. Then it's 0.5. What's 0.5? It means kissing only the upper lip, not the lower lip. Is it still possible? Lucia tried to imagine it, but just thinking about it made Long feel embarrassed. Glancing at the hero's lips that were curled up by her fingers, Lucia automatically associated him with a pig's snout. Do it yourself. I won't attack you this time, and my eyes are closed. Feeling that Xiaolong was hesitating, rather than refusing, Xia Li thought there was a chance, so he stepped up and said, "This is the human way of expressing love. Didn't you say you like me too? Now you are also a human, so you should try to express your feelings in a human way." Under Xia Li's patient guidance, Lucia became a little shaken. It was just a touch, and it didn't seem like anything. But humans have many ways to express their emotions. In the movie she saw recently, besides mouth-to-mouth, the next step was for humans to take off their clothes and roll around on the bed. Lucia didn't know exactly how she rolled over. After all, there was something wrong with the filming of the movie shots, and she couldn't see the scene below. "Well, then, pull your lower lip back." The evil dragon's voice was very awkward, and his face was probably quite red. Unfortunately, Xia Li's eyes were covered, and he couldn't see anything. "How can I take this back?" Xia Li tried it, and actually sucked her lower lip in her teeth and bit it. Lucia then slowly straightened up in his arms and released her little hand to press on his chest. Feeling the breath approaching, Xia Li secretly raised his palm and aimed at the back of Lucia's head. The moment she came closer, he exerted force with his wrist and pressed Lucia into his arms. The two of them leaned back together, their lips pressed together, and even their teeth touched each other. Lucia slapped the stinky hero's face. The brave man is a bad guy. If a sneak attack fails, he will rely on cheating and robbing. Never be fooled again. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Originally planning to spend an afternoon accumulating some manuscripts, Xia Li planned to spend the next 2 days with Lucia. He and Lucia had been living in a relationship for so long, but they had never had a proper date. Even if Lucia doesn't have the same needs as a human girl, Xia Li, as a man, should still do something. He has made all the plans. He will take Lucia out for a trip after he saves up 2 more chapters. After all, we have a car now, so it is very convenient to travel long distances. As a result, after all the hard work today, not a single word was changed, and all the time was spent on exploring the dragon. It took Xia Li a long time to coax the evil dragon into submission. He was afraid that the evil dragon would think he was a bad guy and stay away from him from then on. He explained that the lie just now was not a lie, but a common trick used by human males on women they like. Just like birds in nature courtship, humans' courtship is more complicated. Lucia thought about it for a while and found that it did make sense. So she didn't accuse Xia Li of any crime anymore and went to the kitchen with a red face to make dinner for Xia Li. Xia Li grabbed her and said that today was Thursday and he would insist on getting Lucia to have a fried chicken burger with him. Lucia kept saying the food outside is not as healthy as the food at home, but when the takeaway arrived, she was so delicious that she almost chewed up the whole chicken bone and swallowed it. Is it delicious? Well, it's delicious. This food that can appease children can also be used to appease dragons. Lucia licked her fingers clean, and her full and satisfied little face looked particularly relaxed. That's what making money is all about, Xia Li said, tapping the empty box. The money that humans earn in this society is always used for 2 purposes. The first is for survival, and the second is for pleasing oneself. Often the latter accounts for a large proportion. In today's society, it is actually very difficult to starve to death. A 5 yuan bowl of noodles can last a week, and at worst, you can survive by rummaging through trash cans or begging. The efforts we make in this society are basically to please ourselves. Oh, Lucia understood the general idea. Food bought with money really tastes better than food cooked at home. Putting aside the quantity and cost-effectiveness, Lucia at least felt the satisfaction that eating these foods brought her. "How much is this bucket?" she asked. "There's a promotion today, $50. Normally, it should be more expensive." 50. Lucia counted on her fingers and began to assess the value of the meal using her own unique unit of measurement, fried poop. The money for 50 fried rice cakes. Xia Li helped her calculate the answer. 50. the evil dragon shouted. Well, since we have big appetites, I ordered 3 buckets. That's expensive. 150 yuan is enough for a meal once in a while, Xia Li advised. In this society, money will become less and less valuable if you keep it in your pocket. 10 years ago, 5 yuan could buy 5 kilograms of rice, but now 5 yuan can only buy 2 kilograms. This is depreciation, so we should spend our money in the future. There is no need to save on living expenses. These expenses are just needs for us. Xia Li has been teaching Lucia the 3 views of mankind. Now it is time to tell her the values of this society. He was afraid that the evil dragon would be too frugal and live a hard life with him at home every day. You can treat him unfairly. It's not like he hasn't had a hard life where he had to eat a box of instant noodles for a week. But it is not allowed to let his girlfriend suffer. But we have no way to make money now. Lucia lowered her head and fiddled with the chicken bones on the table, seeming to be thinking about something. After understanding the importance of money in modern life, Lucia felt an increasing sense of crisis. It is very difficult for a dragon that has lost its power to find a place in human society. Lucia knew very well that with her current abilities, it was almost impossible for her to find a job that suited her in society, and she had no way of making money. So, even if it was just the money for a hot pot rabbit meal, she wanted to save as much as possible. This idea is strange to say the least. When he was a dragon, he had no worries about what to eat or what to do, but now he has become cautious. Lucia carefully analyzed the root cause of this idea. She wanted to spend more time with Xia Li. Hasn't that travelogue started to generate income? Xia Li knocked on the table to wake up the evil dragon whose thoughts had wandered. Besides, didn't I tell you that I would go out and look for a job? What about me? The dragon asked. You? How long have you been on Earth? Get familiar with life here first. It won't be too late to make a decision after you find something you like to do. I'm just going to eat white rice at home. Lucia raised her face, which was still covered with ketchup, and asked blankly. Xia Li laughed and said, What's wrong with eating white rice? It's my family's rice. I am happy with it. Lucia choked. The hero just said not long ago that he would let her be self-reliant, and if she didn't work, she could go out and become a wandering dragon. Why'd he change his mind now? Is this also a sign of love? Okay, just put your heart at ease. If you have any difficulties, I hope you can rely on me instead of wondering about it alone. Xia Li stood up and cleaned up the garbage on the table. Lucia's current values are not yet formed. It is actually very simple to correct the dragon clan's inherent hoarding behavior. Just let her enjoy the happiness brought by consumption more. Let's go out and digest the food. After packing up all the garbage and taking it away, Xia Li took out the car keys and waved them in front of Lucia. Now that I have the car, how can I not drive it for a few more days? Lucia didn't say much and followed Xia Li like a dragon as usual. Just got off work and zhao. In the corridor, Zhao Qin, a neighbor on the second floor, was rummaging through her bag for her keys. When she heard Xia Li's greeting, she turned back with a smile. Yes, the store is not busy today, so I came back early from get off work. Have you eaten? There's food at home. How about coming to my house and having a meal? We've eaten, and we're going to go shopping. Okay, drive slower. After declining the neighbor's kindness, Xia Li took Lucia's little hand and went downstairs. It was still bright outside, but in Sichuan province the sun usually didn't set until 8 in the evening. The sun was red at this time, hanging scorchingly in the sky. I was greeting my neighbor just now. You should follow my lead and call him when I call you. This is basic etiquette among humans. Xia Li said as he walked. Lucia listened carefully and thought, Etiquette? What about She and the others? It doesn't matter between friends. You can call them whatever you want or not call them at all. It's mainly for the elders, especially my parents. When you see them in the future, you should also say a few words of greeting like this so that you can appear to be a polite person. Oh, Lucia silently noted the key points. After all, this is a matter concerning the hero's parents, so this is very important to her. Also, you should greet me occasionally. Xia Li gave an example. For example, when you wake up in the morning, say good morning to me, and before you close your eyes at night, say good night to me. It would be best if you crawl to my bedside and say it in my ear. Lucia thought about it carefully and felt that her relationship with Xia Li was not so unfamiliar that she needed to greet him like this. What good will it do to tell me? I'll be launched like a rocket if I tell you so. It would be even better if these good morning and good night could be added with a prefix. Sally said more and more. What prefix? Lucia asked. How could the evil dragon understand what human names and titles are? Until now, she only knew the two common relationships of friends and parents, and at most lovers. If there are more, her mind would become confused. I'll ask you a question. Sally did not answer. When Lucia heard that he was going to give her a question, she immediately became energetic. What is the problem? I see you've been learning about interpersonal relationships lately. Based on our current relationship, if our relationship gets better and more elevated, what should you call me? Lucia was confused by the complicated question and answered after a moment. Boyfriend. Above boyfriend? Do not know. Just to remind you, use the word old to form a word. Xia Li came to the front of the car and stopped. He was looking forward to Lucia giving a correct answer. The evil dragon had a silent little face. You can tell that she is really thinking hard. After half a minute of silence, Lucia gave an uncertain answer. Old thing. End of this chapter. The dragon who answered with the three words, old thing, was, as expected, beaten up by the hero. Her face turned red from being pinched by Xia Li, and her eyes, which were brighter than gems, looked very aggrieved. The word old in the Chinese textbook can be used to form many words. How did she know what word Xia Li wanted? Xia Li didn't tell her the correct answer either, saying something like, it would be meaningless if I told you. You have to figure out yourself. Lucia felt very aggrieved. Besides, what's wrong with the word old thing? In the dragon clan, the older the dragon is, the higher its status. Get off the bus. When Xia Li arrived at the destination, he first closed the panoramic sunroof above his head, then walked around the car and opened the door for Lucia. Lucia was unhappy and pedaled down awkwardly. Xia Li wanted to laugh when she saw the red marks on her fair and tender face. It seems like I was a bit heavy-handed. It could also be that Lucia's face was too delicate, and a slight pinch would leave a mark. Suddenly, I missed Lucia's face covered with dragon scales. That kind of defense. I'm afraid Xia Li couldn't even bite it with his teeth. Where are we? After getting off the bus, Lucia looked around. The street was unfamiliar to her, and she had never been there before. There is a big pet shop in Jinjiang district. Xia Li replied. After getting a car, their range of activities has greatly increased. Before, they would hesitate for a long time before crossing a district, but now they can do it with just one step on the accelerator. A pet shop? Lucia soon saw the pet shop that Xia Li mentioned. The sign of this store is very big, spanning 7 or 8 stores. It looks like the largest shop on this street. Well, I thought about it and felt that it would be better to have a pet at home. Xia Li locked the car and moved forward holding Lucia's little hand. If I go out to work in the future, at least you'll have someone to keep you company when you're home, so you won't be so bored. No. Lucia is still very resistant to the idea of having a pet. But Xia Li still insisted. Why not? Didn't I tell you that this is a basic need in life? Keeping a pet can bring spiritual pleasure and a sense of accomplishment. This positive emotion is no less satisfying than eating 2 delicious meals. In the long run, the cost-effectiveness is still very high. I don't like small animals. Lucia said stubbornly. Keep a pet? Any animal that appears around the dragon's nest is food for the dragon. Isn't raising a pet just raising emergency food? You obviously like small animals very much. Last time, you stroked Tauzi's dog until it was bald. Xia Li said with a smile. That's different, Lucia said with a straight face. It's okay to play with it, but it's too troublesome to feed it and give it water every day. As the name suggests, pets are animals that are meant to be pampered. When Lucia thought about a weak animal appearing to snatch food from her, she felt a sense of territorial crisis. And also, if you have a pet, you will focus your energy on it, which is not good. Why are you still jealous of your pet? Xia Li was very happy after listening to Lucia's theory. In any case, you and my parents come first. I come second, and everything else comes second," Xia Li said with a smile. When I pushed open the glass door, the air conditioning and heating from the pet shop hit me in the face. There are no enthusiastic shopping guides like those in mobile phone stores and clothing stores. In a huge store, there are only 2 clerks introducing the habits and precautions of pets to customers who want to buy. This store is indeed the one that Xia Li had seen introduced before coming here. It is big enough and has many varieties. In addition to the common cats and dogs, there are new pets such as rabbits and ferrets. Going further in an acrylic box decorated with green grass, Xia Li even saw some unusual pets such as spiders and geckos. The entire floor of the pet shop was set up like a small zoo. Lucia really liked the small animals. She lay in front of a large transparent box, staring at the gecko hidden behind the rockery. The house gecko is a kind of gecko with a thick tail and a cute round head. The one that Lucia took a fancy to was a gray gecko with silver spots on its body. Its eyes were big, round, and black. It was looking up at Lucia. "Doesn't it look very similar to your original form?" Xia Li said beside him. Lucia puffed out her cheeks, looking a little unhappy. It would be better to say that she looks like a crayfish. At least the crawfish was tasty. Not only did the lizard look unpalatable, it also looked dull and weak. Not like. Lucia snorted and looked elsewhere. This store sells not only pets, but also a large number of pet supplies on the middle shelves. Judging from the choices made by customers, it is these retail products that are in greater demand. "Do you want that?" Xia Li pulled Lucia to the shelf and pointed to the cardboard at the bottom. "What is this?" It was the first time Lucia saw cardboard being sold. A cat scratching board, used for sharpening claws. You can sharpen your dragon claws. Lucia. And this, Xia Li became more and more excited as he spoke, picking up a bag of puppy chew sticks to show Lucia. "This is for teeth grinding. It's just right for grinding your dragon teeth. Otherwise, it will hurt when you bite people." Lucia. "And this bottle for feeding the kitten. When you drink milk at night." Xia Li was talking excitedly when Ilon walked past him calmly. As he walked past, Lucia's small leather shoes accidentally stepped on Xia Li's instep. She stepped directly over Xia Li. Xia Li grimaced after being kicked, but he stopped being mean. The two came to the most popular cabinet for cats and dogs. The 3 little Pomeranians in the cage looked like tofu. The puppy was barking and interacting enthusiastically with the other 2 female customers. Perhaps girls have no resistance to such cute furry animals. The 2 female customers couldn't stop smiling and kept saying that they wanted to keep them, but the landlord who rented the house to them might not agree. Dandelion dumplings. Lucia was also quite interested in this white, fluffy little creature. From a dragon's perspective, a puppy of this size is just 3 dandelions. She squatted down, preparing to reach in and touch the dog like the other 2 female customers did. Woof, 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 woof. The Pomeranian, which was sticking out its tongue sweetly in the last second, seemed to have seen its natural enemy, who was about to eat it in the next second, and it screamed and retreated repeatedly. The 2 female customers were startled, and the shop assistant, not far away, also rushed over after hearing the news. After a careful inspection, it was found that the puppy did not seem to be attacked or in a fight. "What happened?" "I don't know. We just touched them normally, and they suddenly started barking." The female customer looked around, but no one noticed anything unusual. Lucia withdrew her hand silently. She stared at the 3 puppies huddled in the corner, her expression somewhat lonely. "It's okay. Let's take a look at the others." Xia Li whispered something to comfort her and pulled her arm to stand up. Lucia said nothing, turned around, and went to check the other cabinets. As expected, all dogs, big and small, were afraid of her. Even the bulldog that claimed it could battle with a bull, after looking at Lucia, tucked its tail between its legs and went back into its kennel. "Umph!" Lucia was unhappy and muttered something. "The puppy is not fun to play with. He is too timid." She could still touch the big dog, but the small dog didn't even have the courage to face her. "How can we keep a pet like this?" Lucia said dissatisfiedly. Although she was being stubborn just now, she really liked this furry animal. She had loved being a dragon before. Chasing these little guys all over the mountain was one of the few pleasures in her life as a dragon. Now that she has transformed into a human form, she likes these little guys even more. Human hands are much smaller than dragon claws, so she can touch these small animals at will without squashing them, and she feels comfortable touching those furry things. Hey, Xia Li sighed. It's quite sad when you think about it, because there is dragon blood flowing in her blood. Even though Lucia likes these little guys very much, they will not approach her. No wonder it is said that dragons are solitary by nature. This is a kind of loneliness. Would you like to keep a cat? Cats are pretty cute. Xia Li led Lucia to the cat cabinet. Each kitten here has a suite, which comes with a litter box, cat bed, food and drinks. It is much more refined than the ones for dogs. Cats eat very little. They don't even eat as much as you do in one bite. As Xia Li was speaking, the chubby golden cat in front of him raised its head in a daze. When it saw Lucia's dragon eyes, its already round body became even more swollen, looking like a bloated hedgehog. I was so scared, Xia Li said. Perhaps the option of raising small animals is not an option for the dragon Lucia. It's afraid of me too. Lucia's dragon claws didn't even have time to stretch out before they retracted. Why don't we just take it home and try it? It's normal that it's not cooked at first. It will be cooked after a while. Seeing the disappointed expression on the evil dragon's face, Xia Li suggested. Lucia shook her head. A forced melon is not sweet. I don't know where this guy learned these words, but they surprisingly fit in this place. The two walked around the cat cage. Just like before, no cat was willing to approach Lucia, and some kittens were so scared that they huddled in the litter box. Seeing this, Xia Li was also worried that the dragon's fragile mind would be hurt, so he said, "It's okay. Raising a pet is a matter of fate. This proves that the pets here are not meant for you. There's no rush. You might find one on the road someday." Thinking back to the time when I thought about raising cats and dogs, it was Xia Li who took the initiative to bring up the idea. Now Lucia was tempted to raise small animals, but no animal was willing to go home with her, which made the dragon very depressed. "We were just going out for a stroll today. How about we go to the flower and bird market and take a look? I'm sure the birds there will like you." "No, birds are bad. Birds poop everywhere." In the end, Lucia didn't even get to pet the furry little animal, and her pouty little mouth was raised as high as it could be. Completely losing interest in the things in the pet store, she was about to leave in a depressed mood. Xia Li was walking behind, and, as if he had thought of something, he grabbed her dragon claw. "And many more. I thought of a small animal that you could keep at will." End of this chapter. Coming out of the pet store. At this time, the sky was gradually getting darker. The setting sun was hanging in the west, and the street lights in Qingcheng City were lighting up one after another. Lucia was holding a transparent glass jar in her hand, and there was a little bit of happiness on her face. In the small jar, two little red fish, not even as long as her little finger, were swimming happily in the water. From time to time, Lucia would lift the small jar and put it close to her face to take a look at what the little fish was doing, and then she would tickle the fish's body with her fingers through the glass. Most of the animals suppressed by Lucia's bloodline are beasts. The animals fear her, and the birds love her. As for fish, perhaps because the fish have low IQs, they didn't show any special reaction to Lucia. However, dragons don't particularly like fish. Its interactivity is much weaker, and its feel and taste are not good. However, the jar of small fish that Xia Li bought for her had a natural advantage. Those are the colorful little stones that are laid under the jar. Those stones are translucent and look like crystal clear, high-quality gems. Xia Li said this thing was some kind of artificial crystal, but Lucia didn't care what it was made of, as long as it looked beautiful. Under the light, the colorful gems reflected brilliant colors, making the little fish in the jar sparkle, which was pleasing to Lucia. She followed Xia Li into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and then carefully held the small fish tank, fearing that the shaking of the car would affect the small animals inside. Xia Li started the car, glanced sideways at Xiaolong's serious expression, and couldn't help but smile. Although the ultimate goal of raising cats and dogs was not achieved, it was at least a small pet for Lucia. It's no problem for her to have these two little fish to keep her company while she passes the time. Xia Li. Okay, Not long after the car started, Lucia picked up the fish tank with a look of surprise, as if she saw something strange. There were worms coming out of its stomach. She pointed to one of the fish inside. Xia Li took a glance and said calmly, "That's pooping." Lucia suddenly didn't seem to like the little fish in the glass jar so much. "I wonder if it tastes good if I fry it in a pan?" When she got home, Lucia found a place to set up her small fish tank. Since it was her first time to keep a pet, and she had no experience, she just placed the fish tank in the kitchen. Sally always felt something was wrong. Does this dragon know the difference between a pet and food? Along returned to the sofa in her slippers and started looking up information on her cell phone. Sally quietly walked over and took a peek at her cell phone. I was afraid of seeing search terms like "can goldfish be eaten?" or "how to cook goldfish deliciously." However, Sally was wrong about this. Lucia searched Baidu for tips on raising fish. It says on the internet that you should change the water every 3 days and the fish every 7 days. What does it mean to change the fish every 7 days? Lucia asked, turning back in confusion. It means that this fish has a short lifespan and won't live more than a week. Does a goldfish have such a short lifespan? It's not that short, actually. It's just that it's hard to keep it for a long time. These creatures are too fragile and can easily die. When Lucia heard that these little fish would die, her face became filled with hesitation. She asked Xia Li, "What if they die?" "Flush it down the drain." "Well, I'll help you find a place to dig a hole and bury it." Lucia was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. Xia Li said that these two fish belonged to her, and she had the right to decide their life or death. This feeling was very subtle for Lucia. In the past, she could burn everything with a breath and kill more than 10 wild beasts with one claw. But now, she actually cared about the life and death of a tiny fish. Is this what it feels like to have a pet? Lucia hopes that they can live well in the small fish tank. And it would be best if they can lay eggs and hatch many little goldfish babies to fill the fish tank. She would be very happy if that happened. Thinking of this, Lucia glanced at Xia Li beside her. Xia Li was looking at the background of a novel on her mobile phone, and the two looked at each other. Xia Li asked puzzledly. "Without." Lucia looked away, her expression shy and awkward, her cheeks redder. What is this silly dragon thinking about? Why are you making yourself embarrassed? Seeing her reaction, Xia Li tried to guess for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. The evil dragon was easy to understand before, but now that her thoughts are becoming more and more like those of a human, it is difficult for Xia Li to guess her. "Take your time to study it." "I'm going to work." Xia Li stood up and reminded him. "You can't feed too much fish feed. These small animals don't have a sense of fullness and can easily eat themselves to death." "Oh." Lucia nodded seriously. Xia Li knew a little about everything and seemed very reliable. "Also, you can't put those colorful little stones in your mouth, let alone swallow them." "I'm not that stupid." Lucia raised her head and retorted. Although she had the idea of stealing the crystal inside, she definitely did not think of swallowing it. Listening to the noise silently, Lucia waited until Xia Li returned to the room and started typing on the keyboard before she tiptoed to the kitchen. Looking at the little fish swimming around in the small tank, Lucia couldn't help but put her little hand in to dig a little. Just stealing 2 crystals. Xia Li shouldn't tell anyone about this, right? Pa pa pa. In the room, Xia Li was typing furiously on the keyboard. During these 2 days, Lucia told him many stories about her adolescence. The story of Silver Dragon robbing the vault was posted online and unexpectedly received positive reviews. In the eyes of netizens, this practice of prying open the noble's vaults is very satisfying. In the background of Xia Li's story, the continent of A's itself is a low civilization world with poor farming levels and humans generally not having enough food. In this situation, the nobles who are wealthy and live a luxurious life are the real villains. In the comments section, there are those who called for killing the warmongers, while there were also those who suggested that Xiaolong find a good place to live, away from the secular farming community. Now, as the silver dragon in the plot gradually grows into adulthood, it is almost time for the hero to appear on the stage. This travelogue has 2 protagonists set up from the beginning. Xia Li will not only write from the perspective of the native silver dragon, but also from the perspective of a boy from Earth who travels to another world to become a hero. There will be many contradictions and conflicts between the two, which is also one of the most important highlights of this travelogue. However, Xia Li does not plan to write too much detail about the brave part. After all, it is a very cliched, different world plot. This type of plot has long been played out in online novels and anime, so the focus of the story is still on the silver dragon Lucia. This record is still moving towards authenticity, but Xia Li cannot guarantee that he will not add his own personal opinions later. After all, he is in the stage of passionate love now. How can he write the story of himself and his girlfriend in the stage of passionate love without adding some spice? It would be best if there was a plot where the two of them went from being enemies to understanding each other, and, after overcoming difficulties, they turned from enemies to friends. Then the silver dragon fell hopelessly in love with the hero. The love story between the two not only has a sense of betrayal of their respective races, but is also extremely exciting. Oh yeah, and lay some dragon eggs or something at the end. The offspring born from a brave warrior and a pure-blooded dragon is at the level of a quasi-great swordsman/grand magician when he is born. Then the family of 3, or possibly a family of 10, live together happily. This is not bad. Xia Li imagined something beautiful in his mind. Then I returned to the reality and continued typing away on the keyboard to write the classic scene of the hero coming out of the teleportation array with a confused look on his face. Okay, a flashing avatar popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. Xia Li rarely uses his computer to log into WeChat, but he would log into QQ at will. Since I entered university, the frequency of my use of QQ has dropped rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that I need to log in with QQ with one click to play Penguin's games, I probably wouldn't have used this software more than a few times a year. There are not many people who can contact Xia Li using QQ, so he opened the chat window with doubts. I found out that the other person was actually my editor. Editor, the data is pretty good recently. I have arranged a wave of streaming for you. Please keep updating steadily. Summer Dawn. Okay, thank you very much. The editor of this website had added Xia Li as a friend as early as when Xia Li was in college. Later, when Xia Li started writing long stories, this editor was also responsible for it. The two have been working together for so many years and are quite polite to each other. After closing the chat window, Xia Li took another look at the gradually rising data in the background and was in a good mood. A wave of push traffic equals a sum of money. If the conversion rate of the push traffic is high, it will continue to be pushed. This is equivalent to a snowball effect. As the traffic of this travelogue increases, their quality of life will also improve. Lucia, we're going to carry sacks and pick up money. Xia Li couldn't wait to tell the evil dragon in the living room the good news. The evil dragon did not turn on the TV and placed his cell phone aside. She squatted quietly in front of the coffee table, feeling surprised by Xia Li's sudden appearance, or perhaps feeling guilty. Lucia looked back and saw that the cuffs of her clothes were wet, and at first glance they were still dripping. On the coffee table, most of the water in the small fish tank was gone, and the colorful gems and 2 small goldfish inside were all gone. What are you doing? Nothing. Lucia shook her head guiltily. Xia Li didn't believe it, so he grabbed Lucia's little hand hidden behind her back and saw a small orange fish struggling in Lucia's half-clenched fist. The leaking fish tail splashed water onto Xia Li's face. Then what's in your hand? Xia Li asked. Play with them. Lucia said with a serious face. A fish out of water will die. I know, so I play with them for a minute and then put them back in the tank to breathe for a minute. Is this some kind of torture? Give it to me. I'll keep it for you. Xia Li directly confiscated the fish to the evil dragon. Don't play with it to death on the day you buy it. Otherwise, Xiao Long will be sad and upset, and Xia Li will have to spend time coaxing her. Xia Li put the fish and crystal stones back into the fish tank and found a place where the evil dragon couldn't reach them. Lucia went to the bathroom to take a shower and came out smelling fragrant. Xia Li saw her sneaking around in the small dark room, and then she walked back to her room in wet slippers. Xia Li felt strange when he saw this scene. This dragon is becoming more and more elusive. He went back to his bedroom to check and found that Lucia didn't do anything. It couldn't be that she took a few bites of the fish on his bed in revenge for him confiscating her fish. Xia Li. Hearing the evil dragon in the master bedroom calling him, Xia Li followed again. The dragon rolled over on the bed, her green dinosaur tail entangled around her legs as she rolled over. Let's go out and play tomorrow. Lucia was very interested. Tomorrow? Where do you want to go? Amusement park. Amusement park? Sure, let me check the weather forecast and visitor flow for tomorrow. Come to think of it, Xia Li had indeed never taken Lucia to these dating places. This kind of human entertainment venue should be both novel and mysterious to the evil dragon. Xia Li opened the phone in his pocket, and before he had time to check tomorrow's situation, he saw 2 more WeChat messages on the phone interface. Chi, brother Xia, let's go to Happy Valley together tomorrow. I made an appointment with Lu Mei and she agreed. Unz, boss, we must be at the amusement park tomorrow. Taozi, Shadow whoever is late tomorrow will be a grandson. End of this chapter. Chevron over her left, what Xia Li didn't expect was that the evil dragon had actually made an appointment with his friends in advance. Zhou said that they had been communicating on WeChat these days, and they had been discussing where they wanted to go for fun for several days. Zhou mentor went on a business trip recently, and she was bored at home, so she would chat with Lucia all day long. In her opinion, Lucia was a girl from a mountain village, and the daily trivia she told Lucia could help Lucia understand urban life. Moreover, Lucia was always very supportive, and her unique way of thinking made Zhou laugh a lot. It is really hard to find a pure girl like Lucia in this society. Her optimistic attitude and straightforward personality can provide perfect emotional value. So Zhou was very happy to be friends with her. Chi, Lu Mei is so cute. She listens carefully no matter what I say to her. Chi, even if I was talking about some trivial things in a laboratory that she didn't understand at all, she would not give me a perfunctory answer, and even said she would help me beat up those younger classmates. Chi, she is so nice, I like her so much, I am crying. Cat head with tears. JPG. Summer dawn. I like my girlfriend too. Chi, go away, the dog food is coming to me. Chi, dress my little loose sister up cutely tomorrow. I want to hold her hand. Summer dawn. No, I will let her wear big cotton pants tomorrow, and both of her hands will be mine. Chi, I have to say it. He is indeed a man in love. In the eyes of these childhood friends, Xia Li's personality had long since changed beyond recognition. The steady and reliable boss of building number 3 has now become a love-brain person. Xia Li and Zhou chatted for a while, then opened the chat windows of the other guys. Unz came to Xia liming nervously and asked what she should wear. Xia Li wondered how Unz had finally come to his senses. Just wear warm clothes. The facilities in the amusement park are windy, so it would be best if you could wear a hat. After sending these messages, Xia Li turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, I felt something hard pressing against my stomach. The tip of that thing was very sharp, and it felt like a dagger when stuck in the stomach. In Lucia's words, someone is trying to assassinate me. Reaching down and feeling around, Xia Li took out a diamond-shaped stone. Using the light of his mobile phone to illuminate it, Xia Li discovered that this thing was indeed a stone, and there are colorful crystal stones in the fish tank. It must be the evil dragon's doing. Just now, she sneaked into his room after taking a shower just to bury this hidden weapon. No, it's not burying, it's hiding. The dragon still can't change his habit of hiding shiny things. But why didn't she hide her own bed? Why are you hiding him the bed? Could it be that he really treated Xia Li as a gold coin? So he put the gold coins and gems together? Xia Li wanted to laugh helplessly, so he put the small stone on the bedside table. He fumbled for a while and found that there was no second hidden weapon. Only then did he fall asleep peacefully. A dreamless night. The next day, Xia Li just opened his eyes. A pair of dark amber eyes were staring at him quietly. Lucia squatted in front of Xia Li's bed, hesitating for a long time between waking Xia Li up and letting Xia Li sleep a little longer. She hid there, holding onto the edge of the bed with her 2 little hands. She had already changed out of her dinosaur pajamas and put on a light pink fluffy coat. This is the outfit she put together herself. It is pink on the outside, but inside is a beige sweater. This gentle color combination seems less honest and more sweet. Awake? I'll get up right away. Xia Li glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock and the amusement park was not open yet. Lucia lay on the edge of the bed without saying a word, staring at Xia Li with her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then pursed her lips and leaned over, putting her little face close to Xia Li. Xia Li thought the evil dragon was going to kiss his face. He was given a boost early in the morning. Who could hold back the sword? He half leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to enjoy the evil dragon's sweet and soft kiss. However, Xia Li heard the evil dragon whispering in his ear, "Good morning, old." Okay, you don't need to say the last 2 words. Xia Li suddenly opened his eyes and covered the evil dragon's mouth with one hand. Just enough. Just enough. It would be rude to say any more. Keeping the sweetness of the early morning in his heart, Xia Li got out of bed and went to wash up. Maybe because it has been raining for some time, the weather has been exceptionally sunny these days. The warm sun hung overhead, dispelling some of the winter chill. Xia Li took the evil dragon downstairs to find food. The owner of the noodle shop next to the community already knew this girl with a huge appetite, and Lucia didn't even need to order the dishes. 3 tails of noodles with stewed meat and 2 braised eggs were served. The evil dragon grabbed the chopsticks, blew 2 puffs of hot air, then lowered his head and worked hard. When you eat with people who have a good appetite, your own appetite will be inadvertently affected. During this period, Xia Li clearly felt that he could eat a lot more, and it seemed that he had gained 2 kilograms. It's a pity that I have all this energy, but nowhere to spend it. On Earth, there is no need to swing the sword every day, nor is there any need to travel long distances. Compared with the previous 3 years of busy life in the other world, Xia Li has been relaxing at home for more than a month, which makes him feel restless. Finished. Well, let's go. Lucia wiped the dragon's mouth with a tissue, and before leaving, she took the initiative to hold Xia Li's hand. The evil dragon's little claws were soft, and the morning light fell on their hands. It seemed that even the wind became gentler because of it. Xia Li felt warm in his heart, with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It can be seen that the little dragon next to me is in a good mood. She is looking forward to today's trip. Xia Li took out his cell phone and looked at the time again. It was getting late, and those stupid teammates hadn't made any movement yet, so Xia Li decided to knock on each door one by one. Zhou Anqi's home is in Unit 1, Building 3, which is closest to the community gate. Originally, Xia Li thought that knocking on a girl's door would be a bit of disturbance, but then he remembered that he was with Lucia, so he could just let Lucia go later. Leading the evil dragon upstairs, Lucia looked around in the unfamiliar corridor, feeling very novel. Install. Just as she was about to call Zhou Anqi's name, Xia Li suddenly saw that her door was open. Not only that, there was a thin young man with a watermelon head standing at the door. The other party arrived earlier than Xia Li and was waiting quietly at the door with a breakfast in his hand. Boss, morning. Fu Yuan obviously didn't expect Xia Li to appear at this time. His eyes were filled with surprise and some helplessness. It can be seen that Fu Yuan did listen to Xia Li's advice. He was dressed warmly today, wrapped up like a bun. The color of his clothes was unusually bright and colorful, which was completely inconsistent with Fu Yuan's usual black, white, and gray style. Xia Li looked at him suspiciously. Then he looked at the bag of breakfast in his hand. "Where's my share?" Xia Li asked half-jokingly. Fu Yuan scratched his hair embarrassedly and said, "I'll buy 2 more later. We've eaten." At this moment, Gang Zhilong, who always told the truth, appeared from behind Xia Li and spoke. "Xia Li, I'm trying to trick him, you little dragon, so stop talking. Wait for you downstairs." Xia Li no longer stood here. He left with Lucia after saying this. Fu Yuan is the most honest one in F3. He is the type who cannot hide anything on his mind. Hey, Xia Li suddenly realized that this seemingly ordinary amusement park party might be hiding undercurrents. Arriving at Qintao's house, Xia Li asked Lucia to wait outside. He skillfully took out a key from the flower pot at the door, broke into the room and shouted as he walked in. "Get up! The sun will set if you don't get up now." Xia Li was very sure that Chen Tao's parents were not at home at this time, so he went straight to Chen Tao's room and pulled him down. Chen Tao looked confused and really thought he had overslept. He looked at Xia Li, then quickly checked the time on the alarm clock. "Isn't it only 8:30? Isn't 8:30 late enough?" 8:30, Xia, too. I only get up at 8 when I'm at work, and now that I've finally made it to the weekend, you actually want me to get up at 8:30? Chen Tao was muttering to himself, but his body was still honest enough to get out of bed and change clothes. "I'm impressed by your old age schedule. I don't know how someone with a girlfriend can get up so early." As he spoke, Chen Tao stopped changing his pants while sitting on the bed. He stared at Xia Li's waist and reached out and punched him on the waist. "Does your waist hurt?" he asked. Xia Li, trouble. Cursing inwardly, Xia Li turned back to the door and pulled Xiaolong away. Lucia stood outside the door and watched short videos the whole time. When she saw something funny, she would chuckle. She also pricked up her ears to hear the noise in the house and asked Xia Li with concern, "Xia Li, is there something wrong with your waist?" Along's eyes were sincere. She was genuinely concerned about Xia Li's health. Xia Li cursed Chen Tao in his heart again, and then answered Lucia's question with a gentler face. "My waist is very good. I basked in the sun for about 10 minutes downstairs in the community." When Lucia had already started to abuse the third puppy that was out for a stroll, the three of them finally walked out of their respective corridors. Since Monkey works in another place and seldom comes back, F3 today became F2 plus a PhD girl. "Lume, I miss you so much. Mua mua mu. Angel mu. Mua mu." Maybe this is the way girls greet each other in such a straightforward and corny way. The moment Zhou Anqi saw Lucia, she rushed over. The two sisters hugged each other and pouted from a distance. Xia Li was unhappy and said with a cold face, "I want Mua too. He hasn't even done Mua yet, so how come someone else did it first?" "Not with him, Mua," Zhou Anqi said while holding Xia Li's little dragon's hand. Xiao Longlong looked back with some embarrassment, looking at Xia Li and then at Zhou Anqi. However, when she saw Xia Li's unhappy or jealous expression, Lucia did not hesitate any longer. Lucia patted her lips with the palm of her right hand and blew Xia Li a kiss. Xia Li Mua. End of this chapter. Chevron__ left on the road in Qingqing City. A black car was pulling over to the side of the road at a slow speed. There was a lot of traffic during the morning rush hour, and Qingqing City was a notoriously congested city. Xia Li would step on the brakes every few meters, and the atmosphere in the car was indescribably tense. It was the first time for the three of them to ride in Xia Li's car. For these young people who have just entered society, the concept of cars has not yet been integrated into their lives. I remember the last time Xia Tu drove me out to play. Chen Tao was sitting in the back row, speaking with inspiration. Fu Yuan beside him asked curiously, "When? Didn't the boss get his driver's license last year?" "Last time, I was talking about bicycles, something from my childhood." Chen Tao originally just wanted to stop there, but when he was about to say nothing more, he found that Lucia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head and looked at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, full of curiosity, Chen Tao felt that if I keep it a secret and don't tell her, I will be guilty of death. This look is so pure. It's so pure that it's impossible to refuse. When I was in primary school, Xia Tu took me out to play on his bicycle. At that time, there were not so many houses around. It only took about 10 minutes to ride a bicycle to reach the ridge of the field. Chen Tao recalled, "You will never guess why Xia Tu took me to the fields." "What are you doing?" Zhou Anqi looked over curiously. Chen Tao calmly said, "Fried cow dung." The car was quiet for a while. Chen Tao added, "He bought the firecrackers, but I blew up the cow dung. It exploded right after it was lit. I came home covered in shit and got beaten up by my mom." Ha ha ha. It was the first time Zhou Anqi heard of such a thing, and she laughed so hard that she fell backwards. "You can't blame me for this. You said you wanted to have something exciting." Xia Li interjected, holding onto the steering wheel. "I said the most exciting thing is frying fish, not frying shit." Chen Tao roared. Fu Yuan also laughed. The boss has been brave since he was young. Sometimes he can't help but obey. Ha ha ha. While waiting for the traffic light, Xia Li was about to turn around and say something back, but as soon as he turned sideways, he saw Xiao Long sitting in the passenger seat, laughing with his head down. She kept her legs together, her hands resting on her knees in the standard sitting posture, her shoulders hunched, and her lips curved into a smile. When you laugh, you should open your lips. Xia Li leaned over and whispered to her. Xia Li had seen Lucia laugh many times, but never seen her laugh out loud like that. Hee. Lucia didn't know why her smile was wrong. She tried to open her lips and smile again. When she smiles, the flesh on her cheeks bulges slightly, revealing a pair of cute little fangs. Coupled with her amber eyes that were as bright as stars, Lucia's smile gave Xia Li a fatal sense of sweetness. It's not hee, Xia Li corrected. So Lucia changed her tone again. Hee. It's something like ha ha. Along has a big problem managing her facial expressions. Even when Xia Li personally gave her examples, she still couldn't do it. Ha! Lucia laughed dryly twice. The traffic light had already tripped, and Xia Li didn't dwell on the issue anymore. However, She, who was sitting behind Lucia, hooked her finger. Sister Lu, come over here and I'll tell you the tricks. Lucia grabbed the seatbelt and leaned forward. She quickly reached out and pinched the itchy spots on her waist twice. Lucia was ticklish and was twisted in her seat with laughter. Xia Li, save me. Outside the amusement park gate. Today happens to be the weekend, and the amusement park hasn't opened yet, but the entrance is already full of people. Dozens of long queues stretched from the ticket gate all the way down. The scale was so huge that, at a glance, there were probably nearly 1,000 people. Let's go, let's get in line. She took Fu Yuan's arm and went to queue. Qintao next to them raised his eyebrows and thought, they are brothers and sisters. Why is he left alone? You guys go line up, I'll go buy the tickets. Xia Li did not rush to stand in the line, but pointed to the ticket office not far away and said, who still buys paper tickets nowadays? Didn't you buy an electronic ticket? You can just scan your ID card and enter. She asked puzzledly. No, I forgot to buy it. Xia Li didn't stay for long, turned around and left, holding Lucia's hand. The ticket will be issued immediately after placing the order on the mobile phone, so why do we need to buy a paper ticket? She didn't understand, but seeing that Xia Li was so persistent, she didn't say anything more. The ticket office of the amusement park was empty. Apart from a few elderly people asking for advice, there was not a single young person around. Electronic tickets have been popular for several years now. For ordinary citizens, it is naturally more convenient to buy tickets online. When the staff in the ticket office saw such a young man coming over, they made a gesture and asked him to look at the signboard with the QR code for purchasing tickets. 2. Xia Li completely ignored the QR code and took out his mobile phone to pay. The ticket seller had no choice but to operate the computer to prepare to issue the ticket. ID card. The cold voice came from the loudspeaker. Xia Li was stunned for a moment. Do you need an ID card for a paper ticket? Yes. 2 tickets require 2 ID cards, and you can enter the park by face recognition. Face recognition for admission? What's the point of paper tickets? This is the regulation from above. It has been like this since the mask era in the past 2 years, the ticket seller said, then glanced at Lucia behind Xia Li and reminded her. It is recommended that couples buy tickets online. The price will be more favorable. Okay, I'll think about it. Xia Li took back the phone and returned to Lucia. Lucia tilted her head. How could Xia Li be fine as he walked over there? But suddenly he became dejected in just 1 minute. I didn't buy the ticket. Xia Li sighed. Huh? Lucia asked in confusion. Today's tickets are sold out? That's not the reason. Looking up at Lucia's innocent eyes, Xia Li felt even more depressed. I'll think of another way. In order not to waste Chun Tao and the others' time, Xia Li sent a message in the group saying that there was no need to wait for him. Gee, what's the matter? Don't you want to go in and take a look? Taozi, I'm already here. Why are you suddenly not coming in? Taozi, damn, I get it. You guys are not going to go somewhere else for a date, are you? Summer Dawn. It's okay, you guys go and have fun first. I have something to do here. After briefly explaining, Xia Li put the phone back into his pocket. Lucia didn't understand what was going on. She just followed Xia Li quietly. Wherever Xia Li went, she followed. The two walked around the line and came to the outside of the ticket gate. Xia Li discovered that the way to enter the park here was really to scan your face. Whether it is a paper ticket or an electronic ticket, identity verification is required. After that special period ended, these major scenic spots all adopted the real name system. Not only scenic spots, but also long-distance bus places are implementing one person, one ticket. Because of the real name system, the previous saying of scalpers purchasing on behalf of others has become a thing of the past. This is indeed convenient for ordinary people, but for Lucia, her living environment has undoubtedly been narrowed down. I may not be able to get in today. After learning this, Xia Li felt a little bad. He walked around the outermost part of the amusement park. The tall iron railings and cameras hanging in the corners reminded him of the danger here at all times. Xia Li subconsciously reached his hand behind his back, but then he remembered that he had placed the demon-exorcising sword in a box on the balcony. He was no longer a brave warrior with a sword. If there was any magic here, can't get in. Lucia stood in front of the dark iron bars, looking at the colorful world inside. She looked up at Xia Li, and Xia Li thought she would look lonely or sad. But the expression on the dragon's face was very calm, as if he wasn't disappointed at all. It was obvious that this guy had been very excited since last night. He changed his clothes early this morning and was excitedly waiting for Xia Li to set off together. Xia Li nodded. For fear of making the dragon even sadder, he softened his voice. Lucia blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly. Then let's play outside. What's fun out there? When you parked the car just now, I saw a lot of fun things. Lucia was still in high spirits and didn't seem depressed at all because she couldn't enter the amusement park. In my ears, the first train of the roller coaster has started. As the countdown bell rang, the high and low screams of humans filled the entire amusement park. Lucia looked back, her eyes looking through the iron bars at the red and yellow metal tracks over there. She was somewhat drawn into the fear and excitement on the human's face, and her beautiful amber eyes gradually widened. That's a roller coaster, said Xia Li. Roller coaster? Is it a car with wheels too? This is not a car, it's just a form of entertainment. It allows people to experience the thrill of falling at high speed and turning sharply, and gain happiness in fear. Oh, Lucia could imagine Xia Li's descriptions. Isn't this when the dragons swoop down upon the earth? Is it as fast as a dragon? Lucia asked excitedly again. Xia Li glanced at the roller coaster in the distance and shook his head. A dragon can fall from a height of 10,000 meters. After retracting its wings, its falling speed is comparable to that of a meteorite. A roller coaster is still far inferior to you. Oh, that means I'm better. Lucia smiled sweetly. Xia Li couldn't laugh. Let's go, since we can't get in. Let's just play around outside. Lucia didn't feel disappointed at all. She took Xia Li's hand and walked back. Looking at the back of the evil dragon's head that was tied into a bun, the red bow on it made her look playful and cute. Xia Li gently squeezed the hand held by the dragon's claw, and then controlled her in his own palm with his other hand. Perhaps because she sensed that Xia Li was in a bad mood, Lucia did not resist this time, and the principle of dragon claws above did not take effect. Oh, Xia Li sighed. Now he should be the one to comfort Lucia, but he ended up being the one being taken care of. The dragon's mentality is always so optimistic. Let's look at Xia Li himself. Human sentimentality has caused him to lose a lot of happiness. What do you want to play? Xia Li was no longer depressed. Since Lucia had always had a positive attitude towards life, he should respond to her positively. There's a game of catching fish over there. Lucia's eyes were bright, and she pulled Xia Li and walked quickly. Many small-scale amusement projects have emerged outside the amusement park. After all, the customer flow is here, and the tourists who come here are all for the purpose of gaining happiness and are willing to pay the money. So the business here is not as depressed as that in front of the zoo, and all kinds of small projects can be said to be flourishing. This is bottle-feeding fish. The two came under a sunshade. In a pond of about 20 square meters, densely packed colorful koi are rolling in the water, as if waiting to be fed by humans at any time. Every fish here is as long as Lucia's arm. The two small fish raised in Lucia's house are not even enough as food compared to the big fish here. Feed the fish? Can I take the fish home after I feed them? Lucia asked Xia Li while looking at the fish tumbling in the pond. No, we pay to feed their fish, and we can't take them home after feeding them. Xia Li patiently explained the rules to her. As Lucia listened, her little face fell silent. Why should we spend money to feed other people's fish? That's the rule. That's so stupid. But you will gain happiness along the way, and happiness is the most expensive thing in this society, said Xia Li. Lucia thought about it carefully, but still felt something was wrong. But I can't eat fish, so why should I be happy? You'll know after you try it. Xia Li felt that he couldn't describe this feeling, and had to let Lucia feel it herself. He didn't explain much, scanned the code, paid 20 yuan, and grabbed a 2-pound milk bottle from the boss's hand. This store is quite honest and provides a lot of fish feed. No wonder the koi in the pond are all so fat. Come here. Holding the evil dragon's soft little hand, Xia Li came to the edge of the pool, squatted down, and Lucia also squatted down, imitating his movements. When Xia Li put one end of the bottle into the water, the group of koi swam over like crazy. Their enthusiasm for grabbing the pacifier was so high that a large group of fish fought each other. Water splashed in front of Xia Li, and the cold water in the pond was lifted up and hit his face. Lucia found the scene of the fish fighting for food quite interesting. Question, understand, become. She stretched out her little hand for the bottle, and Xia Li handed it to her without hesitation. For you, which one should I feed? Lucia's face was filled with joy, and a smile appeared on her lips. It depends on your mood. Feed whatever color you like. Then I'll feed the silver one. Feed it. Lucia circled around the edge of the pond with the bottle in her hand, and the big fish followed her. The white fish that she had chosen was stuck in the water and couldn't swim out. Lucia was so anxious that she almost took off her little leather shoes and stepped into the water. Don't go into the water. Xia Li squatted not far away, supporting his chin and watching the scene. Today didn't get off to a good start. I've been thinking about the amusement park all night, but didn't get to go in. That was terrible. But Xia Li miraculously discovered that his mood was not bad at all. On the contrary, he feels very down-to-earth now. Is this the happiness that Lucia brings him? It is simply priceless. Why are you eating so much? You are not allowed to eat. Lucia stretched her little arms as far as she could, but still couldn't feed the silver-white koi. After being eaten several times by a big golden fish, she became unhappy and raised her little fist to punch the fish's head twice. Xia Li, don't knock out all the fish in the pond. Otherwise, you'll end up losing everything you own. Just about to stand up and stop the evil dragon's evil deeds. Lucia had almost finished feeding the fish and walked towards Xia Li, shaking the almost empty bottle in her hand. There was still 1/10 of the milk left in the bottle. Lucia had fed the fish enough and always wanted to feed something else. Xia Li, this is for you to eat. The evil dragon brought the bottle over and wanted to feed Xia Li. Xia Li leaned back in disgust. This is for fish. I don't eat it. Hey. So stupid. End of this chapter. After feeding the fish, Xia Li took Lucia to ride the train. The small trains outside the amusement park are usually prepared for children, and a 100-year-old like Lucia is seriously over the age limit. However, the boss made an exception and allowed her to board the train because she was cute and short, and she seemed to really want to play. Xia Li couldn't get on, so she could only stand with a group of parents who were taking their children for a walk, waving to the train from time to time. This feeling is like raising a daughter. After Lucia had played enough and got off the car, Xia Li waited at the gate of the small fence like the parents did, and took his own child into his hands in an orderly manner. Not fun. It's not fun, and it's childish. Lucia shook her head, putting aside the question of whether it is fun or not. Everything here is interesting to Lucia, so there is no answer of not fun. The reason she said this was because Lucia felt the occasion was not right. There were tiny human cubs all around her, and she was actually sitting with them, making her feel like a cub too. But she is obviously an adult. It's not childish at all. I think it's quite interesting. It's a pity that I'm very tall. Otherwise, I would definitely go for it. Xia Li comforted Lucia in the tone of coaxing a child. Lucia chuckled and said, "Then we'll take the big train later." "You can't even ride a big train," Xia Li said. "What?" Lucia asked, turning back. Xia Li looked at her golden-brown eyes quietly and was silent for a while. He had always been reluctant to tell Lucia about this matter. But as Lucia gets to know this society better, Xia Li can no longer hide it, and she will understand sooner or later. "Because you don't have an ID card." Lucia did hear the ticket seller say this word just now. She asked curiously, "Is the ID card something important?" "It's very important," Xia Li said firmly. "Without an ID card, you are not recognized by this society. You can't go to any public places, amusement facilities, trains, planes, ships, these places." "So important?" As Xia Li spoke very seriously, Lucia's face also became serious. She had seen Xia Li's ID card, which was a small square card. It's not even as big as her hand when she holds it in it. How could such a small thing have such important value? With an ID card, can she be recognized by this society? Then how can I get an ID card? Lucia asked again. Her question stumped Xia Li. Xia Li had been thinking about this question ever since he wanted Lucia to stay on Earth. However, it is difficult to fabricate an identity out of thin air in this society. Now is the information age. Even if a person is born without a household registration, the identities of his parents and relatives can be found out to some extent. Not only does Lucia have no parents or relatives, but if her blood genes are compared with Curry's, they cannot even be traced. To make matters worse, Lucia was discovered to not be genetically human at all. At that time, a person who looks exactly like a human, but whose genes are completely incompatible with humans, will definitely become the subject of research. This is the worst possible outcome. Xia Li didn't want to see this scene. He would not let Lucia be made public, so he had been avoiding this road. It would be nice if there was magic. Xia Li pondered. Indecision, quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is not Xia Li's field, but magic certainly is. In his understanding, magic is a real thing, so it is reasonable to use magic to solve the current dilemma. However, just a tiny bit of magic power on the demon's sword. Hey, it's okay, no problem. Xia Li sighed again, and seeing this, Lucia patted her hands on his chest to calm him down. The dragon was worried that the hero might get angry to death. I just asked casually, if I don't have an ID card, I don't have an ID card. As long as I have food to eat and water to drink, I won't die. As long as I don't die and you don't die, everything else doesn't matter to me. It would be nice if we could find some magic. Xia Li pinched the little hand that was taking advantage of her on her chest, and the two of them left the small train station, talking as they walked. If you get the magic power, you're going to send me back. I don't want it. Lucia's thoughts were completely different from Xia Li's. I can't bear to send you back. Xia Li put the little hand to his nose and took a sip. It smells fishy. Dragon claws smell bad. But Xia Li didn't mind. He put the back of his hand in front of his lips and kissed it. Feeling that the hero seemed to be eating her paw, Lucia's little hand retracted. The back of my hands was warm, and my cheeks were warm too. Lucia thought this feeling was strange. It's because Long felt embarrassed. Lucia. Xia Li called her name very seriously, which made Long even more shy. Lucia was very reluctant to let the hero see her blushing. She quickly turned her head away and pretended to look at the scenery around her. I like you. The hero's next words made her cheeks heat up again. My head is going to smoke. Mimi, I like myself too. The evil dragon was very shy and didn't dare to look directly into Xia Li's eyes. Xia Li smiled and put the hot little hand in his pocket. The dragon is shy. This time it's his turn to hint. So what is our relationship now? Xia Li wanted to hear the correct answer from Lucia. She has been studying the character relationship table for so long, repeating the cycle of dad's dad is called grandpa. Mom's mom is called grandma many times every day. She should know something about interpersonal relationships, right? We are now. Lucia hesitated for a moment, then answered. Love rival. Xia Li. The hero likes her, and she likes herself, so they are rivals in love. You. Xia Li was trembling with anger, and his speech was incoherent. Where did you learn that? Lucia just giggled and said nothing. Soon, the dragon found something else that interested her. Dragon launcher. Amusement parks are great places. Even if she doesn't go in, the new things outside are enough for her to have fun. The slides here are much bigger than the ones I saw in the park last time, and some of the tubes even meander down in a spiral shape. It can be seen that the impact force of a dragon launched from a dragon launcher of this length must be very strong. You come up with me. Lucia held Xia Li's hand and walked forward excitedly, apparently wanting to go play on the slide with Xia Li. Why? I don't want to play. Xia Li felt funny. You have to play, Lucia snorted, or you'll catch me down there. She is not a dragon that will suffer every loss, so it is important for her to summarize the experience of the last defeat. Xia Li had no choice but to be dragged by Long to climb the stairs, and he even had to queue up behind a group of children. The evil dragon's carefree and innocent character fits in well when he's hanging out with the little kids, but when it comes to Xia Li, it's a bit embarrassing. I'll go down first, and you stay behind. It was finally her turn in the queue. Lucia tiptoed to look down and discovered that the track of the dragon launcher was estimated to be 5 meters. It should be very exciting. The hero nodded behind her, apparently agreeing. So Lucia sat down on the slide, straightened her clothes, and moved her little but to adjust the position. Just as she was about to slide down, she was suddenly hit by something from behind. Lucia turned around and saw Xia Li had already got into position and sat behind her. The brave man held her between his long legs, then stretched out his arms, lifted her up lightly, and sat her on top of him. The great combination technique. Xia Li was rarely childish. Humanity's strongest hero and the pure-blooded silver dragon merged into one. If this missile were to be launched and land on the continent of A's, wouldn't it turn the world upside down? Lucia was forced to lean on Xia Li, but there was no turning back for her now. Xia Li twisted her body, and the two of them slid down. Emission. End of this chapter. The hero's body is hard and uncomfortable to sit on. I will definitely not launch with him next time. Lucia came to this conclusion after she landed. She rubbed her butt, stood up, and said to Xia Li beside her, "Uncomfortable. What happened? Something hit me." Xia Li. Slander, defamation, and rumor. Xia Li was a man of integrity, and just now he was focused and calm. How could he possibly hurt the dragon? It must be the belt. Xia Li adjusted his belt and coughed lightly. Let's go walk around for a while and have lunch. They will be out soon. After hearing the word rice, Lucia regained some spirit. There are many small toys outside the amusement park. After walking around it, Xia Longlong was dazzled by them all. Xia Li took Lucia to play magnet fishing, marble shooting, clay kneading, these entry-level human cub games. Lucia was always very supportive and enjoyed the game. It's a pity that the hanging fish were made of plastic and had no taste, otherwise she would definitely like it more. Next time you put toys in your mouth, I won't play with you. Xia Li used a tissue to wipe the evil dragon's mouth. Thinking of what the evil dragon had just done, he wanted to beat the dragon. The two walked one after the other towards the commercial area of the amusement park. There was a balloon in Lucia's hand. The balloon was a grinning green dinosaur, which was very consistent with Lucia's temperament. Xia Li took Lucia for a walk around the square twice, and then went into a pizza shop. The $400 originally budgeted for buying tickets was saved and was just enough for a big meal. Under the waiter's surprised gaze, Xia Li ordered 3 8-inch pizzas, plus a large snack platter. Since this kind of food does not require any tableware and can be eaten simply and roughly with bare hands, Lucia likes it very much and threatens to make it for Xia Li when she gets home. Xia Li, have a taste of yours. The evil dragon was too busy to stop. His hands were greasy as he grabbed a chicken wing and a butterfly shrimp, chewing them nonstop with his little mouth, his eyes still fixed on Xia Li's cup of lemon tea. The standard way of eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Xia Li had no right to refuse. He pushed the cup forward and let the evil dragon waste his straw. Drinks my drink, but never kisses me, Xia Li complained, but Lucia pretended not to hear him. She drank his drink and went to take the remaining half piece of pizza on his plate. What is the rice sweeping dragon? Wherever the evil dragon passed, not a single piece of armor was left. After lunch, Xia Li took a photo and posted it in the group to show off before leaving. Xin Tao was the first to react. Taozi, MD, I told you this guy tricked us into the amusement park and then went on a date with Xiaolu. Taozi, we were eating 2 servings of fried noodles among 3 people in the park, and you were enjoying a big meal outside, right? Taozi, Xiaotur, you really deserve to die. Crying. Xin Tao was the only one who replied in the group. Zhou Anshi and Fu Yuan didn't say a word, and no one knew what they were busy with. Xia Li glanced at the phone and turned it off. They're going to play for a while. Let's go and walk around here. Xia Li pulled Lucia's greasy dragon claws to the sink to wash them. The hand sanitizer automatically squeezed out foam, and Xia Li evenly spread the foam on the evil dragon's claws. The evil dragon thought it was very fun, and their hands became entangled together, slippery like fish. Rinse first, or your hands will get frozen. The dragon's biggest entertainment at home is playing with bubbles while washing dishes. Now that there is a brave man to play with her, she will definitely play a little longer. Lucia scooped a handful of foam into her palm and applied it to the brave man's rolled-up arms. Xia Li, looking at his white arms, Xia Li fell into deep thought. Are you going to give him a bath? If you want to wash it, go home and take off all your clothes and let her wash it. It's not good to wash outside. If you play this again, I'll kiss you. Xia Li suddenly threatened. Lucia's eyes were smiling like a pair of little crescent moons, and there was a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. Then I'll bite you. As she said this, she was about to kiss Xia Li's arm, which was coated with foam. Xia Li dodged to the side. Go back and bite me, he said in a soft voice. Give me some face. Lucia smiled stupidly. Now all the brave men would show weakness to her, and she seemed to have regained some of the ground she had been defeated many times when she came to Earth. Xia Li rinsed the dirty dragon claws, shook them in the sink, and then dried them in the dryer twice. Now the dirty paw turned into a fragrant paw. He put the paw in front of his lips and gave it another kiss, then took the little hand and left the restaurant. The sun is shining outside. The lazy afternoon light covered the earth, and the ticket gate of the amusement park was still as lively as usual. It is only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Time is passing slowly and peacefully. In fact, Xia Li didn't regret not being able to enter the amusement park at all. On the contrary, he gained a lot from hanging out with Lucia. It even feels a bit like a date. Now that they had finished walking around the amusement park, Xia Li had no destination in mind, so he took Lucia to sit on a bench beside the flower bed to bask in the sun. This evil dragon is always busy wherever she goes, and she always finds something to entertain herself. Xia Li hadn't looked at her for just 1 minute when she squatted on the ground, looking at the ants. Sometimes I have to admire the adaptability of the dragon race. Xia Li squatted over and, imitating Lucia, picked up a small stick to poke the ants on the ground. A piece of candy fell on the edge of the flower bed, and a group of ants were carrying it there. Lucia picked up the candies with 2 sticks, and the remaining ants on the ground immediately lost their direction and became busy and confused. She thought she had enough fun and put the candy back. The reappearance of the food again made the ants stunned for a while. Hey, Lucia thought it was hilarious. The evil nature of the evil dragon. Xia Li poked the candy away with a stick. Then he walked up to Lucia and stood in her field of vision. Lucia, let's talk about that topic. What is that? Lucia looked up in confusion. Xia Li wanted to take this opportunity to say something more. He can now say the words, I like you. But can Lucia understand? In fact, Xia Li himself didn't quite understand it. Xia Li couldn't explain the reason for this pure emotion that came from physical instinct. Maybe it was the normal excitement he should have at his age. Maybe it was the love that grew over time. Or maybe it was some accidental touch. The only thing Xia Li could guarantee was that this feeling was not a spur-of-the-moment one, nor was it a result of lust. His love for Lucia was not just a sudden impulse. It is a decision made after careful consideration and with a willingness to bear all consequences. I said I like you. What do you think? Xia Li stared at Lucia's face and asked. Lucia picked up the stick and poked the ant again, seemingly nonchalantly. When Xia Li said the word like, she didn't dare to look into Xia Li's eyes. The sun made her ears red. Lucia paused for a moment and whispered, I listen with my ears. So what are your plans? Xia Li asked again. The evil dragon is lingering with him. Do Tai Chi. This is a human specialty. Another thing humans are good at is getting to the bottom of things. I will never give up until I get the answer I want. Intend. Lucia thought for a moment before speaking. I plan to eat rice at Xia Li's house. Xia Li was amused by her words again. Then what? What happens after eating the rice? And then sleep. I'm talking about phase things. You have to have your own plans. Planning? Get up every day, cook and eat, and then go to bed. Xia Li felt like a thorn in his throat. The dragon's thinking is too monotonous. Lucia has none of the complicated concerns that modern girls have. She has no desires or demands, does not have the temper of a little girl, and never asks Xia Li for anything. Perhaps, for her, having a nest to sleep in and not going hungry every day is the greatest satisfaction. Oh, you don't understand anything. Xia Li waved his hand. Why are you sighing today? Lucia raised her little hand and poked Xia Li's frown. She is very happy today, and the brave man is also very happy today, so they should smile more. This morning Xia Li taught her to laugh. Humans have so many troubles? Lucia asked puzzledly. Yes, Xia Li sighed again. He suddenly realized that his love for Lucia was an act against heaven, because it is an emotion that comes with a sense of responsibility. Xia Li always wanted to give Lucia better. However, Lucia's identity can even be said to be an outlier in this society. I don't know how long I can keep this secret from my parents, because I don't have the recognition from the society. I can't let it be known to my friends either. If Xia Li wants to keep her on Earth, he has to hide her forever. The only place they can go is within a tank of gas, and the only places they can enter are basic locations that are not under control. If they encounter a special period like the past 2 years, Lucia won't even be able to leave the house. Xia Li wanted Lucia to integrate into society, but she couldn't get her to be recognized by society. Lucia said she wanted to be a dragon that was useful to society, but they ignored this point. This society would not recognize her existence. Even, they may like each other for their entire lives, but still be unable to become husband and wife. Xia Li was thinking seriously. Even so, does he like her? Xia Li was stunned. Oh, this is Pa's magic. 1, 2, 3, Woodman. Lucia poked Xia Li's face with her fingers. Xia Li had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his expression was not relaxed. He reached out and grabbed the naughty finger. He likes Lucia, who is traveling through mountains and rivers, crossing thousands of troops, and overcoming difficulties and obstacles. But Xia Li is a brave man. Only the word fearless is worthy of the title of a hero. The girl is only 78 years older than him, not 780 or years older. It's no big deal. Xia Li suddenly seemed to have decided something. His tone relaxed a little. Lucia, I like you. What do you do? Lucia said helplessly. Then I can only be liked by you. Ha ha. What happened? No. Xia Li smiled and waved his hand. What do you like about me? Lucia asked curiously. Xia Li had asked her this question before, and she thought about it for a long time before answering it. Lucia was very much looking forward to the answer. She looked quietly into Xia Li's eyes, waiting for the answer. The balloon hanging on the wrist was floating at a height of 2 meters. The shadow of the dinosaur fell on the two of them. Xia Li's eyes flickered. After a moment, he gave an affirmative answer. Do not know. You don't know? Lucia was deeply surprised. Humans, who have a very thorough understanding of emotions, actually give a blank answer to this kind of question. I have no experience in this area. I don't know why I like you, nor do I know how to like someone, but there is one thing I am sure of. You say, I want to understand this feeling with you. Maybe one day, at some moment, we will understand it. Listening to these words, Lucia was a little dazed. In her opinion, The brave man who knows everything and can do everything actually has times when he doesn't understand. The hero has no experience in this area. Doesn't that mean they're all bad? Lucia didn't understand the vague feeling in her heart, but she liked her current mood. Human love means staying together forever. Staying together forever. You know what that means, right? I understand. Lucia nodded. Xia Li continued. So if I say I like you, you have to stay with me forever, understand? Oh, I know. Lucia, who knew nothing, nodded subconsciously. Xia Li's words were so suggestive that Long felt dizzy. Xia Li tried to hold back his laughter. Whatever he says is what he says. It's too easy to take this dragon home. But there's one thing I still want to tell you. Xia Li restrained his expression and his tone became serious. Because you don't have an identity, I have to hide you. You can't go to many places you want to go. If you want to find a job that interests you outside, no one will hire you. And when you're sick or injured, you can't even get into the hospital. Even if someone is willing to lend a helping hand, I will stop them. After all, the genes in your body are not human genes at all. The humans in this world only have fear and rejection of aliens. Society's rules restrict you, but they cannot protect you. This will be very unfair to you, and your living space will be even lower than that of ordinary illegal immigrants. As Xia Li spoke, he observed the expression on Lucia's face. Lucia was still the same, with her expression as calm as ever, except that her pretty brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was seriously thinking about what Xia Li had said. Even so, are you willing to stay on Earth? Xia Li asked again. Lucia did not rush to answer this question. Xia Li was worried that she would not be able to understand it. So he pointed out the most important point, which was also the most important point for the Dragon Clan. Here, you have no freedom. These words were spoken with great emphasis, and Lucia raised her face slightly in a trance. The balloon above her head swayed, casting shadows on her delicate features, and her eyes flickered along with the light source. Free! These two words carry a lot of weight in Lucia's heart. Long has been pursuing freedom all his life. But what is so-called freedom? It sleeps in caves, goes out hunting when hungry, and soars in the sky when in a good mood. Occasionally, it passes through the airspace of human city-states and listens to the cheerful sounds of them ringing alarm bells in panic. Lucia knew that kind of freedom was also freedom, but true freedom is, do whatever you want. I want to stay here, Lucia said from the bottom of her heart. Xia Li saw in these eyes a determination and fearlessness that was no less than his own. He said all this not to back down, but he wanted Lucia to know what they were about to face. Carefully hidden, inaccessible places, unrecognized feelings, and countless injustices. But if Lucia chose to move forward, then he would not hesitate. Xia Li, Lucia moved forward. She pressed her knees down and touched the ground, which was heated by the sun. She reached out and gently hugged the boy who was still a little melancholy in front of her. Can you please stop thinking about asking me to go back? Lucia's tone was floating. Xia Li said so much as if he was trying to drive her away. She felt a little aggrieved. Are the things Xia Li said important? To Lucia, it didn't matter at all. Dragons are free, and their world is the vast land wherever the dragon's eyes pass. But the dragon's world is very small, so small that it can only accommodate one person. I don't want to go back. I want to live in your nest. Lucia muttered softly, sounding aggrieved. You said you agreed to let me eat rice at your house. At the edge of the square, the running naughty child startled a group of white pigeons, and the flapping wings of the birds blew the hair by the girl's ears. The rope hanging on Lucia's hand broke free, and the green dinosaur balloon opened its mouth and rose into the air little by little. That's what you said. The shadow on Xia Li's face also dissipated as the balloon flew away. He hugged Lucia tightly, with his arms around her flexible waist and back, wishing he could hold her in his arms. Then you are not allowed to leave. Xia Li could no longer utter the word at the end of the sentence. He lowered his head, and the girl in his arms had no way to retreat. Xia Li got what he wanted and tasted the sweet scent of lime in the soft and delicate food. The square outside the amusement park was bustling with people, the breeze was not dry, and white doves flying in the sky dropped feathers one by one. Mom, there's a boy kissing a girl over there. Children are not allowed to watch. The ID card issue will be resolved in the middle and later stages, so don't worry. End of this chapter. Chen Tao and his friends came out of the amusement park earlier than Xia Li expected. It is said that the queue inside is too long, so I plan to come again on a weekday when there are fewer people. The area outside the amusement park is more lively in the afternoon than in the morning. The areas in front of the small vendors were filled with people, especially in front of an archery shop, where many people stood to watch the fun. Bull nose. Chen Tao took a bag of potato chips, stuffed them into his mouth, and sighed with his mouth wide open. Where did Xia Tuer go to practice? At this time, the owner of the archery shop was sweating profusely. In this cold December, the hot sweat on my head dripped down like rain. The boss repeatedly wiped his forehead with his clothes, fearing that the young man in front of him would be hit by another arrow. However, the goddess of fate did not favor him. The young man held the longbow in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. Those sharp eyes don't seem like what a modern young person should have. Phew! A strong sound of breaking wind whizzed past, and another arrow hit the center of the bull's eye. Too accurate. Fu Yuan also shook his head and clicked his tongue. With this accuracy, it's easy to hit the target with one shot, right? You better say archery. What else can we talk about besides archery? Chen Tao and Fu Yuan looked at each other, one in front and one behind, and then smiled at each other. The tacit understanding between boys is beyond words. Continue. After shooting the last arrow, Xia Li put down the bow and breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't touched this kind of thing for a long time, and I'm a little itchy for a while. When I was in the other world, I used to shoot hundreds of rounds every day during training. Now, after only shooting 50 or 60 rounds, my shoulders are starting to ache. Xia Li felt that he had to maintain the physique he had worked so hard to build. Otherwise, he would revert to the sickly state of modern young people, and might even develop into what Lucia said, "Your waist is not in good condition." Bad waist. What a joke. How could a brave man have a bad waist? Unless the opponent is a dragon with stronger physical stats than him. Thinking of this, Xia Li pulled the longbow to its full length again. In short, exercise first to avoid suffering in the future. Call out. Another bucket of arrows was handed over by the stall owner. The stall owner looked very respectful, and his cautious eyes seemed to be conveying to Xia Li a kind of body language that said, "Young man, that's enough, and you've been honest. Please let you go." However, Xia Li was indifferent and only focused on practicing archery. The boss shook his head and wiped the sweat from his head with a towel. "Is this your friend?" He turned and asked the two young men behind the archery boy. These two people have been loudly discussing the archery boy's personal issues since a while ago. Judging from this explosive topic, their relationship should not be simple. "Yeah." Chen Tao nodded. "Please help persuade him," said the boss with a bitter look on his face. "How can I persuade you? We are all here to have fun," Chen Tao said cheerfully. "Boss, there's so many people watching us. You have to be able to win, but also lose." I know. The middle-aged boss wiped the sweat off his face awkwardly again. He could only be thankful that he did not follow the example of the target shooting stalls and other scenic spots and use some gimmick of special prize. Otherwise, the master he met today would definitely make him lose money. The bullseye here is not that tricky. The location of the bullseye is very spacious. Considering that most of the tourists who come to play are children, the difficulty is reduced a lot. But because of this, the first prize reward is also very ordinary. A remote-controlled airplane that looks cool costs about 200 yuan. Xia Li finished 10 arrows, totaling 100 arrows. This bow is quite heavy and is made of metal, so it feels very comfortable in the hand. Choose a reward. Xia Li patted Lucia, who was eating sausage and watching the show beside him. At the next stall, a boyfriend was putting dolls on his girlfriend, and the girl was cheering him on. After the boy succeeded, he would get a sweet kiss from the girl. Looking at my place, it's so shabby. Lucia is just a dork. Apart from a few compliments like "Xia Li is so cool," there was nothing else. "Boss, you don't have enough remote control planes. We played 10 games, so you have to bring out 10 planes." Chen Tao teased the stall owner next to him, who had a livid face. There were so many tourists watching the stall here, and many people were discussing this matter. Some even recorded videos and posted them online. The boss was under great pressure and could only bite the bullet and say, "If you want a plane, I'll go to Jotai tomorrow and come back, and you can pick it up tomorrow. Don't worry, this is a fixed stall. I will definitely not run away." The boss was a big man, but his voice was extremely careful. "No, 2 will be enough for us." Xia Li didn't want to embarrass the boss and said casually. Lucia, who was walking towards him, only chose a rag doll, which was the second prize, and a crystal bottle, which was almost a consolation prize. This dragon was not greedy at all, and she had no interest in the boys' toys on the prize column. Seeing this, the boss slapped his thigh and said quickly, "Oh, this is not good. You win, I won't deny it. I'll scan you." Xia Li took out his mobile phone and scanned the code. The boss held out his hand to stop her. No, forget the money. "Thank you, young man. You can take your things and take these 2 bottles of water with you." Xia Li smiled and didn't bother to be polite with the boss. He threw a bottle of drink to Chen Tao. "Very impressive. I thought you were going to buy him, but you got him for free." Chen Tao looked around, and the astonished looks from passers-by made him straighten his back a little. "When did you start practicing?" "My mom said your mom said you were working out a while ago." "How come I didn't know about this?" "Didn't you go and have an online romance with Xiao Lu a while ago?" Taozi was muttering in Xia Li's ear, and Xia Li was overwhelmed by her poor language organization skills. "Hey, Chen Tao nudged Xia Li's arm with his elbow again, then turned to glance at Zhou Anqi and Fu Yuan, who were following at the back. Both of them were wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. I don't know what they were talking about, but they spoke in a very polite manner and looked quite a good match. I think there's something wrong with them," Chen Tao said mysteriously. "Oh." Xia Li became interested and went over to ask Taozi, "Tell me more." "It was when we were riding the roller coaster," Chen Tao said in a low voice. "Aren't there 2 people in a row on a roller coaster? They were sitting in front of me, and I'm sure they were holding hands when the roller coaster reached the apex." As he spoke, Chen Tao put the water bottle under his armpit, held his left hand with his right hand, and made a gesture to Xia Li, the kind with fingers clasped together. Chen Tao added, "You said we grew up together, so I think it's normal for us to hold hands when we're scared, but there's no need to intertwine our fingers, right?" Also at lunch, they both ate the same bowl of fried noodles. "I think these are all very problematic." "I think there's a problem too." Xia Li nodded. This morning, Yuanzi arrived at Zhou Anqi's house earlier than him, with a bag of breakfast in her hand. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw Xia Li. There's obviously something fishy going on. They probably haven't been together yet. Xia Li turned around and glanced at the 2 people behind him. Their relationship is very subtle, but there's still a lot of distance between their gestures, and the way they look at each other can only be described as being more than friends but less than lovers. If Xia Li guessed correctly, one party had expressed his or her feelings, but the other party was still in the hesitant stage. "It feels like we're just 1 step away from success," Chen Tao said with a sigh. "We've been playing together for so many years, and we're very familiar with each other. So there's nothing much to know." TSK. I didn't expect them to be able to create sparks. They must be affected by the sour smell of your love. Kiku. At this moment, Lucia's head popped out from beside Xia Li's shoulder. When Xia Li and Chen Tao were chatting secretly, she started eavesdropping. Although she didn't hear most of what was said, Lucia knew they were talking about Zhou Anqi. "Do you understand?" Xia Li pulled the dragon claw over. "I didn't expect the evil dragon to be so gossipy. In this respect, she is very similar to ordinary girls." "Of course I can understand," said the stubborn dragon. "Xiao Lu, why don't you take the remote control plane? The plane is the most valuable here," Chen Tao said with a smile. "Plane." Lucia looked up at Xia Li's expression. She only knows about fat chickens, not airplanes. But the little stones in this bottle are very beautiful. She shook the little bottle in her hand. "It's okay, just take what you like." Xia Li pulled the dragon claw in front of his nose and smelled it. "Well, this time it's grilled sausage flavored." Suddenly, I began to understand why Lucia always liked to smell his scent. Not only dragons like to smell it, humans also like to smell it. When I smell it, I want to kiss it. Sister Anshi, this is for you. Zhou Anshi and Fu Yuan, who were lagging behind, caught up, one in front and one behind, with a stiff distance of half a body length between them. One of Lucia's little hands was controlled by Xia Li, so she could only free up the other hand to hand over the doll in her arms. This doll is a brown bear, and it is so cute that no girl can resist it. Wow, is this for me? Well, this one is for you. I have one at home, and that's enough. Zhou Anshi was surprised. She knew Lu Mei was a straightforward person, so she didn't argue with her and just took it with gratitude. Thank you, Lu Mei Mua. Hey. Lucia pursed her lips and smiled secretly. Every time she is praised by humans, she feels very happy. Xia Li said that when getting along with friends, we should help each other. During this time, Zhou Anshi has been accompanying her, telling her stories from society, and teaching her how to dress and cook to win Xia Li's heart. Lucia is very grateful to Zhou Anshi, but she couldn't help Zhou Anshi with her ability, so she could only give the little bear away to express her feelings. This feeling of making friends. Not bad for a dragon. Boss, it's still early. We're not in a hurry to go back, right? Fu Yuan quickened his pace and came to Xia Li's side. His tone was inquiring, but the look he gave Xia Li seemed to have other meanings. Now Xia Li is the driver, and it is up to Xia Li to decide whether to go back or not. Fu Yuan's expression clearly shows that he doesn't want to go back. Where do you want to go? Xia Li asked. Fu Yuan glanced at Zhou Anshi, who was still chatting with Lucia, then turned around and said, Do you want to go to the haunted house? No. Chen Tao replied immediately. Fu Yuan looked at him deeply and said, Just think of it as helping a buddy. Do you want to go? Chen Tao closed his eyes and looked dead. Damn it, go away. It is known that there are 5 people present now. Xia Li and Lucia have been successfully matched, while Fu Yuan and Zhou Anshi are still in the ambiguous stage. So what is he? He's a dog. All the girls are jumping into the arms of their boyfriends, and he is just standing there like an idiot. However, since Fu Yuan has said so much, we have no choice but to help. The haunted house is located in a commercial building just outside the amusement park. This kind of small private place does not require an ID card. You can place an order directly online, and the price is 50 yuan per person. It's called a haunted house, but it's actually more like an escape room with some horror elements. Waited in line for about half an hour. The staff member pushed the door open and said, You can come in, which made the 5 people waiting outside feel nervous. Before Lucia entered the house, she heard the screams of humans inside. Although this kind of screaming is mostly from girls, there are also many men's voices mixed in. Xia Li said, A haunted house is a small house that creates a very mysterious atmosphere. There are no real ghosts in it. It just looks scary, but it doesn't scare dragons. In fact, it doesn't matter even if there are real ghosts. As a dragon who goes out for adventures from time to time, what kind of scenes has Lucia not seen? She had seen evil black magicians controlling ghosts, and the ghosts at that time were real ghosts. However, the ghost attack power is very weak, and its main attack area is the human spirit, while the dragon's mental power is very strong, so it will not be shaken. Goo! The little tongue in Lucia's mouth moved, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Xia Li just said, not to scare dragons. But the things inside are obviously very scary. In the old, dark house, red lanterns flickered and eerie figures danced on the model walls. A woman in a red Chinese wedding dress sat on a wooden chair. She had a red cloth on her head, and her skin was pale. The old wooden chair beneath her was shaking with some unknown force, making a dull, creaking sound. This. Lucia hugged Xia Li's arms. She was so strong that she almost pulled the sleeves of Xia Li's clothes off. Western horror is visual horror, while Chinese horror is spiritual horror. What we are seeing now is a combination of the East and the West. Listen carefully later, they will also give you the background story. Only when you listen to this story will you feel the real horror. Xia Li couldn't help but find it funny to see Lucia was so scared. Is this the dragon that lost its power? Just a little scene can scare her badly. Feeling the soft and painful touch between his arms, Xia Li felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy. Apparently, Choosing the haunted house was the right choice. By the way, has Lucia gained weight? The scale must have changed. I discovered something. Except for Xia Li, the other four were extremely nervous. After Taozi entered the room, the expression on her face also became serious. As soon as he said this, even the air in the quiet room froze. Even more outrageous is the couple behind Xia Li. Fu Yuan, who volunteered to come to the haunted house and wanted his brothers to help him, was so scared that he stood behind Zhou Anqi. "What's the matter?" someone asked. Whether a place like a haunted house is scary or not depends on the level of people in the team. As long as one person is infected by the atmosphere and shows nervousness and fear, the fear will spread in all directions and affect everyone's heart. If someone screamed at this moment, everyone's mentality would explode. There are 5 of us in the team. When Chen Tao said this, his eyes looked at Lucia. It seemed that he said this on purpose for Lucia to hear. There are 5 of us, but I can only see 4 people, Chen Tao said in panic. Lucia's face turned pale. Her thinking ability was already poor, and after Chen Tao's guidance, she hurriedly counted and found that she could only see 4 people. There are really only 4. The frightened Xiaolong kept struggling to get into Xia Li's arms. Xia Li was knocked back half a step by the fierce impact of the dragon. He tried to comfort Xiaolong in his arms, and then rolled his eyes at Chen Tao, who was laughing so hard that he had to lean against the wall. "Go away, don't scare my girlfriend." Chen Tao laughed so hard that he pounded the wall. Xia Tuer's girlfriend is a little too cute. If you try to fool her a little, she will definitely be fooled. However, as Chen Tao laughed, he could no longer laugh. He turned around to look at the little girl with a blushing face who was lying in Xia Li's arms, and then looked at Yuanzi and Anqi, who were holding each other's hand on the other side. Chen Tao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his teeth. "Damn, I'm so envious. You all like to play in a haunted house, right? I will speed through today." End of this chapter. The 5-person group that said they wanted to speed through the haunted house failed half an hour after entering. The puzzle game is an unsolved one, with 2 men and 2 women dating, and a dog left confused and unable to find any clues. Half an hour later, the 5 people came out in dejection. After the boss's smiling greeting and giving me some classic fashion junk as a souvenir, I was sent away. Only then did Lucia crawl out from Xia Li's clothes, revealing a pair of rosy little faces. Xia Li summarized the reasons why the evil dragon was so afraid of the haunted house. First of all, the horror atmosphere deliberately created in the haunted house is 1 point. Secondly, the space in the haunted house is too small. Not only is the environment dark, but the air is also poorly ventilated. Lucia was somewhat claustrophobic in there, so she was so scared. "Xia Li, I will definitely protect you next time." Walking out of the commercial building, Lucia always felt that her timid appearance just now was somewhat embarrassing for long. So in order to save face for herself, she made a special promise to Xia Li. Xia Li smiled helplessly. "Okay, next time it's your turn to protect me. Next time a female ghost shows up to attack you, I will definitely give her 2 punches and knock her to the ground." Lucia clenched her fists. Xia Li quickly stopped her. "No, they're staff members. They are just scaring us to make us happy. Don't take it so seriously." Lucia looked up at Xia Li and wondered how she was happy just now. Her heart was trembling with fear because of the female ghost. But thinking back carefully, Xia Li was indeed smiling happily. "Yuanzi, how was it? Was the haunted house fun?" Not only Xia Li was in a good mood, but Chen Tao was also very happy. He turned around to look at Fu Yuan, who was walking with his head down. Fu Yuan didn't look very good. Originally, the brothers agreed to go to the haunted house just to assist him and let him perform well in the haunted house. As a result, he himself became the one who was scared. Fu Yuan is a gentleman, and his personality is totally different from Xia Li and the others. He is thin and small, has had myopia since childhood and wears glasses, and was always bullied in the community when he was a child. Later, it was Xia Li who persuaded him to join his gang, and Fu Yuan was finally able to escape the trauma of childhood bullying. Therefore, Fu Yuan had deep feelings for Xia Li, and even after he grew up, he was willing to call him boss for the rest of his life. He has always been a weak character, But today he mustered up the courage to confess his love to the girl he had been secretly in love with for many years. Xia Li usually studies for a master's degree in Beijing, and it is not easy for her to come back. Fu Yuan is afraid that if he misses today, he will miss his whole life. That's why he confessed his feelings and wanted to go to a haunted house. He had checked on the internet and found that haunted houses are holy places during the ambiguous stage, and people in a state of fear will form a suspension bridge effect. This kind of emotion can speed up the development of the relationship between two people, just like riding a roller coaster. When the fear reaches its peak, they will subconsciously hold each other's hands tightly. As a result, in this haunted house, no one knew whether there was a suspension bridge or not, and Fu Yuan was so scared that he hid behind Xia Li. It's totally unmanly. Fu Yuan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He looked at Xia Li with a pitiful look, asking for help. "Boss!" Xia Li sighed and said to Lucia beside him, "Lucia, come here and I'll assign you a task." "What mission? Tell me." "Go talk to Xia Li and hold her back." Xia Li's eyes moved slightly, and he winked at Lucia. Lucia understood immediately and nodded vigorously. "Oh." After Xiaolong went to hold Xia Li back, Xia Li slowed down and walked to Fu Yuan's side. "What's going on between you and Angie?" Fu Yuan immediately began to explain his background. "I've been taking the civil service exam at home recently. Xia Li happened to stay in Qingchang City these days, so I went to her house to ask her to help me talk about my ideas." Xia Li is the one with the best grades in Xia Li's gang. When he was in school, he often gave Xia Li and others private lessons. "Then what?" Xia Li asked again. "Then the highly differentiated endocrine cells in my body synthesized the fourth hormone, which successfully entered my blood and circulated throughout my body, and my physiological activities were affected as a result." Unlike Chen Tao, the poor student who can't even speak clearly, Fu Yuan was considered a top student when he was in school. His ability to express himself was much stronger, and his strengths were in strange ways. "Speak human language," Xia Li said coldly. "I think I like her." "When did it start?" Chen Tao couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. "It's been a long time, probably when I was in high school." Fu Yuan explained. "Damn, it turns out that it was at that time that the two academic masters worked so hard to prepare for the college entrance examination, and they sympathized with each other." Chen Tao said, patting his thigh. During high school, Xia Li lived in Miang City, so he didn't know much about the old house. "You and Angie are both gentlemen. Gentlemen have their own way of getting along with each other. A haunted house is too rough and not suitable for you." Xia Li pondered. Fu Yuan was anxious. "Then what should I do?" Xia Li shook his head. "I don't know." Fu Yuan and Chen Tao were silent for a while. "Boss, how do you woo your sister-in-law? I'll learn from you." "Me? I didn't pursue her." Xia Li paused and said, "She just agreed to live in my house." "What about the first time you held hands? How did you do it?" "Just pull it." "What about a kiss?" "Just kiss." Xia Li's answer was too straightforward, and Fu Yuan was still a little confused. "No, there is still a process to solve the problem." "How come Xia Li has no process in her relationship?" "No matter how you look at it, my sister-in-law is a shy girl, right? She kissed me directly, but she didn't get slapped." The other side, the three boys walking in front were whispering to each other. Xia Li stared at the shortest boy with a watermelon head in the middle and sighed secretly in her heart. "Sister Anchi." A soft voice suddenly came from beside her, and Xia Li came back to her senses. Her eyes lit up. "What's the matter, Lemay?" "Xia Li asked me to come here," Lucia said. "He asked me to hold you back." "Puff!" Xia Li laughed. "Lume is too honest. If we put her on the boys' side, wouldn't she be a complete traitor?" "What else did they say?" "They also say that thing, oh, together and the finishing touch. Ha ha ha, what else?" "As for the rest, I don't know." Lucia shook her head. Xia Li's eyes curved with laughter. She took a deep look at the short and thin boy, then turned back and asked Lucia, "Does Lume know what this means?" "I know a little, but I'm not sure." "What do you think?" "That Yuanzi might be trying to show his affection to you," Lucia said uncertainly. Lucia could vaguely hear this from Yuanzi's behavior and the conversation between Xia Li and the others. Human affairs are complicated, and she, a dragon, can't understand them anyway. Well, just like what Brother Xia did to you. Zhou asked again. Xia Li? Lucia thought about it carefully. Xia Li bought her delicious food and beautiful clothes, and recently he also didn't let her do housework. These seem to be gestures of goodwill. Oh, by the way, he kissed her in the square in front of so many people at noon today. That's not called a gesture of goodwill, right? In human terms. Well, that's called showing love. I don't know. As Lucia thought about it, her mind became confused. When Xia Li kissed her, his eyes were closed, and he looked very serious. Or, to understand it in a human way, this is called affection. The soft feeling of lips touching always made Lucia feel itchy. With every breath Xia Li took, she could smell the unique, pleasant scent on Xia Li, and even had a greedy urge to open her mouth and take in more. I kind of like the way humans express, like, that's great. Zhou glanced at Lucia's innocent appearance and was moved. It's not easy to have such a pure love nowadays. We adults have too many concerns. Career, love, and dreams. You can't have all three of these things. Zhou showed a bitter smile. Lucia was confused and looked up and asked her, "Don't you like round hair?" That hairstyle is called a watermelon head. Oh, watermelon head. It's not that I don't like him. If I didn't like him, I would keep my distance. Who would go out with him in the name of friends? If I really didn't like him, I would have avoided him when he secretly held my hand on the roller coaster. If you like it, then why don't you kiss? Lucia didn't understand anything else, but she knew that the way humans express their love was to kiss, just like what Xia Li did to her. Our world is much more complicated. Zhou shook her head, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. My dream is to go further and pursue more things. His goal is to stay in Qingchang City, take the civil service exam, get a stable job, and live a stable life. We are not on the same path. Is this important? Although this was the first time Lucia had heard these words, she felt that Zhou concerns were somewhat similar to those Xia Li had told her in the morning. Humans are truly emotionally complex animals. They have too many questions to think about and are too greedy. They always want to choose the right answer that they think will maximize their benefits after careful consideration. But often as time goes by, they will regret this answer. In that case, why not choose the answer that is within your reach from the beginning? These are our respective dreams. They are about the future, so they're very important. Zhou answered seriously. Can Anchi see her own future? No. Since the future is unpredictable, why not choose what you can get? Lucia didn't understand. The future you choose may not necessarily become the future you want in the end, but the person you want will soon become yours. After a whole day of fun, it was already very late when Xia Li got home. Lucia was very tired from playing and was already drowsy in the car. When Xia Li carried her out of the car, she insisted that she just close her eyes for a while because they were uncomfortable. Then he refused to let Xia Li take him down. The strong Xiaolong didn't know what romance was. He twisted like a carp in Xia Li's arms. Xia Li had no choice but to put her on the ground and let her walk by herself. I am not sleepy. Lucia closed her eyes and put her hands on her hips, her pink hood covering her head. Okay, you're not sleepy. Xia Li grabbed her little hand from her waist. Let's go home. I'm going to mop the floor when I get home. You drag it. More food. Gagaga. If Lucia hadn't drunk any alcohol while eating hot pot tonight, Xia Li would have suspected that Long was drunk. Could it be motion sickness? Pulling the dizzy Long upstairs, a gentle voice called out to them from the door of the next unit. Lu Mei. Lucia opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed them, and looked over. Okay, what you just said makes a lot of sense. Zhou smiled, the black frame on her nose reflecting a faint yellow light under the dim street lights. I'll think about it. Okay. Lucia nodded vigorously and smiled sweetly. Xia Li nodded to Zhou and then carried the dizzy dragon home. What did you say to Angie? I forgot. Lucia thought about it and found that she couldn't remember. She didn't even raise her eyelids, but hung her head and let Xia Li carry her home. Are you a fish? You have a 7-second memory, Xia Li said with a smile. It's only been a short time, and I've forgotten it. Are you pretending to be stupid in order not to betray your sisters? However, Lucia looked really tired. For a homebody dragon, today is a very tiring day, both physically and mentally. I won't let you wash your face and brush your teeth today. Remember to brush your teeth carefully tomorrow morning, otherwise you will get cavities, okay? Mm. Xia Li gently placed Lucia on the bed, and Lucia's dazed nasal sound came out of her lips. I don't know if it was just a dream talk before falling asleep, or a response to Xia Li. Your dragon teeth have no dentist to treat them. If you get cavities, you won't be able to eat hard food anymore. You won't be able to chew your favorite fried chicken and spare ribs, or even fried poop. Fell asleep, Xia Li muttered a few words, and the evil dragon lay on the bed like a salted fish stuck in the pan. She lay straight, with her hands pressed against her chest and her wrists drooping like a little hamster. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Xia Li sighed and helped her take off her coat. Grabbing the slender arms, Xia Li took off the furry pink coat, and a light-colored sweater underneath made her feel troubled. Under the nightlight, the slim-fitting sweater fits the girl's beautiful figure, and the lines on both sides of her waist and abdomen look well-proportioned and graceful. The crystal pink lips were breathing slightly, and the full curve of the chest was rising and falling with the rhythm of the breathing. Lucia has grown up a lot. Not only mental growth, but also physical growth. She is no longer the flat little girl who knew nothing when she first came to Earth. Xia Li lifted up the corner of the light-colored sweater, revealing a small piece of soft waist and abdomen underneath. When Xia Li saw the only thin piece of cloth left on the girl's body, his raised hand suddenly couldn't put it down. Let me ask you, who can resist this impulse in front of the person they like? Xia Li. The long eyelashes trembled, and the night light cast a shadow on that delicate and sweet face. Lucia called Xia Li in a daze, her voice still sounding sleepy and hazy. Xia Li withdrew his hand and pulled the small pillow beside the bed to use as a cushion for Lucia. No one knew what was going on in Lucia's mind, her amber eyes staring quietly at Xia Li's face. She had been watching it the whole day, but she just couldn't get tired of it and kept watching it, her eyes fixed on it. What happened? Why can't some people who like each other be together? Lucia's tone was very soft. She had been thinking about this question for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Finally, she couldn't help but want to ask Xia Li. Because the human world is very complicated, and there are many things to consider, so most people can't be with the person they love. What about us? Us. Xia Li leaned over the bed and kissed the dragon's face, which looked so soft and delicious. He put his lips close to Xiaolong's slightly red earlobe and whispered, "We are lucky." Early the next morning, it was still dark. To be precise, it's still early in the morning. Xia Li was half awake and half asleep when he heard someone pushing open his door. When he was in the other world before, he would sleep with his heart in his throat. Although his teammates took turns to keep watch, the possibility of assassination by some cunning monsters could not be ruled out, so Xia Li would wake up immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. The more than a month since returning to Earth has allowed him to relax a lot, but he is still easily affected by the surrounding environment when he sleeps, accompanied by a slight creaking sound. In the dark room, without any light, a dark and nimble figure came in from outside the door. She first closed the door gently, then took small steps forward along the wall. Her bare feet moved silently, and her sharp eyes emitted a dangerous red light in the darkness. The sharp edge flashed by and finally attacked Xia Li at an extremely fast speed. Without even raising her eyelids, Xia Li felt a warm and cool body slowly crawling into the bed. She tiptoed to Xia Li's head and then uttered a small "eh." As if he remembered that he didn't bring a pillow, the sneaky figure sat on the bed and thought about Longsheng for a while, and finally decided to squeeze in with Xia Li. The dragon's head crept over, and he slept pitifully on the pillow, then pulled a little quilt over to cover his belly. It turned out to be Xia Longlong, who climbed into his bed in the middle of the night. Xia Li thought silently in his heart. After waiting for a while, Xiaolong still didn't respond, and Xia Li couldn't wait any longer. Now that you're here, why don't you give him a sneak attack? If a dragon appears in the hero's sight without permission, it will be destroyed. Xia Li was sleeping very soundly. She pretended to turn over accidentally and gently hugged Xiaolong, who was lying quietly beside her. The body is soft and fragrant. Not right. Why is it still furry? When he opened his eyes, Xia Li saw a pair of dragon eyes staring at him in the darkness from a distance. After squeezing the extremely soft ball of cotton in his arms, Xia Li no longer felt sleepy. No, this big sheep deserves to die. Who told her to raid her boyfriend's room at night and bring a toy with her? Go away. Xia Li grabbed the big sheep and threw it behind him. Lucia shrank back, but was still willing to be held in Xia Li's arms. Can't sleep, Xia Li murmured softly. Lucia moved in his arms as if nodding, fell asleep, and then woke up again. She rested her head on Xia Li's chest, feeling somewhat relieved as she listened to the hero's strong heartbeat below. Plop, plop. It was as if my heartbeat was following his rhythm, and the frequency of my heartbeat quickened a little. What time is it now? Xia Li asked vaguely. 4:30. Lucia replied immediately. Xia Li thought to himself, this time he really got up earlier than the chicken. Didn't this dragon play too hard yesterday and fell asleep as soon as he got home? It's only been a short time since he slept. How come he's so energetic now? Xia Li used his limited computing ability to calculate with his fingers. They got home at 8:30 last night, and it's 4:30 now. They really got 8 hours of sleep. Xia Li struggled in his heart whether to get up or not. Lucia lay quietly in his arms for a while, and then suddenly seemed to think of something. I remember something. The dragon squirmed twice in the hero's arms and spoke in a serious tone. I'm going to feed the goldfish. You. Xia Li was extremely angry. Not only was the phone forced to turn on when he was sleeping soundly, but the culprit actually ran away after only holding him for 2 minutes. Come back here. You haven't even fed me yet. How can you feed the goldfish? What are you going to feed? The evil dragon's small hands were resting on the side of Xia Li's head, with his body half lying down. In the dim environment, Xia Li couldn't see the expression on her face, but he could hear a confused tone in her voice. Meat. Xia Li held it in for a while before uttering the word. Raw or cooked? Lucia pondered. Raw. Oh. Lucia paused for a moment. Her weak breath blew on Xia Li's face, and Xia Li could hear a rustling sound at his ears. No, she's not taking off her clothes. Xia Li closed his eyes nervously, thinking that he would accept it no matter whether Lucia stretched out an arm or a leg. Of course other places are also fine, but Lucia is a dragon, and dragons don't understand human sentiments. She just thinks that Xia Li really wants to eat meat. Maybe this is the feeling of being in love. You always try to get more from the other person, and your mind is always filled with wild thoughts. Haji, a furry object stuck to the tip of Xia Li's nose. Xia Li suddenly opened his eyes. How come to sheep again? There's a piece of pork in the fridge. I'll get it for you. Lucia stuffed her feet into Xia Li's slippers and ran away crying. My shoes. Xia Li's nose was crooked due to anger. In places like Shu province, it gets dark late in the winter and gets light very late in the morning. It is not even 5 in the morning yet. If it were the northern climate, the sun should have risen by then, but there is no light at all in Qingcheng City. Call. Xia Li yawned, and his mouth opened wide as if he was about to eat a dragon. Lucia, who was walking beside him, was wearing plush pajamas with her hands in her pockets, and she looked up at Xia Li from time to time. What? Xia Li glanced at the dwarf dragon. Is it morning or evening now? It's night for those who haven't slept, but it's morning for us. As the two walked slowly forward, the light and shadow under the street lamps intertwined, casting several shadows on the ground. The evil dragon's cheeks were slightly tilted, with a faint pink tint on them, and it was unclear whether it was because of the cold or shyness. It was indeed very cold at 5 in the morning, but the evil dragon was so cold-resistant, and she was wearing such thick clothes, so she shouldn't be cold. But if you're shy, doesn't that prove that she actually understood what Xia Li meant just now? This dragon, you're not going to be playing dumb all the time, are you? Xia Li remembered that this guy had used his cell phone to ask her about human reproduction last time, but she stopped asking later and the matter ended. Judging from the evil dragon's thirst for knowledge, this guy must have thought about it secretly. Xia Li suddenly stopped. The evil dragon walked and found that the brave man beside him was gone, so he retreated back. What happened? Give me a kiss. Lucia was stunned for a moment. Why? Because you didn't say good morning to me just now. Xia Li said righteously. You didn't tell me either. Good morning. What you say now doesn't count. Lucia's cheeks puffed up like an inflated puffer fish, and Xia Li poked her puffy face. Okay, then I'll kiss you. No way either. Why not? Because this is outside. You didn't kiss me at home just now, and you didn't give me any meat when I asked for it. I gave you pork. Lucia retorted angrily. Xia Li came under the streetlight, looked sideways at her, and asked softly, Do you think I wanted to eat pork just now? Lucia didn't say anything, but just turned her head to the side to show Xia Li the back of her head. Then she looked into the distance. As if she had discovered a new target, she blushed and pretended to be surprised and changed the subject. Xia Li, there's a breakfast cart over there. Silence is better than sound here. Xia Li clenched his fists. Understand, this dragon definitely understands. Xia Li had never seen a breakfast cart at this time. At the entrance of the alley outside the community, a small yellow bus was parked on the side of the road. Wisps of smoke blew out of the windows with both heat and smoke. Xia Li walked closer and saw that this was not a breakfast cart, but a midnight snack cart. When I was in college, Chun Tao and I would go out and surf the internet all night when we had no classes. This car was our resurrection place. Fried skewers are not suitable for breakfast. Xia Li was just about to tell Lucia that the noodle shop next door would open in a while, but seeing the evil dragon's greedy eyes, Xia Li gave up the idea. But he has fried poop. Lucia stood beside Xia Li and pointed at the white rectangular food in the glass window. This is indeed the fried baba that Lucia used to eat. But the ingredients on this kind of fried skewers cart are basically cooked and frozen semi-finished products, which are completely different from the handmade cakes sold by old ladies on the street. But it's okay to let her try it. Xia Li pushed open the glass window and stretched out her arm to take the tongs. She planned to eat this morning. What else do you want? I'll get it for you. Except the leaves, I want everything else. Lucia said with a serious face. Eating meat early in the morning will cause indigestion. Xia Li was muttering to herself, but she still picked out all the skewers of meat with a loving attitude towards Long. Hee, it's obviously you who wants to eat. The first thing you said when you opened your eyes just now was that you wanted to eat meat. So now I'll give you more. Did I want to eat pork at that time? Xia Li glanced at her and asked back. Lucia said nothing. She walked half a circle around the food truck to see the owner's hot pot sizzling with oil. TSK, were you pretending for, Xia Long? I have seen through your thoughts a long time ago. There was a mix of meat and vegetables. Xia Li didn't want to eat too much of this greasy food, so he picked out a little and handed it to the boss. The restaurant truck owner was getting ready to close up shop, and this full plate of food was undoubtedly a big order for him. There are tables and chairs in the back. Wait a moment. Do you want some spicy food? The boss in an apron wiped the grease off his face and greeted us warmly. A pretty and sweet-looking girl stood beside him, staring at the pot of bubbling hot oil, and said, Yes, but no chili. Okay. The boss didn't understand, so Xia Li quickly grabbed the stinky dragon. No chili peppers, unless Sichuan peppercorns. Okay, the boss agreed readily. Lucia was pulled over by Xia Li and sat on a small plastic stool. This small stool is just right for her. Her two little feet can be placed sideways. At first glance, it looks like she is sitting like a duck, which is quite well behaved. In comparison, Xia Li had no place to put her long legs. She could only raise her knees and rest her wrists on them, which was almost the same as sitting on the ground. As the ingredients are put into the pot, you can hear the sound of hot oil boiling and the hot smoke fills your nose. Xia Li stared at Lucia. Lucia didn't want to look at him. She looked around for a while, but didn't find anything that could distract her. In the end, she could only play with her hands out of boredom. Young man, do you want beer? We have brewed beer at home. At this time, the boss's voice came from the oil pan. Xia Li turned to ask the evil dragon, Do you want a drink? I don't want to drink. The dragon shook his head. She would never drink anything that would make her dizzy. You can also try alcohol. It can make you forget your troubles temporarily. Xia Li said seriously. Lucia then shook her head. But I have no worries. It also makes you feel excited and happy. I'm happy right now. And it can also give you courage, allowing you to do things you wouldn't normally do. I usually dare to do anything. Xia Li asked seriously, and Lucia answered solemnly. There were 4 traps, but the dragon refused to step into any of them. Xia Li was helpless. This dragon is obviously smarter than before. Xia Li secretly thought that sooner or later he would have to use coercion and bribery to make her experience the pleasure brought by alcohol. 10 minutes later, a plate of deep-fried skewers sprinkled with seasonings was served. Xia Li ordered a bottle of soda. This late-night snack shop didn't sell juice, so Lucia could only hold a bottle of mineral water and sit nearby. So spicy. Fried skewers in Sichuan are made like this. Even if they're not sprinkled with chili powder, they will add spicy seasoning when marinating them. This fried baba tastes so spicy. Lucia's lips turned red from the spicy food, and her little mouth was breathing out hot air. This is a late-night snack shop. People at night like this kind of oily and spicy food. As a shoe dragon, Lucia will learn how to eat chili peppers sooner or later in a year or 2, so Xia Li is not in a hurry. Bear with it for a while, it won't hurt soon. Xia Li held her cheek with her hand, looking at the evil dragon's slightly swollen mouth from the spiciness with a half-smile. This terrible line did not get a response from Xiaolong. Lucia felt dizzy from the hotness. She breathed deeply through her little mouth and kept shaking her little hands to blow air into her mouth. The dragon that was subdued by the chili pepper was funny, but also quite pitiful. Have a drink of soda. This is frozen soda. Your mouth will hurt for a while when you drink it, but the spiciness will go away quickly. Xia Li shook his soda bottle and handed it over. Only people like them would come out early in the morning to eat fried skewers and drink soda. Lucia hesitated for a moment and felt that Xia Li would definitely not harm her, so she picked up the glass bottle and poured the liquid into her mouth. Xia Li knew what the little dragon was saying. She was saying, Coke is attacking me. Cola used bubble magic, causing a devastating blow to the silver dragon. The silver dragon refused to give in, opened her bloody mouth, used dragon water-sucking magic, and swallowed all the bubbles into her stomach. The silver dragon won. Under the dual stimulation of carbon dioxide and capsaicin, Lucia's eyes turned red from the spiciness. She wanted to say something in a wrong tone, but Xia Li's explanation made her lose her direction. I knew Silver Dragon would win. Xia Li patted his thigh and said in shock. Lucia couldn't bear such praise. She put the empty bottle back on the table embarrassedly and burped with a red face. Human soda, that's all. Would you like to try the beer? Do not want. Xia Li's dragon trap failed again. When will I be able to see the little Long who is drunk, whining in his arms, and wants to do this and that with him? Xia Li clearly felt that he had become greedy. This was his uncontrollable love for Lucia. Just having her next to him made him want more from her. Come on, I'll take you to eat something milder when it's daybreak. The food was almost ready. Xia Li paid the money and took the still-breathing dragon away. This amount of chili is just for beginners. Once you live here for a long time, these things will be no problem for you. So powerful. Lucia looked up and asked, how long will it take? Maybe 1 or 2 years. People from other places usually adapt in 1 or 2 years. Oh, that's pretty close. Well, what we have the most is time. Time can smooth out everything. Xia Li squeezed the dragon claw in his hand and walked slowly under the streetlight. The tree trunks swept by the autumn wind were bare, and a few evergreen trees rustled in the night wind. The night was gradually coming to an end, and when a white light appeared on the horizon, even the stars dimmed. Time can allow a dragon to slowly adapt to this society and get used to it. The dragon is lonely by nature. It will take time for her to accept that there is one more person in her lonely life. Xia Li is not in a hurry. Now he had told Lucia all the problems they were facing. Lucia said she wasn't afraid. All that remains is to face these problems and then solve them. End of this chapter. Wanyo District is one of the 5 oldest districts in Qincheng City, and there are still many old buildings like the Xia Li community here. Some residential buildings don't even have residential areas or gates, and you can just turn a corner and walk directly into someone else's home. Taking out the dragon claw from the evil dragon's pocket, Xia Li was finally forced to implement the dragon claw on top principle and was pulled forward by Lucia. I don't know where the evil dragon wants to go. Lucia didn't say anything either. Her silent little face seemed to be filled with thoughts. Xia Li wanted to say something naughty several times, but the words stopped coming out of his mouth. Forget it. This dragon has become difficult to fool. We have to change our strategy. Where do you want to go? Wandering around. There's not much to see around here. They're all old and run-down places. If you want to go shopping, I can drive you to a place with better air. No, I'm just strolling around. Lucia shook her head, and her hair on both sides rubbed against her shoulders. She has seen the tower crane used to repair houses. She has visited the park, and she has played with the dragon launcher the human cubs like to play with over and over again. Lucia's dragon life never had any pursuits. This was always the case when she went out, aimlessly. Wherever the dragon's wings flapped to fly to was the purpose of her trip. She would stop to look at the beautiful mountains and rivers, and she would not mind stopping to take a closer look at the desolate land or the battlefield full of corpses. It is this easygoing personality that allows her to always remain optimistic and positive. Even when facing setbacks, she will look forward to the next interesting thing happening. Walking between 2 rows of old buildings, the morning breeze brings the unique damp smell of Sichuan province. There were no lights in the dark alley. Clothes were hung in a haphazard pattern above the head, and a ditch covered with an iron mesh flowed at the feet. This sense of mystery that goes deep into the human city makes Lucia feel a little excited. It feels like a time when a dragon was adventuring in the continent of Azer. But things are different now. Now, she has a hero by her side. He tightly clenched the big hand in his pocket. Lucia's pockets were big enough that they could be bulged with both hands put in. Because they had just eaten breakfast, midnight snack, the 2 pairs of hands clasped together were very hot, and the palms were slightly sweaty and sticky. When I was a kid, there were small fish and shrimps in these ditches. Later, with urban construction, industrial and domestic wastewater were discharged into these small channels and ditches, and the ditches became stinking ditches. Later, with urban reconstruction and environmental improvement, the stinking ditch no longer had sewage and became much clearer. Now, water plants and mosses are growing in it. It was very quiet around, and Xia Li suddenly became interested in telling the evil dragon about the development process of human cities. This transformation seems to have taken a long time, but it was only a short period of 20 to 30 years. 20 years ago, this place was still rural areas and farmland, but 20 years later is now full of high-rise buildings, said Xia Li. Lucia looked up at the sky, which was getting brighter. The morning light seemed to be hidden between the buildings. The sky was squeezed by the alley, and only a straight line remained, with the morning and evening divided by this line. The side where the sun rises is the east, and the side where the stars are still sleeping is the west. 20 years. Lucia suddenly had an idea of what such numbers meant. 20 years was so short in her life that it couldn't even be considered childhood. But for humans, it should be very long. What was Xia Li doing 20 years ago? Lucia suddenly asked. I was still breastfeeding at that time. Whose milk? Xia Li paused for a moment, then laughed angrily. Humans are mammals, so of course they drink breast milk. But nowadays, it seems that more people feed their children with cow's milk than breast milk. Having said this, Xia Li was stunned again. He suddenly thought of another question. Dragons are not mammals. So do they have milk? Xia Li's eyes inadvertently glanced at Lucia's not-so-small chest. Lucia even has menstrual periods as a girl, so this question should have an answer. No, why think so much? This guy doesn't even dare to kiss me. Aren't the questions I'm thinking about too advanced? 20 years ago, I was only 2 years old, about this age. Xia Li used his hand to indicate the height of a 2-year-old human baby, and Lucia's little face was shocked. You're so small. I was much bigger than you when I was born. Nonsense. You're a dragon. You're different from me. I want to meet the smaller version of Xia Li, Lucia said sincerely. Xia Li thought that this would be difficult. Even on the continent of A's, he had never heard of magic that could reverse the age of humans. But why don't you just give birth to one child? Xia Li's eyes became fiery, but Lucia still had those curious baby eyes open, not realizing the danger was coming. A place like this with a dark moon and strong wind is a good place for bad things to happen, Xia Li said with a smile. Lucia now saw the wicked smile on Xia Li's face. Zhou had taught her that when a boy smirked around a girl, he would only think of one thing. Shiver. Lucia groaned softly, turned her head to the side, took the sticky hand out of her pocket, and threw it away. It's too hot. Let's stop holding it for now. Xia Li, who was ruthlessly abandoned by the evil dragon, quickly cooled down the evil expression on his face. It's still dark now, and it's easy to run into bad guys in this alley. If you don't hold me tighter, what if a bad guy shows up and kidnaps me? Xia Li quickly followed and said. But the evil dragon didn't believe these words. Even if a bad guy really appears, can't she just go up and punch him away with 2 punches? However, it seemed as if Xia Li's words were really confirmed. At the end of the dark alley, 3 or 5 young men were half leaning against a telephone pole. Some were standing, some were squatting, and some were kicking a phone box. As if he had found some amusement, he spoke loudly and unrestrainedly in this quiet alley and laughed crazily. This group of people are drunk and crazy. Stay away from them. Xia Li grabbed the claw of the little dragon walking in front. The public security in the old city is much worse. Although there is a police station not far away, there are still many people causing trouble at night. Moreover, this group of people look very young, with hairstyles more flamboyant than each other and a somewhat childish appearance. They are probably those who graduated from junior high school or dropped out of high school. Xia Li didn't want to get involved with this kind of people, so he took Lucia's hand and left quickly. But Lucia kept looking back. Finally, as if she had discovered something, she suddenly stopped moving. There's a kitten. She scratched Xia Li's palm and stopped. Xia Li looked back and saw a calico cat slightly bigger than his palm in the phone box. The cat was wet, and its fur was completely soaked and stuck together. It hasn't rained recently, and there were no leaks around. Xia Li looked around until he saw 2 beer bottles discarded casually on the road. Then he guessed that they must have been poured with beer by this group of gangsters. Do you think it could be lit? Ha ha! How can you light beer? It's not liquor, and the alcohol content of liquor depends on the alcohol content. I don't believe it, let me try. The 3 men squatted on the ground, chatting and laughing for a while, and one of them took out a lighter and started trying. Xia Li watched this scene from afar. There were no street lights in the dark alley, so he couldn't see the faces of the 3 people clearly. He could only judge what they were doing based on their conversation and the shadows on the ground. Click! As the lighter was lit, the surroundings lit up. The kitten in the phone box was shivering and making weak cries in the cold wind. The man holding the lighter seemed to think that there was no point in doing this, so he lit a cigarette and took a puff of the cigarette, but after the cigarette was fully lit, he pinched the cigarette butt and tried to burn the kitten with it. Xia Li. Lucia looked at the frightened kitten in the box and suddenly remembered the pet shop that Xia Li took her to 2 days ago. Compared with the kitten there, the cat in the box can only be described as lowly. Is it just because the cats in the pet store have price tags on them, and this one here doesn't? Lucia thought again of the dragons on the continent of A's that were captured by humans and brought back to the town. Often those dragons would be constantly exploited before being killed. Valuable dragons will have their blood drawn, their scales plucked, and their horns cut off repeatedly. Those whose bodies have no value will be placed in the Colosseum to be fought and killed, becoming tools of human entertainment, just like the cat she saw now. Xia Li, can I beat these people? Lucia clenched her fists. The previous few times when I said I wanted Cuckoo to punch something, most of the time it was just a casual remark. But this time, she was really impulsive. Looking back, Lucia found that Xia Li disappeared from her side and came to her. The tall figure of the hero blocked her. He took a few steps forward, his tone and movements were casual, but if the light here was bright enough, One could see a sharp gleam in those deep black eyes. "Is this cat yours? Who are you?" Faced with a strange man who suddenly appeared, the three drunken men looked up at the same time, with a puzzled tone, but also a kind of arrogance unique to young people. "Is this cat yours?" Xia Li asked again. "Are you blind?" One of them said, "Can't you see that this cat was abandoned in a box? Now that we have seen it, it is ours. What do you think?" The other person probably realized that this person had ill intentions, and his tone was full of provocation. He also knew that what he and his friends were doing was equivalent to torturing the cat, but he did not feel guilty about it. Instead, he sneered at the man who wanted to denounce justice. "You want to take a video and post it online?" Sally did not answer his question, nor did he take out his phone to take pictures or anything. Instead, he walked over quietly and took a look at the condition of the kitten in the phone box. "I couldn't see clearly from a distance just now, but now that I'm closer, I can see that the mouth and nose of this little calico cat are full of water, and it smells strongly of beer. Perhaps because beer got into the kitten's eyes, it couldn't open its eyes. It crawled weakly in the box, making very soft, meowing sounds." Sally took a closer look. The phone box was filled with thick clothes. There was also a piece of paper on the clothes. The handwriting on the paper was very young. It seemed that it was written by an elementary school student. "It is not allowed to be kept at home. Please kindly take care of it." He couldn't even write the word "to treat others well," and even used pinyin. Unfortunately, the child who wrote this note could not have imagined that the kitten he left downstairs was being fed beer by a group of beasts. This kitten, which was only a few months old, had no idea that the sound it made by calling out would not be met with a plea for mercy, but would instead arouse a stronger desire to destroy inhumans. The phone box was full of beer. Sally did not take the dirty clothes inside. Instead, he carefully grabbed the kitten's neck, picked it up, and held it in his arms. "I'm talking to you." Behind me, the gangster's dissatisfied voice came. A clenched fist blew towards the back of Xia Li's head. He could never have imagined that this young man, who looked gentle and spoke in a polite tone, could easily dodge the punch. The man who threw the punch thought he was drunk and had lost his aim. He looked at his fist, then at the man who was slowly standing up from the ground. "Ha, are you drunk?" The laughter of his companions made him even more angry and embarrassed, and he threw another heavy punch from bottom top. Xia Li tilted his head slightly, and the fist passed by his head less than 5 centimeters away. As a brave man who had experienced countless life and death situations in the other world, Xia Li thought that the attack methods of the Earth thugs were just a show of ignorance. If this group of people didn't bother him, Xia Li didn't want to have any friction with them. But, glancing sideways at the camera hanging in the alley behind him, Xia Li took the next punch at face value. The fist that was originally intended to hit the opponent in the face hit the opponent's shoulder. The person who swung the fist was stunned and thought that his accuracy must have been due to drinking. However, this successful punch undoubtedly gave him great confidence. The man sneered and rushed up to beat him up with his 2 companions. "We saw the cat first, and you snatched it from us." The gangster who came over spat on the ground and took a puff of the cigarette. Before he could finish his words, a leg suddenly swept towards him and caught him off guard. The power of that leg was somewhat unexpected. It swept across his stomach horizontally, causing him to lose his balance and sit down on the ground. Seeing this, the other companion who was smoking a cigarette picked up the wine bottle on the ground and smashed it on the young man's head without saying a word. The young man held the cat in one hand and grabbed the wine bottle with his outstretched hand, cleverly neutralizing the force. Then he pulled hard, pulling the gangster holding the beer bottle over along with the bottle, and then kicked him. Punching them is to trigger legitimate defense. As soon as the defense was triggered, these thugs completely lost the chance to hit Xia Li. The man covered his stomach, his back hit the telephone pole, and he looked at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open. It happened in a flash, and the other young man who pretended to get involved was stunned. It took him only a moment to laugh before his 2 companions started groaning in pain. Suddenly realizing that he had run into a tough guy, and since he had been drunk and had caused the trouble first, the young man stared at Xia Li hurriedly, then quickly pulled up his two companions on the ground and on the telephone pole and left. Damn it, I told you to drink less, but you had to drink all night. You were stupid. F*****K. The sound of cursing disappeared into the alley. Xia Li held the shivering kitten and returned to Lucia. Lucia hurried forward and raised her worried face to ask, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. That fist is far inferior to the dragon claw." Xia Li smiled. Lucia added, "Are those bad guys okay?" Xia Li, "If you don't care about your boyfriend, who do you care about?" Seeing Xia Li's expression change, Lucia explained, "You said, in this society, if you beat someone to death or maim them, you will go to jail. I don't want to see you cooking for others in jail for the rest of your life." It turns out that this is what I was worried about. Xia Li's mood improved a lot, but his face still looked a little gloomy. "I used just enough force to stun the person without causing bleeding," Xia Li said lightly. "These people should be thankful that this is a society ruled by law, with cameras in every corner of the alley. Otherwise, the ending would be different." Thinking of this, Xia Li suddenly covered his shoulder. His face turned pale, and he squatted down in pain. What happened?" Lucia was just about to check on the kitten, but when she saw Xia Li squatting down, she instantly panicked. Did those people use weapons? Humans are the most cunning. They will hide all kinds of hidden weapons when fighting. "Shoulder hurts." Xia Li took a deep breath and said. Lucia's face was filled with shock, and her panicked expression was even more nervous than Xia Li's. "So, you really used weapons?" "Let me see." She said she was going to take off Xia Li's clothes. But Xia Li's clothes were very thick, and her sweater was torn out of shape. Lucia rummaged into his clothes and found that what she took out was an autumn shirt, which made her look even more panicked. "No blood is coming out. Could it be an internal injury?" Lucia analyzed it carefully and felt that there were no internal organs in the shoulder area, so there should be no internal injuries. "Oh, my bones hurt," Xia Li sighed. "If you kiss me, I'll probably feel better soon." "Okay, I'll just—" Lao Shilong was about to nod when he suddenly realized what was happening. Wrong. Xia Li was lying to her. The hero went through so much trouble just to get a kiss from her. Lucia's anxious little face gradually calmed down. At this time, the morning light had already filled the sky, and the faint orange-red light allowed her to see Xia Li's eyes, which were closed because of pain. Maybe because it had been quiet for too long, Xia Li couldn't wait any longer. He opened one eye and stole a glance at Lucia. Lucia happened to be looking at him, and he quickly closed his eyes again, looking as if he was in unbearable pain. "It hurts so much. That person must have practiced internal skills." Lucia was silent for a moment, finally decided to take this trick. She hummed, leaned forward, and then pressed her soft lips against Xia Li's face. "Is this all right now?" "No. We have to do this side as well, to make it more symmetrical." Xia Li turned his other head to the side. This hero is just a greedy guy. Lucia had no choice but to do as she was told. After kissing both sides, she felt her face getting warm. It was clearly Xia Li's face that was kissed, but it seemed as if her own face was kissed as well. "I also blame Long for feeling embarrassed. It must be all right now," she muttered, and without paying any attention to the brave man's mouth that was raised like a pig snout for a kiss, she reached out to take the kitten from the brave man's arms and took a look at it. End of this chapter. Miwu. The kitten in Xia Li's arms slowly raised its head. After wiping the beer off its eyes, it was able to open them with difficulty. Those eyes were amber, like Lucia's. The kitten's eyes seemed to have a warm orange-yellow tint, and its pupils were dark black like Xia Li's. It raised its head with some difficulty, and the first thing it saw was a human girl approaching it with a worried look on her face. Although it felt an instinctive sense of oppression that made it want to run away when it looked into the eyes of the human girl, it lowered its head in peace because of the gentle look in her eyes. Due to hunger and hypothermia, the kitten made weak sounds from its mouth and nose. "Meow. Xia Li, it's not afraid of me." Lucia looked up in surprise. She had put her face close enough, but the kitten didn't show any fear or dodge. Instead, it closed its eyes. "All things have spirits," Xia Li thought for a moment and said, "It probably knows that you are saving it, so it is not afraid of you." Spirituality. Lucia was full of affection for this magical little animal. Before, whether it was dogs, cats, or any other animal in the zoo, they all kept their distance from Lucia. And this one is undoubtedly special to Lucia. I want to take it back. Well, take it home and dry its fur first. If it's left wet outside, it'll soon freeze to death. Xia Li glanced at the foam box in the corner. If it hadn't been forced to drink beer, the kitten would have had no problem getting through the night. What's more, if Xia Li hadn't driven away those 3 hooligans, the kitten would have been tortured to death by them. The complicated human heart is much more sinister than the pure dragon heart. Xia Li, is it a male or a female cat? Lucia followed Xia Li and they walked home together. From time to time, she would tiptoe to look at the kitten in Xia Li's arms. This kitten has a furry white belly and different color patterns on both sides of its head, orange and black. Its face is round, and it looks particularly sweet. Xia Li said this variety is called Sanhua. It's a female cat. Xia Li answered immediately. How did you know that? Lucia asked curiously. Because it has no Dan. Because it is a cat with 3 colors. In the chromosomes of cats, the X chromosome can only carry 2 colors, and the Y chromosome has no color. The chromosomes of male cats are XY, and those of female cats are XX, so only female cats can have 3 colors, that is, calico cats. This level of answer was completely beyond Lucia's comprehension. The biological knowledge of humans on Earth is even more confusing to the dragon than the alchemy on the continent of Azer. But, is this kitten actually a female? Lucia took a quick look at the kitten in Xia Li's arms and fell into a brief thought. Do you like cats? She suddenly asked Xia Li. Xia Li answered casually, Of course I am happy. Before he could even say the word like, Xia Li suddenly remembered that this evil dragon would always find tricky angles to get jealous. So he changed his words and said, I only like dragons. I don't like other creatures. Oh. Lucia pursed her lips and smiled secretly. This puts her at ease. The female cat cannot threaten my position. Xia Li looked at her secretly smiling face and thought to herself that she was not a fan of Furue, and this cat was no longer at Furue's level. Does Lucia consider all female creatures as competitors? Speaking of which, is long considered a blessing? Fury refers to a furry anthropomorphic animal, and Lucia meets the latter condition, but she is not furry at all. But if dragon is also a kind of Furue, then Xia Li feels that he is a Furue fan. Xia Li felt excited just by imagining Lucia growing a dragon's tail and little dragon horns. So cool. My thoughts have wandered. Xia Li came to his senses, took out the key, and opened the door. The door of the house was gently pushed open, and Lucia attacked quickly like a dragon. She didn't even have time to change into slippers and ran straight to the balcony in her little leather shoes, step by step. After taking a timid look at the sealed demon exorcist's sword on the balcony, Lucia clumsily took the cardboard box next to the sword. Then she stood on tiptoe, pulled down the towel that Xia Li used to wash her face, bath, feet, hair, and but from the clothesline, and stuffed it into the box. The evil dragon operated smoothly, and she handed the box to Xia Li. Put it in, said the evil dragon generously. No, why is it my towel? Xia Li was not so stingy. He took the towel and wrapped it around the kitten's head, then used the hairdryer at the lowest setting to dry the beer water off the kitten's body. There is no peculiar smell on the kitten, so its living environment should not have been too bad before it was abandoned. But this does not mean that it does not have fleas or the like. So skinny. Lucia stayed quietly beside Xia Li, looking at Xia Li with her bright eyes. This was the first time Xia Li saw the feeling of pity in Long's eyes. The aloof dragons never care about the life or death of small animals. For a dragon, crushing a kitten to death is as easy as crushing an ant to death for a human. Just like you. Xia Li rubbed the dragon's head and said. Lucia covered her head. I'm not that skinny. When you first came to Earth, you looked just like this cat to me, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Is that why you took me home? Yeah, if you had shown any aggression at that time, I would definitely not have picked you up. Xia Li released the little cat wrapped in a towel. The little cat was very obedient throughout the whole process. It did not struggle when Xia Li was blowing its hair. It just stayed on Xia Li's legs and let him do whatever he wanted. When Xia Li let it out, it shook its body and opened its eyes as if it saw the light again at this moment. The warm indoor light made it let down all its guard, and it looked up and called softly to Xia Li. Meow. So Xia Li rubbed the cat's head again. Fortunately, this cat is not aggressive. If it is an aggressive and easily stressed cat, Xia Li plans to feed it a full meal and then release it back to the city. Perhaps a cat with that kind of personality could be tamed if raised more often, but that doesn't fit the current situation of Xia Li's family. He only keeps small animals that are obedient and non-aggressive, just like the dragon in front of us. Then I do look quite similar to it. Lucia thought about it carefully. When I first came to Earth, I knew nothing and could only snatch the bread from humans. Even after I got the bread, I wouldn't open it. I was like a headless fly, without a sense of belonging and unable to find my direction. What's the difference between Lucia in that situation and this stray kitten? Suddenly, I felt a little sympathy for this skinny cat. I used to be like you without a home, but now I have a home, Lucia said with emotion. It reached out and poked the kitten's head. The kitten was still a little afraid of Lucia, but when Lucia touched it, it did not choose to dodge. Instead, it lowered its head slightly, with its ears drooping to the left and right, showing a submissive look. Cute, Lucia smiled. Xia Li, let's give a home. She looked up and looked at Xia Li with a pair of bright eyes. Then you have to think about it carefully, Xia Li said. Adopting it is a lifelong thing, just like me adopting you. Well, I've thought about it. Lucia never had the worries and troubles that humans have. A lifetime is just a lifetime. The Dragon Clan is a very honest race. How many days can a cat live? Lucia asked impatiently. Xia Li thought about it and vaguely remembered the lifespan of this animal. Cats have a very long lifespan. If we calculate it by years, if they're well cared for, it would be about 15 years. 15 years, Lucia muttered. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye for long. But for a kitten, it is a lifetime. Lucia thought of what Xia Li had said to her in the morning. 20 years was enough time for the city to undergo earth-shaking changes. It was also enough time for a human baby of a few dozen centimeters to grow into an adult of 1.85 meters. 15 years is a long time. Then I'll keep it for life. I'll wash a few more dishes every day. Having someone at home who eats for free is already enough of a burden for Xia Li, and now he has to pick up another one. Lucia realizes the seriousness of the matter. There was not much she could do to share Xia Li's work. She could only wash a few more dishes to lighten Xia Li's burden. Xia Li smiled. Is this the way dragons adapt to society? Surprisingly mild. Can I raise it? Can I raise it? Lucia held the kitten in her arms, and the kitten did not run away but stayed in her arms obediently. Even though he was very scared, he just trembled in Lucia's arms. Finally, he raised his little head and meowed, as if to show his friendliness. The cat's meowing made Lucia's heart melt. She couldn't wait for Xia Li to agree. May I? Looking into those sincere eyes, Xia Li wanted to take this opportunity to cheat, to trade some conditions with Lucia. For example, what should he do if the kitten has to sleep in a small dark room and there's only one room left in the house? He can only compromise and share a bed with Long, and so on. But Xia Li didn't want these warm eyes to be forced to have the purpose of a transaction, so he nodded and agreed directly. Okay, now it's your pet. Give a name. End of this chapter. Although Xia Li repeatedly emphasized to Lucia the importance of naming. He said a name will not only follow a kitten for its entire life, but also represent the mark it leaves in society. But Lucia's dragon brain was not capable of thinking about such things. She pointed directly at the limp doll on the sofa. Call sheep. Xia Li, you choked. Sheep and kitten are essentially animal nouns. If you call a cat a sheep, it will be hard for others to understand. Not only is it hard for outsiders to understand, but for a dragon like her to keep a sheep as a pet, it seems like she is raising emergency food, right? That seems to be the truth. Lucia thought about it, and it made sense, so she thought for a moment and changed her words. Last time you asked me what was stuffed in the sheep's stomach. Cotton. Oh, that's called cotton. Sure. Sally still felt that the name was a bit random. You have to think it over carefully. Once the name, Cotton. Lucia didn't even wait for Xia Li to recite the scriptures. She picked up Cotton without hesitation and confirmed the name. Meow. Cotton was held high, its tail curled up against its belly in fear, its ears drooping, responding to Lucia's call. Meow. Hey, hey, hey. Lucia smiled widely, lifted the kitten up, buried her face in its thin belly, and took a sip. Lucia only thought the two cold-blooded little goldfish she bought by accident last time were funny, but she couldn't say she liked them. And the furry little cat in front of her was undoubtedly the bullseye for her. Lucia has liked these furry animals since she was a child, but unfortunately the animals don't like her. Now, she finally met a little animal that was not afraid of her, and this little animal was willing to go home with her. Meet the right one at the right time. Isn't this her and Xia Li? Hey, Cotton, don't kiss it yet. The deworming hasn't been done yet. Xia Li looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Previously, Lucia was worried that there would be a new female in the house, and that it would compete with her for status. Now the priorities are reversed, and it is Xia Li who is worried about his own family status. This little Sanhua won't take away Lucia's few remaining loves, right? Xia Li thought about it in a trance. Then he thought that his way of thinking must have been assimilated by the dragon. Why are you jealous of even the kitten? Forget it, Cotton is Cotton. It's better than sheep. Xia Li sighed. Although I still think this casual name is too casual, it's fine as long as Lucia likes it. It will be your cat from now on. Xia Li said. Yeah. Lucia nodded vigorously. You're my dragon too. Uh-huh. Lucia looked back at Xia Li and always felt that this sentence was controversial. Xia Li just likes to fool her like this, always thinking that she is easy to fool. In fact, she can understand these human words. I can understand it, but it takes some time to react, and it also takes some time to fight back. Don't put your nose in the cat's belly. Give me the cotton. Seeing that Long was very slow and dull, and had his own little thoughts, Xia Li took the kitten from Lucia's arms, wrapped it in a towel, and put it in a cardboard box. Let's go out and get the cat dewormed and checked. Now that you've decided to keep it, take good care of it. Oh. Lucia followed Xia Li and changed her shoes. She squatted down habitually and found that she had not taken off her shoes when she got home, so she tore off the magic tape on the side of her leather shoes and put it back. Take the car keys. Xia Li raised his chin towards the shoe cabinet. Lucia did as she was told and considerately put the car keys into Xia Li's trouser pocket. Why do we need a deworm? I've checked the cotton, and there are no bugs on it. Lucia trotted all the way to catch up with Xia Li. Xia Li first put the kitten on the back seat, and then put Xiaolong on the passenger seat. Only then did he walk around the car and sit in his own driver's seat. There is a high probability that stray cats will have fleas, and not only on the outside of the body, but also on the inside of the body. We are taking it for a checkup now, and we will get it the necessary injections and medications so that it can grow up healthily. Do you understand? Oh, Xia Li gave a long explanation, and Lucia understood half of it and nodded continuously. Is there so much knowledge about raising cats? When she raised fish, she only had to throw 2 small beans in every day and change the water occasionally. You still have a lot to learn, Xia Li said to her again when she saw Xiaolong's confused look. Cat food, cat litter, and the cat's drinking bowl. These things will all be your responsibility from now on. I'll ask the veterinarian to explain them to you when we get to the veterinary hospital later. Lucia was stunned by Xia Li's words. She silently took out her mobile phone and started searching on Baidu. It's not easy to be a good cat parent. Xia Li smiled. I thought to myself, this dragon hasn't even figured out how to raise itself, and now it's trying to challenge itself to raise a cat. This is actually quite amazing that the proud race that once viewed every species as ants is now carefully learning the guide to raising small animals. It's okay. Xia Li comforted the kitten parent who was at a loss beside him. Learn slowly. This is my first time raising a cat too. Let's learn together. The pet hospital that Xia Li took Lucia to was the place they had been to last time. That is the largest pet shop in Jinjiang district. The first floor is a shop selling pets and pet supplies. There is a pet hospital on the second floor. These 2 stores have the same name, so I guess they have the same owner. After taking the elevator to the second floor, Lucia walked out of the elevator and breathed a sigh of relief. This sealed elevator has always been a difficulty she has found difficult to overcome. Every time she enters it, she feels suffocated and has difficulty breathing. The elevator ride today was very short, and because I was so eager to protect my son, I barely managed to hold back all the negative feelings. Ooh, Xiaolong exhaled. Xia Li discovered these changes in the evil dragon. Patience is also a common human behavior. If it is expressed in terms of emotion, it is a kind of tolerance. Let's go. Xia Li held the cardboard box with one hand and pulled Lucia over with the other hand. Just a few steps out of the elevator, there's a rather festive red door sign that reads, Pet Family Animal Hospital. Arriving at the glass door of the pet hospital, Xia Li waited for a while. I originally thought that this kind of glass door would be an induction door, but after standing there for a few seconds, I realized that it was not the case. On the wall next to the door were written black words. Please press here to enter. Xia Li suddenly realized that this design was probably because the hospital was designed to prevent the pets in the hospital from escaping without permission. Click. I pressed the button and the glass door in front of me opened quietly. Every time Lucia sees this ingenious design of humans, she can't help but marvel at its greatness. When she first came to Earth, she thought it was some high-level defensive magic. Dean! The Dean ran away. As soon as the door opened a crack, a ghostly figure appeared as if it had been waiting for a long time. It waited for an opportunity and flashed past Xia Li's feet. Okay. Xia Li glanced back. I saw the black and white cow cat standing at the elevator door, turning back to look at Xia Li. The man and the cat looked at each other for a moment. When the cow cat saw the group of people in white coats chasing after Xia Li, he quickly turned around. He first looked up at the number at the top of the elevator and found that the number had already risen to the third floor. Then he hurriedly took action, aiming at the half-open fire escape, and rushed out. The Dean ran away again. We're taking the stairs this time. Tell the people in the store below to squat. Several pet doctors in white coats chased out, calling the pet shop downstairs on walkie-talkies as they ran. It seems he is a habitual offender. However, this cat is quite intelligent. It actually wanted to take the elevator downstairs just now. Xia Li stood at the door for a while, and after the group of people had chased after them, he slowly walked into the house. Hello. After a short episode, Xia Li walked into the store. The air conditioning in the room was very hot, and I could feel a wave of heat on my face as soon as I entered the room. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and a fresh floral scent that tried to cover it up. A clerk in a light pink business suit walked towards Xia Li and greeted her. This clerk was not wearing a white coat and should be the receptionist in charge of the front desk. How can I help you? The receptionist asked with a slight smile. Cat. Lucia, who was next to Xia Li, was no longer shy at this time. She actually had the courage to take the initiative to talk to a strange adult. As expected, she is a dragon mother with a child. Cat. The receptionist came over and saw the little animal in the cardboard box in Xia Li's arms. A stray cat you picked up? The receptionist asked with some surprise. Well, I picked it up. I wanted to adopt it, so I came to see the doctor. Lucia said concisely. When she spoke, she was very confident, but her whole demeanor was still very timid, and she couldn't stop hiding behind Xia Li. Is that so? Little sister is so kind. Seeing how shy the girl was, the receptionist softened her tone. Let's do the deworming first, and then do some basic examinations. It's also necessary to check for feline parvovirus. Go inside and find Dr. Li in room 2. He will tell you in detail. As he spoke, the receptionist looked at Xia Li in a friendly manner. Young people nowadays like to keep purebred cats, and few are willing to pick up stray cats and bring them home. Even fewer people are willing to take an animal home like this and take it to the veterinary hospital for examination and vaccination. At least the other party's kindness is worthy of respect. When can I give a cat a bath? Xia Li held the cat in one hand and held Long Wen's hand in the other. The kitten is still too young and has a low immunity, so it is easy to get sick when taking a bath, so it is not recommended to bathe it before it has been vaccinated, the receptionist replied. Okay, Xia Li said. Cotton smells like beer, but fortunately it's not dirty. Cats are very clean, so it's okay to be patient. The Dean just now, after taking 2 steps, Xia Li looked back with some concern. The title of Dean doesn't sound simple. Xia Li said that this was her first time here, and she let the director of another hospital run away, which was a bit inappropriate. It's okay. The receptionist shook her head gently. Dean is the nickname we gave it. The cat has lived here for a long time. It has escaped countless times, but we caught it every time. After the receptionist explained patiently, Xia Li felt relieved. He pushed open the door of room number 2 and had a discussion with the doctor inside. Lucia happily received a copy of the cat raising manual. Mianhua was taken for examination by a doctor in surgical gown, and Xia Li lost $800. The $800 is just the cost of 1 examination and 1 vaccination. The vaccine requires 3 injections in total, and each injection costs 200 yuan. Looking at the suddenly shrinking account balance, one can't help but sigh that running a pet hospital is really profitable. This makes much more money than selling pets at the pet shop downstairs, right? The pet shop downstairs is busy serving hundreds of customers all day, but it may not be able to close a single order. But at the pet hospital upstairs, no one who comes in with their pet leaves empty-handed. This kind of place is like a gold magnet. Every time you come here, your wallet becomes a little emptier. Do you understand? I understand. Lucia sat on a waiting chair outside the examination room, her legs in white stockings swaying as she read a breeding manual in her arms with great interest. Xia Li leaned over and took a glance. I found that this breeding manual was probably prepared for customers at the child level, and it contains easy-to-understand pictures and text introductions. After we finish looking around, we'll go downstairs and buy the cat litter box and cat bed, Xia Li said, stretching his head. Physical examinations and vaccinations are just entry-level expenses, and there are bigger expenses waiting for Xia Li. From pet supplies to food and some toys. I guess it cost several $100s again. Keeping pets is really expensive. Xia Li also had this thought when she lived alone in college. However, after searching the process of raising a pet on the internet, she felt that the expenses for raising a pet would not be enough to support herself, so she gave up the idea. Now that we have Lucia, Xia Li has even raised a dragon, so having another cat in the house is more acceptable. Meow. At the entrance of the pet hospital, the electric glass door was opened by a doctor in a white coat. The black and white cat that had just slipped away from Xia Li's feet was being lifted up by its limbs like a roasted suckling pig. That heart-wrenching facial expression, coupled with its howling, made it seem as if it was really going to be roasted over a fire. Dean, the number of families keeping pets is almost saturated now. It's not easy to take care of stray cats. You should go back to the cage. Meow. The pet doctor tried to soothe the struggling cow cat in a gentle voice, but the cow cat didn't appreciate it and kept screaming. Xia Li watched this scene quietly. People say that cow cats of this color are quite crazy, but fortunately the one he picked up was a docile little calico cat. It will take a while for the cotton to come out. Why don't we go downstairs and buy supplies first? Watching the cow cat being carried into the room by 4 strong men, Xia Li stood up and slapped his thigh. Lucia stopped reading, closed the booklet in her hand with a snap, and slid off the sofa. Let's go buy cat food for Cotton. End of this chapter. Chevron_left in the pet shop on the 1st floor. Xia Li had a large bag of supplies hanging on his arm. Xiaolong in front of him was holding 2 packs of cat strips and comparing the prices. He then picked out a pack with a good price-performance ratio and threw it into the basket. Xia Li has already prepared herself mentally for the cotton adoption. But when it came time to pay the bill, I still felt a little pain. It seems that working part-time is something that needs to be put on the agenda. Her wallet became even emptier, as most of the 5,000 yuan in Adma's fong had already been used up. The food expenses can only last for 2 months at most before we run out of money. How much is the total? As soon as the cashier finished scanning the items, Lucia leaned forward to look at the prices. Xia Li moved sideways to block it. His broad shoulders completely blocked Lucia's sight. Lucia didn't see anything, and then she heard a beep, and the payment was successful. These things are not something a little dragon like her should see. It's not Lucia's turn to worry about money issues at home. Xia Li silently closed the payment interface on his phone and put it back in his pocket. How much is it? Lucia, who saw nothing, asked behind Xia Li. Xia Li carried 2 bags of cat food weighing 12 pounds into the car, and Lucia grunted and helped. After putting heavy objects such as cat litter and cat bed on the trunk of the car, it became noticeably lighter. It's not much money, don't worry about it. Seeing that the evil dragon had no intention of letting go of this question, Xia Li clapped his hands and answered as if nothing had happened. Lucia kept her face quiet and was silent for a while. She just saw the price of each item, and the unit prices were not cheap. After roughly calculating the numbers in her mind, Lucia successfully confused herself and finally grabbed Xia Li's arm and said sincerely, I will eat less in the future and use the little money I saved to grow cotton. Don't say that. Xia Li was both amused and confused. She was touched, but also a little annoyed. You make me feel like a piece of crap when you say that. However, this matter does need to be faced. Although the online serialized travelogues have started to generate a considerable income, this income is not stable enough, and you never know when the books will suddenly disappear. Xia Li never expected to support himself with this book. After all, this job was only a part-time job. As for his main job, he still had to think about it. If he really doesn't have any good ideas for starting a business, Xia Li will first become a worker. It's better to take action than to be a daydreamer at home. Going out and gaining some social experience is also a kind of progress. Take Lucia back to the pet hospital on the 2nd floor. The doctor in charge of examining Cotton brought Cotton out. The skinny little calico cat was wrapped in Xia Li's light gray towel. After a series of examinations and tossing, Cotton became much weaker. It raised its little head and saw 2 familiar people. Then it meowed in a soft voice. When Lucia heard the voice, she was completely fascinated and quickly took Cotton from the veterinarian. The internal and external deworming has been completed. At present, the kitten has no problems except malnutrition. Dr. Li said the biochemical results will take another half an hour to come out. Do you want to take it back first and we will send you the results electronically? Or do you want to wait and get the paper version? Xia Li glanced at the evil dragon who was playing with Cotton with his fingers, thought for a moment, and answered, My girlfriend can't read the electronic version. Let's wait here. Okay, Dr. Li nodded. Then you sit here for a while. When the report comes out, I'll ask the front desk to bring it to you. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. After explaining his work, Dr. Li returned to his office to receive the next round of guests. Don't play with it with your fingers. It will develop a habit of biting you. The evil dragon next to him couldn't let go of the kitten, so Xia Li grabbed her little hand and corrected this bad habit. But Cotton doesn't even dare to open its mouth to bite me, Lucia said aggrievedly. Xia Li didn't believe it and demonstrated it herself. It's easy to get bitten if you tease small animals with your hands. There are too many such examples on the internet. As he spoke, Xia Li stretched out his hand. Mianhua was very considerate and set a negative example. She opened her mouth and bit Xia Li's finger. Hey. Lucia smiled from ear to ear. Xia Li, it doesn't dare to bite you. It only dares to bite me. Xia Li concluded. Meow. The cat in the evil dragon's arms raised its head and let out a sweet yet aggrieved meow at Xia Li. Lucia laughed even harder this time. What a cat relying on the dragon's power. The situation of my family brother is a bit worrying. But why does this cat have the same personality as a dragon? She bit him and meowed sweetly at him. As a brave man who has seen the world, would Xia Li fall for this kind of practice of beating someone with a stick and then giving him a candy? But he ate it anyway. As dumb as a dragon. Xia Li's big hands rubbed Xiaolong's hair that was tied into a bun. The expression on Lucia's face was as if she was halfway through laughing, but then she held it back. Dumb as a dragon. Just 5 words. It sounded like I was called stupid twice. The evil dragon's head was burned again by Xia Li's words. Xia Li then became happy, rubbing the soft dragon claw in the palm of his hand and walking forward. Let's go and take a look around. Lucia is also quite interested in places like pet hospitals. The humans in this world are different from the plunderers on the continent of A's. They are friendly to all animals. They not only build zoos for homeless wild animals, but also allocate medical resources to treat small animals that have homes. Before this, Lucia had only seen animal slaughterhouses on the continent of A's. The term pet hospital was too magical for her. The two walked through the hospital corridor. The two rows on the left and right sides of the corridor are rooms of the same size, and in each room, there is a veterinarian in a white coat providing consultations. Xia Li estimated in his mind and found that the scale of this pet hospital was indeed quite large. When Xia Li saw the number of 100 staff members on the introduction board at the door just now, he subconsciously felt that it was an exaggeration. How can a pet hospital have hundreds of employees? It's not a people's hospital. Now, after looking around, I found that it is really possible to exceed 100. From the consultation room to the biochemical testing room, as well as the small rooms for x-rays, ultrasounds, and CT scans, the medical level of this pet hospital is top-notch in Shu province. No wonder there is a constant stream of customers and every doctor looks very busy. This hospital must have a very good reputation in the pet community. How much money can I make in this day? Xia Li wondered in his heart. For a poor, unemployed man like him who is short of money, seeing a store with booming business like this would subconsciously lead him to think about money. Walking to the end of the room, there's a large room with iron cages lining the entire wall. There are 3 big words, inpatient department, hanging on the door. Xia Li didn't open the door and went in, but just stood at the door and took a look inside. He saw the cow cat that had escaped and was sent back. This cat seems to be an adult. Its half black and half white face makes it look not only a little neurotic, but also evil. Looking up and glancing at the movement outside the room, the cow cat yawned lazily, then laid down on its side in the cage and fell asleep with its limbs stretched straight. It is worthy of being called a cow cat. This sleeping posture is like sleeping in bed. There are rats hospitalized inside. Lucia also stood on tiptoe and followed Xia Li to take a look inside the room. The neatly arranged iron cages in the inpatient department made my scalp tingle. There are also rooms full of cages like this on the continent of A's, but the animals imprisoned in them are meant to be killed, while here they're used to save lives. The chinchilla was very popular during the year of the rat in the past few years, but it has been rarely seen recently, said Xia Li. Lucia murmured, how could they lock the mouse and the cat in the same room? Haha. Xia Li also thought this matter was quite outrageous, but since this hospital was short of beds, they probably didn't care so much about the issue of species zoning. Holding Lucia's little hand, we returned the same way. Lucia held the kitten in one hand. Since her other dragon claw was controlled by Xia Li, she could only tilt her head and rub the cotton with her face. Xia Li was extremely envious when he saw this scene. That big dog must have a tummy ache. Passing by a consultation room, Lucia glanced at the golden retriever lying on the examination table and said, how do you know? Xia Li was surprised. Because his breathing became heavier and his stomach twisted when he breathed. Lucia thought about it and found that she couldn't explain the reason, but her intuition told her so. Dragons are a race with very accurate intuition. The humans on the continent of A's even once believed that this race had a sixth sense that exceeded normal senses. Especially these weak beasts that are suppressed by their bloodline. The dragons can easily see through them. You still have this kind of talent? Xia Li pinched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly he felt like he had gotten the idea. Maybe Lucia is a genius in the veterinary field? Here, what's the problem with the corgi in here? I ate too much and couldn't digest it, Lucia added, standing in the half-open doorway, glancing at the fat orange puppy inside. The stomach must be full of feces. At the same time, the veterinarian in the consultation room pressed the corgi's belly with his hand and listened under its chest with a stethoscope. There must be something wrong with your stomach. Your stomach is hard. Have you not had a bowel movement in a long time? Yes, a little bit. Recently when I took him out, he wouldn't go to the toilet, and he didn't eat much. The veterinarian in the consultation room asks and answers questions to the pet owner. I'm awesome, Xia Li exclaimed. How we solve this situation? He asked Xiaolong beside him. Lucia said without hesitation. Dogs in the wild will choose to eat grass to induce vomiting. Some special plants will cause diarrhea after eating. They will use this method to help themselves solve the problem. It's not a big problem. The veterinarian's voice came from inside the consultation room. I'll prescribe a laxative for you to take later. If that doesn't work, use a suppository. Remember to feed your baby some probiotics on a regular basis. The veterinarian started writing down the prescription. Xia Li was stunned listening at the door. Although the solutions vary according to the level of civilization, the conclusions are exactly the same. Xia Li still felt that it was a coincidence, and the pets in the 2 rooms did not have serious problems. He pulled Lucia to look for the next target. In another consulting room with its door completely closed, a silver and white short-haired cat was lying on the table. It looked extremely weak, its breathing was short and rapid, and its half-open eyes seemed a little dazed because it could not focus. The pet owner in the room was saying something in an emotional voice, wiping his tears as he spoke. Lucia looked from a distance through the glass window. Then she frowned slightly and said to Xia Li with some regret, "I have heart problems. I feel like I'm dying." Xia Li stood at the door and looked inside the house. Although he couldn't see what the 2 people inside were communicating, Xia Li saw with his own eyes the veterinarian in a white coat typing text on the computer. Left ventricular hypertrophy is obvious. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Suspected attack. Sudden death. Xia Li tightened his hand holding the dragon's claw and led her away from the corridor. Lucia was sitting on a chair in the waiting room, stroking Cotton. After being abused by her a few times, Cotton was no longer afraid of her. It would even raise its head to meet the outstretched dragon claws. Hearing Xia Li calling her name, Lucia looked up in confusion. Xia Li thought deeply for a while before asking, "What do you think of becoming a veterinarian?" "Veterinary? They're the doctors in white clothes in the rooms we saw just now. They are responsible for treating the small animals." "Oh, I'm a doctor." Lucia was curious about the question, but if you think about it carefully, this is indeed one of the few things she can do. Saving small animals seems to be a kind of social value, right? "I'm going to be a doctor." Lucia is a person of action. She goes wherever she says she wants. She was holding Cotton and was about to go to the front desk to discuss things with the receptionist, but Xia Li grabbed her. "Wait, you can't go now. For gods and demons." Lucia turned around. "You don't have a veterinary license, let alone an ID card, so no one would dare to take you in. What should we do?" Lucia also remembered this and had to go back in disappointment. "Take it one step at a time. I'll figure it out." Xia Li thought about it and looked around the lobby of the pet hospital. Opening a veterinary hospital. Don't know how much money to invest. End of this chapter. Mianhua's various examination results are out. He is in good health, but a little thin. He has a slight, runny nose now. After sitting on the bench for half an hour, the receptionist who was responsible for connecting with customers came over with a paper report. She walked and talked and finally concluded, "It is not recommended to vaccinate today. The immunity of small animals is low during the cold period, and the effect of vaccination is very poor. It is recommended to observe for 2 days and come back for vaccination after the cold gets better the day after tomorrow." Xia Li took the report and glanced at the indicators on it. The dwarf dragon next to him was very anxious. When he heard that Mianhua had a slight cold, he quickly took the report and looked at it. Long was confused by the messy numbers and symbols on it, and Xia Li reminded her, "It's reversed." "Ooh." Lucia then turned the report sheet around and read it carefully with a frown on her delicate brows. "He probably caught a cold after being poured beer by those hooligans this morning. It's no problem. We'll come back the day after tomorrow." Xia Li reached out and pinched the evil dragon's serious little face. Lucia touched Cotton's nose and found it was wet. It did have some symptoms of catching a cold, but this mild symptom was not a big problem for the small animal. Dr. Li prescribed 2 packets of cold medicine, and Lucia followed the doctor's advice carefully. Her serious expression looked like she was really taking care of her little dragon. "Do you understand?" The 2 of them went down the elevator holding the cat, and Lucia was still studying the report in her hand. "Okay, I understand." Lucia nodded. Xia Li smiled and thought that would be nice to let the evil dragon raise a small animal. Isn't the feeling toward the pet one of the unique feelings of human beings? This is also a part of the complex emotions of human beings that the evil dragon cannot understand. The most important thing is to make Lucia happy. When Xia Li is not at home with her, Mianhua can accompany her. Coming out of the pet store, Xia Li turned around and took another look at the spacious and tall building. If I want to bring out Lucia's talent, maybe opening a pet hospital might be a possible solution. Modern people's lives are more affluent, and more families are raising cats and dogs. Pet hospitals, which were once unpopular places, are now in short supply. Investigate further. Sally took out the car keys and got in the car. Just as he was about to invite along to get in, he turned around and found that the figure who had been following him was gone. Where's my dragon? Xia Li was stunned and looked around. Lucia's figure was spotted at the door of the pet shop. She stood at the door of a very small shop, stroking the kitten in her arms with one hand and looking into the shop with curious eyes. Xia Li thought she had discovered something new, so she walked over and found out that it was a duck restaurant. To be precise, it is a shop selling ducks. Braised duck. Xia Li, there's a lot of bird meat here. It is quite rare to find a store specializing in braised duck in Qingqing City. Lucia has seen this kind of cooked meat product in the supermarket, so she recognized it at a glance. Yes, this is braised duck. Xia Li nodded. This duck looks so pitiful. I want to save it. Xia Li was amused by Lucia's words. He just came out of the pet hospital. After learning that he has a talent for being a veterinarian, he is eager to save lives. But Lucia was not that stupid. She also knew that coming back to life from the dead was impossible. And this is braised meat product. How many do you want to save? He asked tentatively. Lucia, save half. Xia Li, after all this time, I'm still greedy. Boss, how much is the braised duck? Lucia sat in the car and nibbled all the way. And when she got off, she found her hands were greasy. It's okay, you go upstairs first. I'll move the rest of the things. Lucia used her tail to push the car door, and it closed with a snap. She stood in front of the trunk of the car, took a look at the things inside, and decided that Xia Li would not be able to move everything by herself. Give me 2 minutes. As he spoke, his little hands skillfully rummaged in Xia Li's trouser pocket. Xia Li carried a bag of cat food in one hand and dodged to the side. The stinky dragon had oil on his hands, and she knew she shouldn't touch anything with dirty hands. But when she touched him, she didn't care at all. Also, where are you going to get it? The key is on the other side. Oh. Lucia successfully took out the house key and rushed back home at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 minutes, she ran down like a pony with the wind. As he ran, he shook off the water droplets on his dragon claws. I am coming. Lucia came to lend a hand, holding the cotton in the dragon's claws, and with the other hand she grabbed a box of cat litter and carried it on her shoulder. The box of cat litter said, net weight 40 kilograms, and Lucia carried it on her shoulders as if it were a game. Thanks to Along's hard work, Xia Li felt a lot more relaxed and walked upstairs with 2 bags of goods hanging on his wrists. When I climbed up to the 3rd floor, I happened to meet Zhao Qing going out to throw away the garbage. Xia Li exchanged a few words of greeting as usual. When Zhao Qing saw the large cardboard box carried on Lucia's small shoulders, her face showed both surprise and heartache. She turned around and sent a message to her old friend Feng Xia. Your daughter-in-law is so capable. She carried 40 kilograms of sand upstairs by herself. After finishing, he didn't forget to add a picture of his back. As soon as Xia Li got home, he was bombarded with messages from Feng Xia. She knew this boy's character. With Xiaolu's family background, she must have done a lot of farm work when she was a child, so she is very hardworking in her daily life. Feng Xia had already developed a stereotype of Xia Li, a city youth who would rather stand than stand and would rather lie down than sit, since childhood. So she always thought that this boy would leave the dirty work to the rural girl. It's not that he deliberately bullied her, but he just let her do the housework diligently while the boy himself lay on the sofa with a lazy look on his face. Feng Xia could imagine the scene just by thinking about it. Summer dawn. Mom, am I that kind of person? Ms. Feng, can't you just run twice to carry something so heavy? Summer dawn. I was planning to run twice, but Xiao Lu felt sorry for me and she wouldn't let me run. Ms. Feng, she wants you to be more efficient. She feels sorry for you, and you should also feel sorry for her. Ms. Fong, a little girl weighing 80 kilograms, moving 40 kilograms of sand. Xia Li had just set up the cat's nest and had just landed when he saw these messages from Fong Xia. He pouted, unhappy with his mother's misunderstanding of his situation. We haven't even met yet, and my mother's elbow has already bent 180 degrees. Lucia, come here. Xia Li waved to Xiaolong, who was squatting on the ground. Lucia was putting cotton into the cat's bed and came over after clapping her hands. Today, Xia Li agreed to let her adopt Mianhua. She was in a good mood all day and was extremely happy at this moment. Her little face was rosy and her mouth was filled with the sweet smile that only an evil dragon could have. What should I do if humans bully me? Xia Li suddenly said. Lucia was startled, and then the smile on her face disappeared. She rolled up her sleeves like Xia Li had done before, ready for battle. Then I will attack him, said the evil dragon, showing his white arms. But he is a great human being, Xia Li emphasized. How great is it? Lucia is not a coward at all. No matter how great a human being is, he will still fall to the ground after 2 punches from Cuckoo. Xia Li paused for a moment before saying, my mother. Lucia's little face fell silent again. She stood up from the sofa silently, then walked to the cat bed next to the sofa and continued to rub little Cotton's head. This time Xia Li also remained silent. No, what does this dragon mean? You didn't express your opinion? Watch. Lucia picked up Cotton and pinched its little paws. Then how do you express it? I surrender to the enemy. Xia Li had a complicated expression on her face and walked over to confiscate the cotton from her. You can't surrender to the enemy. You have to be on the same page with me. Do you understand? Yeah, I know. Xia Li spoke softly and gently, only for the evil dragon to nod perfunctorily. The hero's mother is the only one in the world who can suppress the hero, and the relationship between her and the hero is the most solid family relationship in the human emotional structure. Although Lucia had never met the other party, she had already regarded him as a teammate. The evil dragon has lived in modern society for some time and has some understanding of human social relationships, so she chose to nod and give priority to coaxing Xia Li. Lucia is very proud of the way she handled it. She walked around Xia Li for half a circle and then touched the sleepy little Cotton in Xia Li's arms. Xia Li was not happy and turned her body sideways to prevent her from touching her. The two of them spun around in the living room like a windmill for several times. In the end, Xia Li became dizzy and grabbed the dragon claw. Record a video and send it to my mom. Otherwise, she'll always say that I'm bullying you. What are you recording? The evil dragon blinked. You sit on the sofa and watch TV, and I'll mop the floor. Xia Li had already worked out a scenario in her mind. When I'm mopped to your feet, you step on my mop and urge me to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Oh, Lucia nodded reluctantly. Why does it sound weird? It's a bit like the M mentioned in the barrage on Billy Billy. Never mind. Xia Li felt that the script looked fake at first glance and would definitely not pass Fong Xia's test. Let's do something exciting. Xia Li hooked his finger at Xiaolong. Although she knew that the hero was going to do something bad, Lucia still leaned over out of curiosity. Then, a gust of hot, moist air blew on her face. Xia Li held Cotton with one hand and the evil dragon's waist with the other. Wet lips covered it. Lucia clearly felt a slippery little snake breaking into her territory and sweeping through it at an extremely fast speed. Well, Xia Li touched her lips and smacked the drink with a smile on her face, savoring the taste. Well, this time it's braised duck flavor. Although the kissing skills were as clumsy as ever, it was still a fatal blow to the evil dragon. Lucia's little face turned red like a delicate petal, and she was so embarrassed that she stood there in a daze. Then he remembered that the goldfish in the kitchen had not been fed yet, so he pretended to be busy feeding the goldfish. Wait, the video hasn't been recorded yet. Xia Li reached out and grabbed her. Turning on the recording function of her phone, Lucia held a kitten in her arms. In the video, she held up the Cotton and shyly held it beside her head. Her red little face looked particularly embarrassed, and she didn't dare to look towards the camera. Auntie, Xia Li bought me a cat. It's cute. I like it. I like Xia Li too. Xia Li is very good to me. Don't worry, Annie. After recording the video, Xia Li admired it, and the corners of his mouth were almost curled up to his ears. He sent the video. This effect is maximized directly. The experience of having a cat at home is very subtle. I always feel like my life has changed, but not completely. Cats do not need long-term companionship like dogs. They do not need to be taken for a walk or require special care. Their existence comes and goes without a trace to people. Sometimes I can't find the cat after searching for a long time, and then I turn around and see it lying limply on the cabinet. When it sees humans, it will stretch and twist its body into an enchanting posture. Clang, clang, clang. Lucia was still fiddling with the cat litter box in the living room. Xia Li told her that from now on, she would have her own official position in the human world, poop scooper. Although he was an insignificant official, it was still an official position after all, and he was already superior to half of the human beings on the earth. Lucia was very happy and would check every once in a while to see if Cotton had gone to the toilet. She dug around in there with a shovel, as if she was looking for treasure. Sometimes Xia Li even wondered, does this guy want to scoop up shit or play with sand? I sat in front of the computer and typed for 2 hours. Now, Chronicles of the Continent of A's has been serialized to the part where the hero appears. As expected, the appearance of this second protagonist has attracted a lot of complaints. Will Xilong Long be killed by the hero? Will the author not create a plot with 2 protagonists and then stab each other? Woo woo little dragon, don't want my little dragon, brave claws, fist, fist. The previous story of Lucia was like raising a daughter for the readers. Now a male protagonist suddenly appears, and he is the protagonist of the enemy team, which makes a large number of readers feel a sense of crisis. Xia Li has not yet revealed any information about the hero and the silver dragon falling in love. In their opinion, the hero and the evil dragon are enemies, and a fight is bound to happen when they meet. Is it necessary to make the hero so strong? Can't you just write a growth story? You get an invincible artifact right away. What else are you going to write next, brother? It doesn't matter what the author writes. I won't read it if the dragon dies anyway. +1 upstairs. +1. Looking at the string of +1 comments, Xia Li smiled knowingly. I also used AI to run 2 setting pictures on the internet and pasted them together with some plant and monster settings from the continent of A's. This is the biggest feature of Xia Li's book. It has a detailed and perfect world view setting. In order to maintain this special setting, he would enrich the setting collection every 2 days. There were very few comments under this setting volume, but some people still came out to praise the author for being awesome, and some even said they wanted to steal it to make a game. Stretching, Xia Li saw the sweet-looking calico cat sleeping quietly beside his keyboard. As expected, you are still suppressed by the blood of the evil dragon, so you like humans more, right? Xia Li brought the cotton over. This little guy is so skinny, and except for his belly, his whole body feels like bones. You need to gain some weight. Cats look good only when they are plump. He held Cotton on his lap, forcing it to expose its belly. There is white hair on Cotton's belly, which has been combed by Lucia. It looks very smooth and feels soft. Xia Li imitated the evil dragon's usual method and pressed his nose against the cat's belly to prepare to take a breath. Before he could even take a breath, he saw someone standing at the door, peeking at him like a class teacher with a vicious dragon. Cough, cough. Xia Li choked. Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Just turn the cotton belly upwards and open its 2 paws. Give me back. Lucia came over with a cold face and stretched out her little hand. Xia Li silently placed the cat in her hands. It's time for it to take medicine. Cold granules. Feed it with a syringe according to the dosage. I know. Lucia hummed and left with Cotton. Xia Li looked at the evil dragon's back and took a while to move his gaze back. How can you be jealous of even a kitten? The same character as him. Turning his attention back to the computer, Xia Li opened the webpage and browsed around. Now he had a preliminary idea. But as a college student majoring in Chinese language and literature, Xia Li knew nothing about pets. If it weren't for Lucia's amazing veterinary talent, Xia Li would not have considered developing in this direction. However, In an environment where all industries are quite inward-looking, pet hospitals are a good way to go. It's just very troublesome to do, and Xia Li might even have to take a veterinary qualification exam. After a quick search on the internet, Xia Li saw the information about the Changjia Animal Hospital that he had visited this morning. Just as Xia Li guessed, this store has a long history and has one of the best reputations in the pet circle. Apart from the high fees, there's nothing wrong with it. This shop must be very good, as it can be praised by customers, even though it charges high prices. Xia Li decided to learn about their business model first. Okay, Dean. Seeing the column for the Dean, Xia Li became interested again. In the introduction on the hospital's website, in addition to the serious human director, there's also a picture of the cat director posted below. The cat was exactly the cow cat that Xia Li had seen in the hospital today. According to the background story, it was adopted by this hospital a long time ago. Most of the employees in the hospital had a shorter tenure than this cat. At first, everyone just called it Senior Cat, and later, they simply called it Dean. Dean Cat's information is as follows. Breed: Chinese rural cat, cow color. Gender: male, neutered. Hobbies: stealing employee meals, escaping from prison. Xia Li stared at the photo of the cat that looked very unconvinced, and then closed the web page. There were 2 messages from Feng Xia on the phone, and Xia Li clicked on them. There are 2 voices. Putting the phone to his ear and roughly listening to the content, Xia Li summoned the evil dragon in the living room with 1 click. Lucia appeared in Xia Li's sight with Cotton in her arms. Probably because he had just been fed cat food, Cotton looked a lot more energetic and licked his nose with his pink, thorny little tongue. Xia Li put the phone on speaker, and Feng Xia's concerned voice came from the receiver. The general content is about Lucia's diet problem, eating less takeout and drinking more hot water, and also the temperature has dropped sharply recently. So, she must pay attention to keeping warm. Did you hear that? My mom is concerned about you. What should you say? Xia Li raised her cell phone and asked with a smile. Thank you, Mom. No. Thank you, Auntie. The evil dragon still understands some of the tricks of human nature, but he still has trouble getting around the issue of how to address people. Xia Li was secretly happy. If Miss Fong knew that Xiao Lu just called her mom, she would probably laugh from ear to ear. My mom is your mom. It's not wrong for you to call her that. Also, don't think about teaming up with my mom to deal with me. We are teammates, and we should unite to deal with others. Okay? I know. Lucia nodded perfunctorily, just to please Xia Li. We are teammates, and our pure friendship is indestructible. Bullshit. This is called pure love. Xia Li corrected him, pulling Long's hand and leaving the room. Come on, let's take a shower and go to bed. Me and Hua will sleep in the small dark room tonight, so we could just squeeze into the master bedroom. Moonstars are rare. The silver moon was like frost, moving through the darkness and shining through layers of gauze. Xia Li looked at the familiar ceiling, a little dazed. Come to think of it, I haven't slept in my own bed for many days. Now the bed is filled with the milky scent of Lucia's body and the faint smell of the baby cream that Xia Li bought for her to use on her face. Winter nights are much quieter than summer nights. All around is so quiet that even your own heartbeat seems to be infinitely amplified in this quiet environment. The evil dragon beside him moved again, as if it was turning over. Xia Li's hand, which was placed on the bed, slid forward like a snake to explore. As there was a quilt between the 2 of them, and there was quite a distance between them, Xia Li groped for a long time, but failed to catch the target. The evil dragon wrapped itself up like a dumpling, and the tight quilt did not leave any gaps. Xia Li's hand could not get in. He seriously doubted whether the evil dragon was guarding against him. Can't sleep? Xia Li asked softly. Lucia turned over again, and her beautiful eyes blinked in the darkness. I have an idea for a solution. Any solution? Xia Li didn't follow the dragon's jumping thoughts. There's Cotton's cat bed in the living room. I'll let Cotton sleep in his own bed, and the small dark room can be reserved for you. I think you shouldn't use your smart head for something like this. Xia Li paused and said, You just need to stupidly let me take care of everything. I'm not stupid. Okay, think about it. Cotton is so close to me. If it comes to my room and sleeps with me in the middle of the night, that would be bad. Lucia was silent for a moment. This is indeed the truth. In Lucia's understanding, Xia Li is male and Cotton is female. Humans are the most evil race on the continent of Azer. They can interbreed with any species. Orcs, half-dragons, and half-elves are all products of humans. Therefore, Lucia was instinctively wary of this. She used to have the same possessiveness towards Xia Li as she did towards her territory. Things seem a little different now. Whenever Xia Li showed a friendly attitude towards any female species, she would feel a little concerned. When Xia Li set his eyes on other women, she wanted to reach out and cover his sinful eyes. Even includes the female receptionist scene during the day. If Xia Li hadn't been holding her hand, Lucia would have definitely stepped on Xia Li. Then there is another way. Lucia thought about it and spoke again. I'm going to sleep with Cotton. All right, all right. Xia Li turned over and hugged the evil dragon along with the quilt. Put your smart brain away. I want to sleep with you now. Why? Lucia pinched the corner of the quilt with her little hands and shrank her neck into the quilt. Because I like you. You have to express your opinion too. Xia Li clearly felt that the evil dragon in her arms had become timid. She had never been like this before. The evil dragon said nothing and shrank back into the quilt. You've changed. Xia Li pursed his lips and said unhappily. You have changed too. Where have I changed? You wouldn't say that before. Say what? I like it, Lucia said weakly. After taking a look at the silver moon outside the window, she hid her head in the quilt, trying to act like an ostrich. Although humans have rich emotions, they are not good at expressing them. I used to be bad at expressing myself, but now I am happy to express myself. Xia Li started to peel the rice dumplings out of the quilt, but every time he lifted the quilt a little, Lucia crawled deeper. If you like someone, you should say it out loud. That's what my mom taught me, so I said it. What about you? It's your turn to speak. I won't tell you. You used to say that. Don't tell me, don't tell me. The evil dragon was so cowardly that he almost shrank to the floor. Xia Li was angry. Where's the little Long who used to say I like Xia Li all the time? Lucia has changed. It has really changed. In accordance with the straightforward character of the dragon clan, she would not beat around the bush and always spoke directly, which made Xia Li feel scared. Especially during the first week after arriving on Earth, every unintentional word from her would make Xia Li's heart beat faster. I wouldn't say those words now. Xia Li knew the reason. Because Lucia understood the meaning and weight of those words. Lucia became like a human girl. Now she's just a shy girl. Why are you so embarrassed? Stop shrinking down, you're going to fall. Xia Li stood up on the bed angrily, picked up the ball that had retreated to his feet and was about to fall off the bed with a thud, and threw it back to the head of the bed. Let me think about it carefully. Lucia squirmed and crawled on the bed, automatically moving half a meter away from Xia Li. Fortunately, the bed in Xia Li's master bedroom is 1.8 meters long. Otherwise, it would not be big enough for two people. What are you thinking about? What's there to think about? Xia Li laughed angrily. Calm down. Lucia's voice came from under the covers. Calm down. I'm still cooling my stems down. Xia Li muttered in dissatisfaction, got out of bed, and walked over to draw the blackout curtains. The bright moonlight was blocked out, and the room was plunged into darkness. For Lucia, she has begun to understand human emotions. However, it will take some time for her to experience these emotions firsthand. Xia Li likes this kind of delicate little dragon very much. The only flaw is that it would be better if you didn't hide from him. Good night. He said these two words angrily. Xia Li waited for a while, but didn't hear any response from the evil dragon. He must be pretending to sleep. Forget it. Turn half a circle to the left, half a circle to the right, lift your feet, and retract your legs. Xia Li also wrapped himself up like a dumpling, and then fell asleep peacefully. Meow. Meow meow. The next morning, Xia Li was woken up from his sleep by the meowing sound outside the door. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground in a strange posture. The upper body was on the ground, the lower body was on the bed, and the whole person was hanging on the edge of the bed. Rubbing his stiff neck, Xia Li climbed back onto the bed and glanced at the evil dragon who was facing away from him. Could it be that this evil dragon took revenge on me in the middle of the night and kicked me off the bed with a fauchon, shadowless kick. Xia Li walked around the bed, came to Lucia's side, and poked her soft face with his hand. Now I know to put my nose outside to breathe. Last night, she didn't show her face at all, and never gave Xia Li any chance to take advantage of her. Hey, Miss Lucia Savannah, your cat is hungry. Xia Li squatted down, blocking the faint morning light that was trying to squeeze out from the gap between the curtains. He reached out and pinched the two soft cherry-colored lips. Seeing the dragon's lips being pinched like a duck's mouth, Xia Li couldn't help laughing. Hey, wake up! Now not only is your cat hungry, your boyfriend is hungry too. After a long silence, Lucia's fair forehead wrinkled slightly, and it seemed that she was about to wake up. Xia Li took this opportunity to lower his head and kiss her on the forehead. Afterwards, the cheek that was originally as white as jade turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a peach blossom blooming in spring. Woke up. No respond. Still pretending to sleep here. Xia Li thought it was fun and kissed her again. Then the face became even redder. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his neck unconsciously shrank into the quilt. The next kiss will be on the lips, Xia Li reminded kindly. Meow. At the same time, Cotton's shouting was heard outside the room again. Call. Lucia sat up from the bed. I dreamed of being bitten by a pig. She patted her chest with a lingering fear on her face. Xia Li had a word stuck in his neck and couldn't say it. Cook. Cotton must be hungry. I have to get him some cold medicine, too. The evil dragon rolled over on the bed, then put his feet into his slippers and went to the living room to feed Cotton. Me too. Xia Li followed him unhappily. Lucia silently poured a cup of hot water and then added a handful of cat food into the water bowl. This is what the pet doctor told me yesterday. Cotton is only 2 months old, and his digestion and chewing abilities are poor. He can only eat softened cat food. I put my fingers in the water and stirred it until I felt the temperature was about right. Lucia fed the Cotton and went about fiddled with her 2 goldfish in the glass bowl. Xia Li followed her around the whole time. What about me? Xia Li was like a monk, chanting endlessly in Lucia's ear. Lucia went to the kitchen, and he followed her. Lucia went to the balcony, and he followed her. It was not until Lucia arrived at the bathroom door that she looked back at Xia Li with a little suspicion. I need to go to the bathroom, she said. Xia Li then stopped and joked with a cold face. I don't look, I just listen. The evil dragon's eyebrows jumped, and he pushed Xia Li's shoulder and pushed Xia Li out. Go out. Although the evil dragon now behaves like a delicate and weak woman who has just fallen in love, her strength is not weak at all. Xia Li was pushed out of the room. The bathroom door closed with a bang, and a gust of wind blew Xia Li's hair into a mess. Oh, Xia Li sighed. We really have to be on guard against him now. But it's fun to tease. Xia Li went to the kitchen to clean up. There was still a lot of things she brought back from his fong last time. They're all bottles and jars, as well as vegetables that are easy to store. I threw 2 eggs into the pot with cold water and steamed 4 sweet potatoes in the pot. As a breakfast, this is enough for a normal person. But considering the dragon's appetite, Xia Li opened the refrigerator but was at a loss. Did you finish washing up? The evil dragon appeared beside Xia Li, swinging its claws. There were still drops of water on her face, and she smelled of toothpaste. Let me smell it. Don't. After Xia Li finished speaking, he lowered his waist, and the evil dragon retreated in fear. So he had to stand up and pull it. Xia Li sighed repeatedly when he failed. Why are you so defensive against me? Xia Li said dissatisfiedly. Lucia squatted down, picked up the cotton that was rubbing against her feet, rubbed it, and asked in a low voice, What is our relationship now? Couple. Xia Li answered immediately. But what? Lucia couldn't tell. There are many things she hasn't figured out yet. Xia Li also mentioned this word last time, and she looked it up online. There are many things that couples should do, such as dating, eating, and watching movies. Lucia had never been to the cinema, and she didn't seem to remember any so-called dates. It seemed that she had never done anything except eating. So, can we still be considered a couple? And the most important point, they had never established a relationship. It is said on the internet that to confirm a relationship, you need to express your feelings I need to express my feelings, and then we need to hug each other and kiss and make a promise for the future. This is the step of confirming the relationship. Lucia wondered if the last time outside the playground counted. If so, what's the next step? What should she do? How should we respond to human expectations? Lucia never thought about these questions before. Now that she thought about these issues more, her heart became confused. Whoosh! Lucia's mind was in a mess. The water in the pot on the stove has been boiling for a while. Xia Li opened the lid of the pot. Sweet potatoes need to be steamed for a little longer, but if you boil eggs for too long, the yolk will turn green and the nutrients will be lost. He took 2 chopsticks, poked them into the holes in the steamer, and lifted the steamer up while explaining to Lucia. And one of the eggs seems to have burst. The fire was too high. You will eat the whole one later. You can still grow now, so eat more and gain weight. It would be best if your whole body develops a little bit, so that when I go out with you, others won't think I'm dating a minor. Xia Li started chanting again. Lucia looked at him quietly and touched Cotton's head in her arms. What is the development or not development? Xia Liming was obviously concerned about the 2 lumps of fat in front of him. Zhou once said that boys' thoughts are easy to guess. The psychology of men is the psychology of children. Sometimes thinking too much can make things complicated. Their minds may be simpler than pigs. Zhou also said, when a man and a woman are together, if a boy is as honest as a piece of wood and doesn't move, it means he doesn't like her enough. If he touches you and always wants to do something to you, it means he likes you very much. Xia Li probably likes her very much. So how should she respond to his feelings? Yes. Xia Li picked up the whole egg from the edge of the pot. He reached out to grab it, but his finger accidentally got stuck into the hot water, and he almost jumped up from the burn. Seeing this, Lucia quickly dropped the cotton and took 2 steps forward. She grabbed the hand, raised her red-hot fingers, and placed them on her earlobe. It is said on the internet that the ears are the coldest part of the body. Therefore, when many people's hands are burned, their first reaction is to pinch their earlobes to cool them down. Xia Li moved his fingers and pinched the soft little ears, feeling extremely moved. The 2 looked at each other. In the quiet kitchen, the rising sun is slowly climbing into the house. Looking at the brave man standing in front of him with his back to the light, his golden hair seemed to be glowing. Xia Li, Lucia put down the 2 fingers and felt the temperature. Xia Li actually saw a look of heartache in the evil dragon's eyes. Her emotions are becoming more and more. Xia Li felt like her heart was about to melt. Okay, I don't know what to do. How to do it? Xia Li wondered. I don't know what to do to make you feel that liking me is worth it. Xia Li paused, then smiled and took the hot egg from the stove and put it in Lucia's little hand. You don't have to do anything. I feel it's worth it now. It's especially worth it. Am I worth it? Lucia lowered her head. She doesn't understand anything. Even though she could understand human emotions, she didn't know what she should do with such emotions, or what she should do as a girlfriend. If Xia Li chooses to be her boyfriend, he must be a loss. After all, she is really stupid. I don't know what confession is. Lucia felt her palms getting warm, and it seemed that even the weight of the egg had become a little heavier. Confession. Xia Li smiled. Is this what the dragon wants to think about? You are so stupid, this kind of thing is too difficult for you. Besides, haven't you confessed many times? Is it enough to just say, I like Xia Li? Lucia looked up and asked. Xia Li nodded, put a box of yogurt from the refrigerator in Lucia's hand, and added, companionship is the most affectionate confession. Recommend books to friends. A company is the most affectionate confession. This sentence was surprisingly easy for Long to understand. However, when I heard it, I felt inexplicably sad. No wonder they say dragons are lonely. Because dragons are immortal. The dragon race is the longest-lived race on the continent of Azer, and is also the least promiscuous race. In the absence of human interference, dragons will only choose other dragons as their companions. This is the best choice under natural conditions, and the only choice to continue the dragon bloodline. But Lucia didn't want to choose her own kind. She looked up at the hero in front of her who was still making breakfast for her. I feel a little sour. Xia Li, what if you die? Pooh. As soon as Xia Li took out the sweet potatoes, He heard the evil dragon saying what to do if he died. What are you talking about so early in the morning? Pa, spit on me. Poo-poo. Lucia imitated Xia Li's tone and stuck out her tongue and made two pa sounds. I'm a hero. How can I die? As he spoke, Xia Li picked up the sweet potatoes one by one and put them into the bowl. He didn't want to avoid this kind of question. Perhaps this kind of love is a little selfish, but he will still choose to move forward resolutely. Seize the day and live up to your time. Just like having a pet. It is said that keeping a pet is like planting a seed of sadness with your own hands. This seed will take root and sprout in your heart, and more than 10 years later, when the pet dies, it will bloom into a flower of sadness. But even so, there are still many people who choose to keep pets as companions, even though such an ending was destined from the beginning. But so what? What matters is the process, not the result. Just like people, when everyone is born, a seed of sadness is actually planted. You can't just choose to cut off the process just because the ending will make you cry. Moreover, Xia Li has been exposed to magic and has his own way of thinking. Just in case, there will be a way to solve it in the future. Xia Li, when you're gone, I'll just have to inherit your nest and sleep in your bed. Bah, bah, bah. The evil dragon is honest and straightforward, and his way of speaking is still as innocent as that of a child. However, Xia Li could see a hint of sadness on her face. Lucia lowered her head, her brows furrowed as she thought seriously. Xia Li stretched out her finger and hooked up the tip of her pretty chin. Lucia raised her head slowly, her pair of sad light brown eyes flickering slightly in the sun. So, every person in every dragon's life begins to count down from the moment they are born, and we have to do more in this limited time. You can never make enough money, and you can never have enough food, but feelings are different. We need to give more love to those we want to love in the limited time we have. This is the meaning of being human. Lucia didn't even know what to do when she liked someone, and Xia Li told her an even more profound word. However, the moment she raised her head and looked into Xia Li's serious eyes, Lucia seemed to understand something. She looked at Xia Li infatuatedly, and Xia Li bent down cooperatively and even closed his eyes. Brave, you want to kiss again? After saying so much, he was trying to trick her into kissing him again. Lucia bit her cherry-pink lips and hesitated for half a second. This time. I'll be fooled this time. The warm winter sun slowly climbed up the roof and illuminated Lucia's face. She stood on tiptoe and touched the lips that had been waiting for a long time. Thump, thump, thump. Dragon heart began to accelerate again. Is this the heart-pounding feeling that Xia Li talked about? Today's breakfast is sweet potatoes, eggs, and yogurt. Xia Li knew that the evil dragon would definitely not be full, so he heated up the leftover braised duck from yesterday in the microwave. The two of them gnawed on duck feet and curled up on the sofa watching TV. The TV was playing a popular American TV series with a Western fantasy theme. Lucia likes to watch this kind of live-action stuff, but she can't quite understand the two-dimensional paper figures that Xia Li likes. Standing before you is Daenerys Stormborn, Queen of the Undulls and the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Khaleesi, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and of the Great Grass Sea. Lucia, holding a duck's foot in her mouth, was stunned by the long string of subtitles. The background dubbing was in English, which she could not understand at all. She could only read the text with her limited vocabulary. Xia Li said this could improve her literacy, but in return, she found many foreign films difficult to understand. Her name is so long, Lucia complained. Well, she is the mother dragons. Xia Li chewed the duck's feet, stretched out a hand, and spread his palm in front of Lucia. Lucia hesitated. Between putting your hands up and putting your chin up, she chose the former. He put his paw on it and shook hands with Xia Li. Xia Li, no, I asked you to spit out the bones. You can't eat these duck bones. Oh, Lucia chewed the duck bones in her mouth. Such hard bones were as crunchy to her as potato chips. She bit the bone fragments in her mouth into crumbs, and then slurped up the taste of the marrow in the crumbs. Finally, he spat out a bunch of broken bones into Xia Li's palm. Why are we being so frugal? We don't need this much. Xia Li found it funny and threw the bone residue into the trash can. The dragon is too frugal in some places. It tastes good when you bite it, Lucia said. Turning around, the TV was playing the title of The Mother of Dragons for half a minute. They're in the water for a long time, Lucia concluded, gnawing on a duck bone. Xia Li laughed. You understand words like this? The more you see, the more you know. Lucia nodded and said, My name is just 4 words. The letters of the title of The Mother of Dragons could fill up an entire TV set. As a pure-blooded dragon, it is a bit too shabby to be called just Silver Dragon Queen. Lucia Shivana, the pure-blooded silver dragon born in the great dragon's nest, the destroyer of human civilization in the A's continent, the savior of the forest, the girlfriend of the brave Xia Li, the future wife of the brave, the poop scooper of cotton, and the hostess of Unit 301. Building 3, Shandong Chuyang Community. Long was stunned by what Xia Li said. For a moment, I didn't know where to start. But it seems quite long. That's pretty impressive. Meow. Cotton heard someone calling its name and jumped onto the sofa, meowing. It circled around, and both the man and the dragon's hands were covered in grease. No one touched it, and it sat down with its tail coiled, looking a little lonely, sitting on Xia Li's lap. Xia Li raised his hand and touched its head with his wrist. Meow. Mianhua narrowed his eyes and rubbed Xia Li's clothes affectionately. These stray cats that are picked up are particularly friendly because they know how bad it feels to be a stray, so they're more clingy to humans than delicate purebred cats. Meow, meow. Hungry, little one. Xia Li smiled and touched the cat's head. Mianhua purred happily and lay down on Xia Li's thick pajamas. I'm going to wash the dishes. Lucia left the couch. She went to the dining table to clean up the leftover sweet potato and egg skins, then took 2 small plates back to the kitchen to wash them. Xia Li secretly observed her expression and found that the dragon's mouth was about to shrink into a bean. Your mother is jealous, Xia Li whispered to Mianhua. Cotton tilted his head. Meow. When they arrived at the kitchen, Xia Li and Lucia squeezed into a sink. Lucia washed the dishes while Xia Li put his hands under the faucet to wash them. After finishing washing, Lucia thought Xia Li was going back to the living room. When she turned around, she found that Xia Li turned around again and walked behind her. Xia Li hugged Lucia from behind and rubbed his face against the evil dragon's face like Cotton rubbed him just now. The dragon's dry lips became full again and slightly pouty. A little happy. Xia Li was like a little cotton ball, rubbing her cheeks until they felt numb and tingling. He even disturbed her while she was washing dishes. Lucia disliked him. What do you want to do? Think. Okay, let me wash it for you. Xia Li snatched the plate from the evil dragon's hand and rinsed it clean in 2 strokes. Meow. Beside their legs, the sweet and skinny calico cat came over again. This time it walked around Xia Li's legs and finally came to Lucia's ankles, rubbing Lucia with its raised tail. No animal had ever been so close to her, so every time Cotton showed his kindness to Lucia, she had no resistance at all. Hum! With a slight snort, the evil dragon picked up the kitten and gave a smacking. Don't let him hug you anymore, he's a bad guy. Pa, I'm a hero, the light of righteousness. I can't be better. Meow. Cotton looked around at the 2 of them, then tilted his head in confusion. The rising sun cast a golden glow over the 2 of them. Water splashed in the sink, and steam was still rising from the open pot on the stove. Xia Li was busy washing the pot, and Lucia took the dish towel and wiped the water droplets off the bowls one by one. The time is good. End of this chapter. Adopting little Cotton has added a touch of warmth to this family. It feels more and more like home. Of course, the biggest advantage is that it allows Xia Li to naturally sleep in the same bed with Lucia. Bad news. The bed next door was really bought in vain. Good news. The dragon is so soft to hold. Lucia didn't know how she was fooled by Xia Li into this state. Now Xia Li would go straight into her bed after taking a shower, and his technique was very skillful. I used to pretend to ask a few questions, but now I don't even pretend. You crawled in my bed before and I didn't say anything. Now I crawl in your bed. Why are you not happy? It's stuffy in this small dark room. Sleeping in it for too long is bad for your health. Besides, you don't want me to sleep with other females, right? Seeing that the evil dragon was stupid and seemed to be unhappy with himself for getting into bed, Xia Li explained. Lucia shook her head blankly. She crawled into Xia Li's bed because it was raining and windy outside. Xia Li said that the strong wind outside would blow the tornado out and flatten it. So, whenever it rained at night, she would run to Xia Li's room with the big sheep in her arms. Or when she can't sleep because of insomnia, she would want to listen to the hero's stories, so she would stay in the hero's bed. Later, she always felt nervous sleeping with the hero, and she gradually stopped going. But just because she doesn't go doesn't mean she's willing to let other females in. I didn't have this feeling before. Now, Lucia would feel unhappy just thinking about a female mosquito flying into Xia Li's room and sucking Xia Li's blood. Xia Li said that this kind of feeling is called possessiveness. However, possessiveness must have a limit. Unhealthy possessiveness is yandere. She just has a little bit of this desire, so it shouldn't be considered a disease, right? Okay then. After some consolation from Xia Li, the evil dragon nodded and reluctantly agreed to sleep in the same bed with different pillows tonight. Xia Li stood up and stretched out his arms. With a click, the light turned off. The room was plunged into darkness again. After a while, when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the street lights outside shone into the window, and the outlines of the furniture in the room became clearly visible. There is no moonlight tonight, and thick cumulus clouds have been piled up in the sky since dusk. It may get cooler tomorrow. Xia Li moved his body and wanted to get closer to Lucia. These two people are very restless when they sleep. I don't know how many times they toss and turn throughout the night. So in order to avoid catching a cold, even though they slept in the same bed, Xia Li and Lucia chose to cover themselves with separate quilts. You won't have to avoid these things in the summer. Xia Li cleared his throat and started to talk nonsense. Is there anything you can only do with the lights off? As he spoke, he set his eyes on Lucia's little face. Lucia, only half of her head showed out from under the quilt, her mouth buried under the quilt, and her eyes blinked curiously. Then, the answer to this question suddenly occurred to her. The only thing you can do when you turn off the lights. Turn on the lights. You are so smart. Xia Li praised from the bottom of his heart. He is worthy of being his little dragon. Walk slowly. Xia Li stretched out the pronunciation of the word. Before, Xia Li suspected that this evil dragon knew everything, but it was deliberately fishing here and pretending not to know. But Lucia probably really doesn't know the answer to this question. It's dark outside now, Xia Li said again. Yeah. Lucia nodded in agreement. So, if you kiss me secretly, I definitely won't see it. Why should I kiss you secretly? Because, Xia Li paused, because it's exciting, but it's too dark. I can't find your face. It's okay, come here, and I'll guide you. No. Lucia was not fooled and turned over and went to sleep. Xia Li still felt itchy. Every time he slept in the same bed with Lucia, he felt itchy. Sleeping with the person I love, in the dark, every cell in my body is restless. In this situation, it would be strange not to feel itchy. Then I'll kiss you secretly. Xia Li will never give up. Lucia. Xia Li covered himself tightly in loneliness. Now Lucia is still in the stage of being a shy and reserved little girl. Once she has tasted the sweetness, she will definitely want to taste more. Xia Li firmly believed that the elders on the A's continent would not lie to him. The nature of dragon is fill in the blank. Today we are going to vaccinate Cotton. Hey Dash. But Joanchi will be back to school tomorrow, and she asked me out today. Hey Dash. Early in the morning, Xia Li was doing push-ups on the ground. Lucia was standing nearby, looking troubled. What are you doing? Lucia felt strange. The hero was fine, and suddenly he started training himself. The human males in this city don't need to go to the battlefield, so what is he doing? Exercise. Xia Li, wearing only a thin autumn shirt, did 200 push-ups in one breath. Different from those modern young people who do 2 push-ups and shake their arms like butterfly wings. As a brave man, Xia Li's physical fitness can definitely beat 99.9% of the young people in the country. But even so, Xia Li had little confidence when faced with the fact that his girlfriend was a pure-blooded silver dragon. I always feel that my body is definitely not enough. We must take precautions before they happen. So you have to practice it. Xia Li placed an order for a yoga mat last night. Starting today, she plans to do plank exercises for 2 hours every day, focusing on strengthening her waist and abdomen. We can't let the evil dragon look down on humans. Why are you exercising all of a sudden? Because I'll definitely have to slay a dragon in the future. What? Lucia squatted down and placed her hand on Xia Li's back. There's a strong spinal groove in the middle of Xia Li's back, and his muscles are tight and feel hard. However, Lucia touched him twice, and he went limp. Suddenly, I lost all strength in my body and just lay on the ground like a salted fish. Itch, Xia Li said through gritted teeth. Hee hee, Lucia smiled wickedly. Why do you want to slay the dragon? Lucia asked again. Xia Li shook his head. You little dragon wouldn't understand even if I told you. Carrying the towel on his shoulder and wiping the sweat off his face, Xia Li took a breath and asked Lucia, You just said you have an appointment today? Okay. When did it happen? You didn't even tell me in advance. Angie just sent a message saying that this morning. Lucia took out the cell phone from her pajamas pocket, unlocked it, and showed it to Xia Li. This was the first time Lucia took the initiative to show Xia Li her phone after she met her best friend. This guy usually keeps things secret and even secretly deleted Xia Li's fingerprints. He is very secretive. Xia Li glanced at the letter from Zhou Anqi. The content of the message was that Zhou Anqi said that she would go back to school tomorrow and would probably come back during the Chinese New Year, so she wanted to go out and play with Lucia on this last day. Lucia responded with sure, followed by a cat emoji. So cute. When Xia Li started to flip through the pages, a dragon claw reached over. Don't look. Hey. Xia Li sighed and returned the phone. So defensive against your boyfriend? Girls' secrets. Boys are not allowed to see them. Go. Xia Li didn't mind this kind of thing. He didn't have such a strong desire for control. I glanced at Lucia's eager eyes and thought that this was the first time Lucia was invited out by her friends since she came to Earth. She should be looking forward to it. Taking the phone from his trouser pocket, Xia Li opened the chat box with Lucia. I'll give you 200 yuan. Is 200 yuan enough? Angie said she wanted to treat me to milk tea. When Lucia saw that Xia Li agreed, her expression became much more relaxed. If she treats you to milk tea, you treat her to egg cake. Two sisters go shopping together. As he spoke, Xia Li backspaced the number 200 he had entered and replaced it with 500. Add money. Pamper your own girlfriend. Is there so much money in my little notebook? Lucia was slightly stunned when she saw the number 500 appearing out of nowhere in her e-wallet. The day before yesterday, I took Minhua to see a doctor and buy food, and we spent a lot of money. Xia Li did not deduct the balance from her account, and today she returned so much to her. This made Lucia feel very terrified. She felt that she was not worth so much money. Why do you have to calculate it so clearly with me? Xia Li grabbed her dragon claws and squeezed them. What's mine is yours, he said, patting Lucia's palm. And what's yours is mine. Oh, Lucia nodded confusedly. Go and have fun, Xia Li said. Although you haven't been out with me much, Zhou Anqi does come back very rarely. I won't be jealous this time. You go ahead, and I'll take the cotton to get the injection. Meow. Cotton, whose name was called, meowed and rubbed against me. Lucia casually held little Cotton in her arms and spoke. Then I won't be jealous today. Normally she doesn't agree with Xia Li being alone at home with other females. But today I'll make an exception. The two reached an agreement to stop being jealous. End of this chapter. The sky is covered with dense, layer upon layer of dark clouds. It was as if a huge piece of black silk was hanging from the sky, dyeing the entire sky into a deep ink color. In a car, traveling at low speed. The passenger seat next to Xia Li was empty. The two sisters were sitting in the back, and no one knew what they were whispering to each other. Xia Li pricked up his ears to listen, but couldn't hear what Zhou Anqi said to Lucia. He could only hear Lucia's incomprehensible hee laughter. He raised his eyes and looked at the rearview mirror. Lucia covered her face and giggled. She seemed to notice Xia Li's gaze. She sat up straight and concealed the little expression on her face. Xia Li, he wants to take back the promise he made just now. Jealous. Of course I'm jealous. This car is really spacious. I heard that Aunt Fong bought it recently. Zhou sat in the back seat and patted the leather sofas on both sides with her hands. She is considered tall among girls, and her legs can be left open even when she puts them on the car. The exposed girl next to her was even more exaggerated. It seemed that if she folded the back seat back, she could lie down upright without any problem. Well, I just bought it, and I'm using it for a few days. Xia Li nodded. It's good to have a car. Take Lu Mei out for a walk when you have nothing to do, Zhou Anqi said. She hasn't been to many of the places I asked her about. You two have been dating for so long, and you haven't even been to a movie theater. Zhou Anqi clicked her tongue twice. It's not that she had to say something about Xia Li, but as a couple with modern concepts, Xia Li was somewhat negligent. That kind of place costs money. I can watch movies at home. Lucia's voice came from behind. After Zhou Anqi's explanations over the past few days, she knew what many places in the city were used for. For example, movie theaters are used to watch movies for a fee, bars are used to drink, and video game arcades are used to play games. But massage parlors are places for doing bad things, and Xia Li is not allowed to go there. This is different. When you are in love, you have to enjoy the process. Going to the cinema and spending money is not important. What is important is the date. This is an essential step to promote the relationship. Zhou Anqi seemed to be speaking to Lucia, but in fact she was speaking to the person in front. Ding dee. Xia Li pricked up his ears to listen to the noise behind him and honked the horn twice to urge the driver in front who was stuck. He has been playing with the car frequently these days and has improved his driving skills. Process, Lucia grumbled. Xia Li also mentioned the word process yesterday. Because the outcome of every life is predetermined, the process is important. But the dragons would never consider this. The lifespan of the dragon race is so long that even their memory cannot contain their entire life. The scattered fragments of memories can only remind them of a certain point in time, and most of the time they live on the inherited memories. They have no process and don't need to face the results. Now, let her try to use her own emotions to enrich the process of life. Lucia raised her head and glanced at Xia Li, who was driving seriously. When she looked at Xia Li every second, was she enjoying this process? This process made Lucia feel at ease. Is your boyfriend handsome when driving? Just then, Zhou Anqi turned her head and asked. Handsome, Lucia replied immediately. Huh? Zhou Anqi laughed twice. Sometimes she couldn't help but worry about this young couple. A straight man who is not good at expressing himself, and a simple girl who is straightforward and inexperienced in the world. God knows how these two groups get along when they are together. Lu Mei is so straightforward. I like this kind of personality. Zhou Anqi praised. Xia Li put one hand on the steering wheel and said faintly, I like it too. TSK, then we are rivals in love. You and I are love rivals, and she and I are also love rivals. Xia Li couldn't help laughing when he said this. She said that I like her, and she likes herself, so she and I are rivals in love. Ha, you guys are so funny. Zhou Anqi was extremely amused. This is indeed something a girl like Lu Mei would say. The vehicle slowly stopped on the side of the road. Xia Li sent the two of them to the parking lot on Chunbei Road, which was where Zhou Anqi was going to take Lucia to visit today. Come on, Lu Mei. I'll take you to get manicure and pick out some nice clothes. The rear door opened after Xia Li pressed the unlock button. Zhou Anqi pushed the car down and pulled Lucia along, saying, let's let you experience more of the things that girls here like to do. Dress up beautifully and come back to fascinate him. Lucia jumped out of the car, looking back every few steps. The moment her eyes met Xia Li's, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. The pedestrian street square was bustling with people. The temperature had dropped a few degrees today, and the hot air we exhaled turned into a white mist in front of us. Xia Li, Lucia opened her golden brown eyes, with an expression of reluctance on her face. You're not allowed to mess around with other girls, she said. Xia Li waited for a while, thinking that this guy would say some sweet words. The result? is this? Don't slander me. How could I be unfaithful? Seeing Xia outside the door looking at him with suspicion, Xia Li felt that he couldn't explain himself clearly. Hard to say. Lucia shook her head. Not good to say shit. Xia Li pouted and raised her phone. I will send you a message every hour, and you have to send me one too, so that we can both prove our innocence, understand? Oh. Lucia thought this was fine. However, Xia leaned over and said, you could get a lot done in an hour. Half an hour. Lucia immediately changed her words. Go, go, go. Xia Li agreed, and after saying that, he did not forget to stare at Xia. This guy is just chaotic neutral. He does whatever he wants. Please keep an eye on Lucia for me. She's a loser. The car door closed. Xia Li rolled down the window and gave a warning. I know. Xia waved her hand. Lucia also waved her hand, and after waving her hand, she did not forget to blow Xia Li a kiss. Xia Li felt itchy. His girlfriend just ran away like that, and he hasn't even had a few dates yet. Forget it. It would be good to let her have more contact with the outside world in the way of modern girls. Xia Li had no way to teach her on this point, and could only ask Xia for help. After stepping on the accelerator, Xia Li returned home dejectedly. When I opened the door, Cotton was there to greet me with his tail raised. Xia Li squatted down and hugged it. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. Meow. Xia Li walked to the living room in his slippers, feeling uncomfortable. He walked around the balcony again, and finally returned to his computer with Mianhua. I always feel very cool. He lived in this house for more than 10 years. It can be said that I have spent half of my early 20s here, and in the past few years in college, I have become accustomed to living alone here. Lucia had only been with him for a short time, but he had already gotten used to her presence. Habits are a terrible thing. Because it's a habit, it's taken for granted. This feeling is like being sick. Xia Li never thought that when Lucia was not at home, his heart seemed to be hollowed out. He suddenly realized that his liking for Lucia had become a habit. This feeling made him very restless, and he always wanted to develop a closer relationship with Lucia. Not only emotional development, but also physical development. Humans who are still in the restless period of youth rarely overcome their rationality when facing someone they like. I wanted so badly to hold her in my arms. Just hugging is not enough. You also have to kiss. When kissing, how many men can restrain their hands from touching upwards? The moment his palms touch her, she will lose her mind. Then, he coaxes her to be his wife. Greedy. The more Xia Li thought about it, the more he felt this way. He was so greedy for the silver dragon that he was anxious. Retract the preface. When he brought Lucia home for the first time, he really wanted to trick her into going home to give birth to a little dragon. Meow. The cotton in Xia Li's arms twisted a little. Its thin body was stronger than yesterday. After rolling over, it flapped its legs and tried to get down. Xia Li stroked the cat's head. He held up the cotton and sighed secretly. Originally, cotton farming was a way for the evil dragon to pass the time, but now it has become his tool for entertainment. I glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer, and it was almost noon. Xia Li's first task today is to take Cotton to get vaccinated. Moving the mouse, Xia Li closed the browsing information about the pet hospital on the web page, then took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Summer Dawn. Peach. Peach. Summer Dawn. Do you have a lunch break? Towsy, yes, today. What's the matter? Summer Dawn. My wife is not home today. Towsy, I am so great. I treat you as a brother. Summer Dawn. Accompany me to a place. It's in Jinjiang district where you are. Towsy, where? I won't go to any serious place. After successfully tricking the peach into his hands, Xia Li called Fu Yuan, who was reviewing a book in the next unit, to go with him before leaving. There's strength in numbers. Xia Li now has some ideas and needs advice from his brothers. Did Shallow go out to play? Yes. You are the only one left at home. Ha ha ha. Chen Tao in the car burst into laughter, while Fu Yuan on the other side remained silent from beginning to end. Fu Yuan spoke only when they were about to get off the bus. Are you with Angie? Xia Li nodded. Fu Yuan fell silent again. These two people, there is something going on between these two people, but Xia Li has no idea how the situation has developed. However, Zhou Anqi will be going back to school tomorrow, so she chose to use today, her last day, on Lucia. Apparently, things were not going very smoothly with Fu Yuan. Xia Li and Chun Tao exchanged glances and understood each other, and neither of them asked any further questions. Didn't I ask you last time what would be a good business to start? Xia Li changed the subject. Start speaking your mind. This time I took a few guys on this trip just to let them see whether their ideas are reliable. This plan doesn't even have a prototype yet, and it's not easy to discuss it with Ms. Fong, so I asked Taozi and Yuan to talk about it together. Boss, are you planning to contact the veterinary hospital? Fu Yuan analyzed rationally. This can be considered a new industry in the past 10 years, but the investment is quite large, and it is not certain that all the qualifications can be obtained. Shen Tao slapped his thigh and said, "This place makes money. Last time, my dog Heisey accidentally ate a rag, and we took it to the veterinary hospital to get it out. It cost 1,000 yuan in total. At the time, I thought this hospital was really shady, but when I looked up examples online, I found that there were even shadier ones." Shen Tao thought Xia Li's idea was very reliable. If it works, it will definitely make money. Xia Li listened to half of what he said. This guy is decisive, and his words are decisive. If you listen to him, the chamber pot will turn into a golden cup. What Fu Yuan said is more realistic. Although pet hospitals do not have as high qualification requirements as human hospitals, the equipment and instruments alone are already a huge investment. What's more, Xia Li's major has nothing to do with this field. If you really want to get in touch, you have to take it step by step and cross the river by feeling the stones. Meow. Xia Li got out of the car and took out the cotton from the cardboard box. This cat is also a stay-at-home cat. It is very comfortable at home, but when it goes out, it starts to shrink its neck and shows social anxiety. Shen Tao came over to help Xia Li close the car door and reached out for a hug, but Xia Li didn't let him hug her. She just held her hand out for him to touch. "Why do you suddenly have a cat?" Shen Tao tapped it with his index finger and touched Cotton's little head. He was so strong that he made the little cotton head swing up and down. "Raise for Lucia." Xia Li answered casually. "I think so too," Chen Tao sighed, his tone full of envy. "When I have a girlfriend in the future, I will also raise a cat for her." "Do all girls like cats?" Fu Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke behind him. Xia Li looked back and Chen Tao spoke first. "No, giving Zhou Anqi a cat will only bring her trouble. It's quite convenient for people to travel back and forth between the two places by high-speed rail. It's so inconvenient to bring a cat with her." It doesn't take much to know that Fu Yuan has been trapped in love recently. Xia Li and Chen Tao both know very well what he was thinking when he asked this question. Fu Yuan did not hide anything. There were no outsiders here. "I don't want to take the civil service exam anymore." Fu Yuan spoke hesitantly, and when he spoke these words, he seemed to be surprised himself, but his tone was surprisingly firm. "I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination," he said. Shen Tao didn't say anything. This kind of thing cannot be easily dissuaded. This is a turning point in Fu Yuan's life and a big deal. Uncle Fu's family all hope that Fu Yuan can pass the civil service exam and get a stable job as soon as possible. The couple are classic conservatives, and Fu Yuan is a good child who especially listens to his elders. Therefore, Yuan was destined to take the civil service exam since he was a child. With your learning ability, it will be no problem for you to be admitted as a graduate student. Just then, Xia Li spoke. In the past, he would have chosen to persuade Fu Yuan to calm down. This momentary impulse may result in regret in the future. But life is a wilderness, not a track. Everyone has the right to be impulsive. Life is only a few decades long. Whether it is worth living depends on you. Chen Tao thought Xia Tuer was going to talk about some philosophy of life and was ready to listen attentively. However, Xia Li's next words made him feel very uncomfortable. "Every night when I sleep with my girlfriend in my arms, I feel that it is so worth it. Even if this life ends like this, I will die without regrets." Chen Tao, how come someone started feeding the dog out of the blue? So, if you don't want to be trapped by something that is unattainable for your whole life, take action, Xia Li said again. Fu Yuan took a deep breath and made up his mind. Doing so may not be understood by people around you, and may also be opposed by your parents. But he didn't want to be trapped in his life by his own incompetent decisions. Ding dong. The elevator door opens. Xia Li walked out, holding cotton. One is born, the second is cooked. This time he took a special look to confirm that the cow-cat Dean was not waiting at the door before pressing the button to open the door. The electric glass door slowly opened, and a black figure quickly passed by Xia Li's feet. The Dean ran away. There was a shout from inside the house. Xia Li has quick eyes and hands, and the 3 years of training in the other world have brought his reaction speed to the extreme. The moment the shadows came to his feet, he bent his back and grabbed the cow-cat by the scruff of its neck. One person and one cat, looking at each other. Jingle bell. The little golden bell in front of the cow-cat's neck was swaying, making a crisp sound. Hard to imagine. Your girlfriend isn't home, so you brought us to a place like this? It's so exciting. After handing the cotton to the doctor to take him into the disinfection room for vaccination, Chun Tao leaned over the large glass door and took a look inside. Is this the place for 3 grown men like them? But, considering that this mission was to help Xia Tuer investigate the market, Chun Tao did not complain much. He looked left and right, then walked to the money tree in front of the entrance and fiddled with it a few times. In the future, you should plant a money tree in your store. It will look fashionable and bring fortune, said Chun Tao. Xia Li always felt that this guy's train of thought was very crooked, even crooked than his evil dragon. Yuanzi next to him is still more reliable. Fu Yuan has already taken out his mobile phone and started taking pictures of the models of various equipment, as well as the brands of pet deworming and cold medicines on the shelves. In his words, the more conspicuous the goods are placed, the higher the profit. This doesn't count as stealing trade secrets, right? Xia Li thought secretly. After observing the layout, Xia Li did not take out his mobile phone to take pictures as exaggeratedly as Fu Yuan did. Instead, he quietly wrote down the environmental plans. Biological laboratories need to be dust-free and isolated, and the most commonly used injection rooms are separated by glass doors. This not only prevents pets from escaping, but also allows owners to see what is going on inside through the glass. And things like dry and wet separation and dynamic partitioning. Xia Li has always had good observation skills. When he was in another world before, he didn't understand the habits of those monsters and miscellaneous scale dragons, and basically relied on observation with his eyes to judge their weaknesses. Pet owners and veterinarians in white coats kept walking back and forth in front of him, and Xia Li was thinking about his next step. There is no rush to develop Lucia's potential, and there is even less rush to open a pet hospital. However, Lucia really wants to work in a place like this. After the evil dragon knew that he had the talent to become a veterinarian, he patted his soft chest and said confidently, "I am invincible." It's rare for a dragon to have such fighting spirit. Xia Li also wanted her to come to a place like this for an internship, even if she didn't get paid. While thinking, the cell phone in Xia Li's pocket rang. He opened it and found it was a message from Evil Dragon. "Girlfriend, do you like cats or foxes?" Looking at this message, Xia Li was stunned. I wondered what was going on. Where did Zhou take Lucia to shop? How come there is both a cat and a fox? Could it be some kind of mind test for my girlfriend? His little dragon shouldn't be so bad. Xia Li thought for a moment and replied, "Summer Dawn, I don't like any of them. I only like dragons." "Girlfriend, dragon, girlfriend, but the dragon ones are not easy to buy." "Summer Dawn, what do you want to buy?" "Girlfriend, I won't tell you." "Summer Dawn, don't be led astray by Zhou." "Summer Dawn, besides, didn't you say that you would prove your innocence every half an hour? Why didn't you send me the photos?" Not long after the message was sent, Lucia sent an angry emoticon. Then a photo was taken. The photo was very clean, with nothing else but a pair of white shoes with rabbit ears on the smooth tile floor. Xia Li pursed his lips. "Are you just being perfunctory like this?" So he also took a picture of the uppers of his sneakers. "Girlfriend, stinky. Summer Dawn, ugh." The chat with the dragon is over. It took Xia Li a while to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. "Pooh, it's that bald guy again." Just then, a voice was heard. It doesn't sound like a normal human voice. This kind of sound is obviously much more vague. It feels like holding the receiver of a mobile phone, but instead of putting the receiver to your ear, you press it against your forehead to listen to the sound. The sound is transmitted via bone conduction. It's a bit similar to the telepathic magic on the continent of A's. Xia Li felt something was strange and looked back. I thought I had heard it wrong, but the next second, the sound appeared again. In 3 seconds, the bald man will fall down. 3, 2. A countdown suddenly appeared in my mind. Xia Li quickly looked up. Sure enough, I saw a middle-aged doctor with a Mediterranean hairstyle and almost bald appear in my sight. The middle-aged doctor was walking hurriedly, holding 2 bottles of medicine in his hands. The moment Xia Li heard the countdown reach 0, crack, a sound. The middle-aged doctor fell to the ground, and the plastic bottle in his hand rolled far away. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human, meow. You like to sterilize cats, right? You deserve it. Xia Li turned his eyes, and this time he clearly heard the source of the sound coming from above his head. Behind him, on the wall with a cat climbing frame, a black and white cow cat was lying lazily. The cow cat has black fur on its back and pure white belly. One side of its head is black and the other side is white, as if it is wearing an yin-yang mask. The 2 black front legs are charmingly folded together, and the cat's paws are white, looking like a pair of white gloves. Xia Li knows this cat. It's the dean who always wants to escape. Facing Xia Li's gaze, the dean also glanced at him lazily. This brother has a strange smell. Why are you looking at me? Have you ever seen a kitten as cute as me? The dean yawned, stretched out on the cat climbing frame, and rubbed his claws on the cardboard in a charming manner. Then he walked down with a cat-like step, jumping 1 step at a time. Its behavior is almost the same as that of an ordinary cat. But Xia Li always felt something was strange. Eyes. Yes, this look doesn't look like a cat. He looks mean, like a weathered person in society. Ding dong dong. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bells, the cow cat jumped onto Xia Li. It wagged its tail, and I couldn't tell if it was a greeting or an expression of displeasure. The cat's paw, wearing white gloves, calmly stepped over Xia Li's leg. Brother, even though you caught me just now and failed to help me escape from prison, but I have a good impression of you, a natural one. You are allowed to touch me for a moment. Come on, don't be polite. I'll let you touch my belly. Meow. The cow cat lay on Xia Li's thighs, turned over, and revealed its white belly. Xia Li looked down at it. Is this cat a male? Xia Li clearly remembered that he had seen the information about this director on the official website of this pet hospital. Breed, Chinese rural cat, cow color. Gender, male neutered. Dull. Xia Li raised his hand, ready to put it down, and it remained suspended in midair. The cow cat sitting on Xia Li's legs was wriggling on his thigh like a maggot. Like most cats, it is turning over its belly and begging for caress. But Xia Li simply couldn't do it. The cat's voice is not very rough, but it is a neutral voice between female and male voices. Combined with these pieces of suspected human-male psychological activities, Xia Li has automatically imagined a scene of a human male lying on her and acting coquettishly. Come on, brother. Put your hand on my back. Ah, comfortable. Wrong. This person didn't touch me at all. The cow cat rolled several times on Xia Li's thighs. Seeing that it was about to fall, Xia Li refused to put down the hand that was raised. It's hard to imagine that a male cat can make human sounds. Moreover, it was such a rippling sound. Something's wrong. Why is this brother so indifferent? Is it because I'm not cute enough? You are the first human to withstand the test. I recognize your determination. The cow cat fell to the ground, but it didn't feel ashamed. Instead, it sat up calmly and licked its paws. There's nothing shameful about a cat. It's a cat that's lost, not a person. After combing his hair, the cow cat regrouped. It opened its pair of round brown and black eyes, took half a step forward, and blinked its bright eyes slowly. Its behavior was extremely cute. Meow. Touch me. A soft cat sound came out of the cow cat's mouth. Xia Li, faced with this cute little animal, Xia Li was indifferent and got goosebumps all over his body. After all, he is someone who has been exposed to magic. There is still some tolerance. If a normal person heard the cat's mental activities, he would definitely think that he was mentally ill. Xia, I brought your cotton out for you. Chen Tao walked around the hospital for several times and finally took out the cotton used for the vaccination, talking as he walked. The doctor said that you shouldn't take a shower during this period, and you need another injection in 3 weeks. It is good, Xia Li responded, with complicated thoughts in his mind. Oh, Sanhua's sister. Excellent. Meow. Meow. The cow-cat walked around Xia Li's legs twice, and its series of low, neutral voices went straight into Xia Li's mind. Brother, you may not know this, but calico girls are the most popular in our cat world. I was wondering why I have a natural affinity for you. It turns out it's this little sister. Let me take a look. Put her down, and let me take a look. Meow. The cow-cat hooked its tail, raised its claws like white gloves, and scratched Xia Li's thigh. Xia, what's wrong with this Inyan cat? Why does it like you so much? Inyan cat? This is called a fucking cow-cat. Chen Tao happily squatted down and wanted to scratch the cow-cat's chin. But the cow-cat gave him a sharp look, and then with a snap, it slapped the human's sinful hand away. Damn, it actually hit me. Chen Tao was shocked. Did you hear anything? Xia Li stood there, looking a little solemn. Chen Tao shuddered. What sound? Seeing Xia Li's serious look, Chen Tao quickly moved away from the evil-looking cow-cat. Although it is just a pet hospital, it is a hospital after all. Hospitals are places where paranormal events are most likely to occur. No, I didn't hear any sound. Among these 3 people, Fu Yuan is the most courageous. Fu Yuan took a step back, looked around, then looked at his eldest brother's furrowed brow, and his heart began to tighten. The pet shop was bustling with people, and the cow-cat beside Xia Li's legs was still acting cute and coquettish. Meow, meow, show me Miss Sanhua. I want to be close to Miss Sanhua. Xia Li hugged the cotton in his arms tighter. Sure enough, I'm the only one who can hear these sounds. There is something wrong with this cat. Supernatural? Magic? Xia Li's thoughts raced. The only thing that can be determined at the moment is that this cow-cat was a human being before it became a cat. Xia Li remembered a joke he had seen on the internet. There was water mixed in Meng Po's soup. So, this cat is a human who was reborn as a cat? Or was I turned into a cat by something? Or, same as Xia Li's situation? After traveling to another world, Xia Li became a hero and the cat became a cat. After coming back, Xia Li brought back the demon-repelling sword, but the cat couldn't change back? No matter which one it is an unexpected surprise for Xia Li. Wait a moment. The cow-cat that was still pestering Xia Li in the last second suddenly sensed something was happening. As it turned around, the small golden bell on its chest made a crisp, tinkling sound. Immediately, soon, the glass door will be opened. 3, 2. As the cow-cat's voice began to count down, Xia Li's eyes, like the cow-cat's, looked towards the gate of the pet hospital. 0. With a click, the glass door was pushed open by the new guest. The cow-cat at Xia Li's feet ran away. But this time, someone predicted its move in advance and grabbed its tail. Meow. Ah, my master's tail. The cow-cat looked back fiercely, wailing in his heart. What's wrong with this brother? How can he predict my prediction? Sometimes I wonder if Brother Xia's reaction speed is too advanced. Fu Yuan looked at this scene and found it weird. Chen Tao nodded in agreement. Help me hold the cotton. Xia Li stuffed the kitten in his arms into Fu Yuan's hands. Then he squatted down and picked up the cow-cat. The first time was a coincidence. So what about the second time? This cat has the ability to predict the future, even though it's only 3 seconds. But 3 seconds is already impressive. At this point, Xia Li was able to completely rule out the first guess. It has nothing to do with Meng Po soup or reincarnation. This cat has special abilities, or rather, superpowers. As for how this was done, Xia Li would have to do some research to figure it out. It would be best to let Lucia's dragon, who has a strong sense of magic, come and take a look. Dean, did you want to run away again just now? When a new customer entered the store, the receptionist guarding the door subconsciously started looking for the cat. As a result, we saw the moment when the dean took off and was caught by this enthusiastic boy again. Sorry, I'm bothering you again. The receptionist came over, hugged the cow-cat that was fluttering in Xia Li's hands, and said apologetically, "The dean has been trying to sneak out lately. My colleagues said it was probably because he ate too much and started to have ecstasy. I saw on your official website that it is sterilized, right?" Xia Li asked with some concern. "It was sterilized," the receptionist nodded, "but the director did it relatively late, and it was later that a kind-hearted doctor offered to do the surgery on it. The dean was already several years old at that time, so there were still pheromones left in his subconscious. Whenever that happened, he would want to break out of the door and look for the little female cat." "Pooh, you just casually removed my balls without asking for my permission. You call this a kind person? Besides, I'm not that superficial. Going out to look for a kitten? I just want to go home." Xia Li listened to the two voices of the receptionist and the cow cat at the same time and felt overwhelmed. The voice of this cat. Why is he the only one who can hear it? Dingling. The crisp sound of the bell brought Xia Li back to his senses. He looked down and saw the small golden bell. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked again, "Won't a bell on a cat affect its hearing?" Putting bells on cats is a big taboo for pet owners. This kind of thing can seriously hinder a cat's hearing, and pet hospitals should not make such small mistakes. Bell. The receptionist smiled and reached out to pluck the golden bell on the cow cat's neck. This bell existed before the dean came to our hospital. Besides, the bell is hollow, so it has no sound. Xia Li. After hearing this, Xia Li fell silent. The problem is the bell. Of course, cats have problems too. This cat is not a cat at all. It's a person. Xia Li still has a lot of things to discuss with the cat. But in order to avoid being thought of as a psychopath, he had to find a place where no one was around. It would be best if I could bring it back. As the cow cat just said, it escaped from prison frequently because it wants to go home. Whatever happens, get out of here first. What if this cat has magic? No, since it has this ability, it must have magic or something similar to magic. End of this chapter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.